Du skal jo have lavet det med udsigt ud over.
Good morning and welcome everybody to the International Conference on Men and Equal Opportunities, a fifth of its kind. This year's conference carries the headline, Men Who Care, both about themselves as well as others. We have a very busy schedule ahead of us for the next 2 days, and I hope that all of you are as excited as I am. My name is Siim Vahtrus.
And I am Marleen Pedjasaar, and will be your hosts over these 2 days. It is our pleasure to be here with around 430 of you joining us online from all over the world. Before we start with the conference, one small technical remark. This conference is available both in English and in Estonian. You can choose the right feed for you by clicking it under the heading of the conference in the Worksup app. Konverentsi saab jälgida nii eesti kui inglise keeles ja sa saad valida endale sobiva keele Worksupis klikates konverentsi pealkirja all.
So, without further ado, it is my pleasure to give the virtual floor to the Minister of Social Affairs of Estonia, Mr. Tanel Kiik, for opening remarks.
Dear Minister Jensen, Director Skele, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you all to the 5th International Conference on Men and Equal Opportunities, organized by the Estonian Ministry of Social Affairs in cooperation with the Nordic Council of Ministers and the European Institute for Gender Equality. At this 5th conference in a series of ICMEOs launched in 2012 by Germany, we aim to further discussions on topics ranging from toxic to caring masculinities. We hope to facilitate sharing knowledge and good and promising practices to strengthen men's responsibility for oneself, responsibility for care for others, and responsibility for care for society. Now you might ask, why focus on care again? Sharing care was also the focus favored by our colleagues in Luxembourg, organizing the third ICMEO 4 years ago. Hasn't the topic of men and care been discussed enough already? I personally think that care is a marvelous word. According to the Cambridge Dictionary as a noun, the word care has 4 meanings: protection, attention, deal with, and worry. In addition, as a verb, it has 2 more meanings: worry and want. When looking at its meaning in the American English, we find an additional meaning: help. I'm confident that this provides enough room for discussions in many other ICMEOs and other conferences. You might also ask, why talk about responsibility? Isn't it one of the problems that men already are overburdened by responsibilities? Shouldn't we concentrate on rights, opportunities? In the Estonian Gender Equality Act, gender equality is defined as equal rights, obligations, opportunities, and responsibility of men and women. While equal rights, obligations, and opportunities get attention more often, equal responsibility tends to be left out of limelight, even though sharing the burden of responsibility is of equal importance. Furthermore, I am sure that no one doubts the simple truth that shared burden makes the weight of it lighter and thereby reaching the goals faster. Addressing the issue of men and care helps to address a long list of wider societal challenges. Among them, men's shorter life expectancy, unequal sharing of care between women and men for children, and related impediments women face on the labour market. Increasing care burden on individuals and the society due to aging societies and thereby increasing the number of elderly dependents. Also labour shortages in the care sector. Prevalence of violence against women in private and in public spheres, both online and offline. Standstills and backlashes in gender equality policies, just to name a few. Men should be seen and should see themselves as important actors in promoting gender equality and solving gender inequality related challenges in modern societies. Men should also recognize themselves and be seen as beneficiaries of gender equality policies. So why the focus on responsibility to care for oneself? Because we believe that leaving aside the youngest among us or those who need special support and care, it is first and foremost up to every individual to take a responsibility for his or her actions and well-being. To bring an example, it is clear that it cannot be victim's responsibility to assure that the perpetrator seeks help against his ineptitude of socially acceptable behavior. It is the full responsibility of the perpetrator. But the state has to be there to provide necessary support in fulfilling this responsibility. In Estonia, different services are available for perpetrators. For example, in 2018, social program Internal Security was made available for men who were violent in a relationship. Also, in 2019, the Caring Fathers program was opened to fathers who have problematic, including violent relationships with children and/or child's mother. Individual counseling is available through victim support system. In addition, this spring, the Social Insurance Board opened a helpline for perpetrators of violence through which they are encouraged to take responsibility for their violent behavior. Why the focus on responsibility to care for others? Because believe that both the choice and the burden of care for others has to be shared between women and men in both families and in the society. While the percentage of fathers using a 10 days paternity leave has reached almost 60 in Estonia, the percentage of men among those taking a much longer parental leave has stayed remarkably low, still less than 4%. In recent years, we have made further efforts to increase the flexibility of parental leave and benefit system. Also starting from July this year, we prolonged the individual right of fathers for compensated paternity leave from 8 days to 30 days. When looking at men sharing the professional care burden in the society, the situation in Estonia is very far from satisfactory. For example, only 13% of those employed in the field of human health and social work activities were men. In the coming years, we plan to first conduct research on the specific reasons behind Estonian men's low participation in sharing the aging society's increasing burden of also professional care, followed up by strategies and actions to improve the situation. Why the focus on responsibility for society? Because we believe that the responsibility for the sustainability of our societies, including ecologically and gender equality-wise, rests equally on the shoulders of women and men. Research and situation analysis in different parts of the world show that this is not yet the case. Recent studies also show that billions of dollars or euros could be saved in the state budget by decreasing the harm of restrictive masculinities in societies. The importance of men's and boys' active participation and responsibility as actors of change for gender equality and their role as co-beneficiaries of gender equality policies is acknowledged in principle. However, this general awareness is often not backed up by long-term commitments and initiatives. Not many countries have yet a long-term and strategic approach to reaching such aim. It is in the interest of all societies that more active approach on this would be taken by states in the coming years. Last but not least, only a few days ago, we made a difficult decision for the conference that had for months been planned to welcome participants both online and physically present in Tallinn to take place in a fully virtual format. While made with a heavy heart and inconveniencing many good cooperation partners, we knew that at the end of the day, it is us who have taken the responsibility to take care of the health and wellness of participants and the community. While it is seriously regretful that the COVID-19 related situation in the world has prevented us from meeting with you in Tallinn, I'm glad that so many of you from Estonia and from all over the world have decided to join us virtually. I hope that regardless of all, we have managed to still create for you a space and environment for gaining new knowledge from research as well as from each other's experiences. I wish you all fruitful discussions, inspiring a variety of action for the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much for outlining the issues to be tackled over the next days. Next, I would like to give the floor to Mogens Jensen, Minister for Food, Fisheries and Equal Opportunities and Minister for Nordic Cooperation of Denmark.
Very much, and thank you to the Estonian organizers for inviting me to open this conference as a part of the Danish presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers. If we want to achieve a gender equal society, we must involve men and boys. There are basically two equally important perspectives if we truly want to involve men. First of all, men and boys have to be partners in promoting women's empowerment. They have to support the end of discrimination of women. Secondly, we have to acknowledge that men and boys have their own gender equality challenges. Men and boys must also benefit from increased equal opportunities. Hence, we need to target initiatives directly at men. For some, this might sound provocative. Can we look at men's problems while women still face the majority of discrimination around the world? My answer is a clear yes. Including men and men's problem doesn't mean that we shy away from focusing on women and women's problems. It does mean, however, that we take the first steps towards a modern policy on gender equality. Because promoting equality for both men and women is a win-win. Women and men will benefit from a higher degree of gender equality and equal opportunities. And our Nordic Baltic societies will gain economically, and the level of coherence in our societies will increase. For these reasons, I have decided to place men and gender equality high on the agenda in Denmark, as well as during our presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers. For example, I'm dedicated to promoting more men to take parental leave and to include more men in caregiving. I'm also introducing a bill in Denmark to ensure that digital communication from public authorities regarding children goes to both fathers and mothers. I believe they will be more likely to share the responsibility for the childcare if they both receive the same information. We also need to consider other important gender issues for men and boys, such as their physical and mental health, and how we can support boys in the educational system. And last but not least, we need to include young men as well as women into the discussion on gender equality. Denmark, as the presidency of Nordic Council of Ministers, have also supported our Estonian colleagues for this ICMEO conference, as well as an international barbershop event next month in Latvia. I'm sure that our common efforts will have a profound effect. We'll be able to mobilize men and include them into our discussions, like today. But we won't be able to include all men. And why not? Well, we are seeing a backlash to gender equality and a growing resistance across Europe and across the world against women's empowerment. It seems that not all men are happy about moving towards more gender equality. Some younger men feel a sense of loss of privilege, that traditional masculinity is under pressure, they feel left behind. And they are increasingly teaming up online. They meet in a resistance against women's rights and feminism, the so-called manospheres. In October, we will publish a Nordic report describing the manosphere, and we'll present and discuss a report at an international conference in November in Copenhagen. The report will look at how widespread the manosphere is in the Nordic countries and how the debate in these forums influence the attitudes towards gender equality in general. Most of these young men mainly get angry and agitated, but some men at risk of being radicalized, and we have seen violence and death in the wake of this. We need to develop a better understanding of this phenomenon. We need to prevent young men from being mobilized into these online groups that are working against gender equality and women's rights. And we need to define and promote a modern, diverse masculinity that includes all men. You can hear much more about this later on today when the Danish expert behind our report opens a panel. In conclusion, it won't be easy to rethink our gender equality policies to include both women and men, but there's no way around it. We have to move forward. Only by including men and we can truly establish a modern gender equal society. And only by opening up for a dialogue, embracing also the young, angry men, can we seek to involve all men in these discussions. I wish you all a very interesting and fruitful 2 days in Tallinn online. I'm very impressed by how the organizers have overcome the challenges in these difficult times of COVID-19. The Nordic-Baltic region is closely knit together. We call it the Nordic-Baltic 8. And when it comes to gender equality and equal opportunities, we have a lot in common and a lot to learn from each other. And I'm sure you will come up with interesting solutions and perspectives on how we can involve men and their specific problems into a modern policy, as well as how we can overcome the current backlash on gender equality. I wish you all a great conference.
Thank you for these thought-provoking as well as inspiring words. Now, before we get into today's substantive program, we have a small musical treat for you. Ramo Teder and Marko Veisson, also known as Puuluup, have set up to present you a combination of traditional approaches with modern takes and influences. I'm sure you'll like it. Please enjoy.
Metsas on, kus on minu koosekesed. Чувики, асана самания, wananeno, bubeshawa, atiki sapedo, wagesano, damasedo, bubeshanandepo, adimuke, achana sameno, yenejedo, lama faido, kiana na moi, wapesa geli, abubesa mantene, ayesli fo. Сама с тобой, а там ты держи, тобой ты держи, там ты держи, тобой ты держи, там ты держи, тобой ты держи, там ты держи, там мои перьёзики, они в лесу, там мои перьёзики.
Hello to everybody. We are Puu Loop. I am Ramo. He is Marko. We are playing our own music with talharpa or hiiukannel.
Yes, that's a traditional Estonian, Swedish, Finnish instrument.
Using looper, some effects.
First song was about trees, but another song we would actually love to ask you, please sing along with us. So we're going to explain the words and then please sing along. Yes, or if it's too long, then there's also a second voice. The meaning is actually the same, but the second voice is a little bit shorter, so. Yes, sir. Oh, tana mani numo, yana samanda dini, upaseri, ugasai, vimina mina nai. Yana in the mana bruni, yana shamanda duni, yana sabona way, vimina mina nai. Yes, sir. Achua kiana manao, wabiana kanatuna, umasanda, umake, vimina mina nai. Yan in the mana bruni, yan is a mana duni, yan in the bone away, Vimina mina na. Achuaki amanao, asam wama, wuma seed, wukananda, wuma say, Vimina mina na. Yan in the mana bruni, yan is a mana duni, yan in the bone away, Vimina mina na. Men and women are women, but women are gonna win, man! Woo!
Thank you. Our third song is kind of traditional dance way.
Yeah, so you can actually dance with us. It's very easy. The steps are like that. Just step down with your flat foot.
Kuressaares, naine läinud Venemaale, kellele ta andub, kui Saaremaal on lukku pandud, kui aga võis Vene moodi, see ei ole mere moodi. Võta rata Lätti, kui võta ratas lähme Lätti, kui aga Lätis kui ei ole pidevalt emotsioone, aga nagu veetud, kui piiri pealt tõmban Leetu, kui Leedumaa pealt kannan ette, Šiauliaisse jalad vette. Vesi kui ei Poola, ei tule lähme Poola, kui Poolamaa pandud ja luku oli pandud ja pirogi on Poolas, kui tulge nüüd na pomoš, kui puusa kõrvale, suud suule hingake ja kõht kõhu vastu, kui liigutage vastu kõik. Puusa kõrvale ja suud suule hingake ja kõht kõhu vastu, kui liigutage vastu kõik. Hõlgõla kõrvale ja päike jalg jalad alla peale, käsi vesi silma vastu, kui liigutage vastu kõik. Hõlgõla kõrvale ja käike jalg jalad alla peale, käsi vesi silma vastu, kui liigutage vastu kõik. Sussussadi ära maaga, igaüks oma kallimaaga ja kes on veel ilma, aipuru talle silma. Sussussadi ära maaga, igaüks oma kallimaaga ja kes on veel ilma, aipuru talle silma. Puusa kõrvale ja suud suule hingake ja kõht kõhu vastu, kui liigutage vastu kõik. Puusa kõrvale ja suud suule hingake ja kõht kõhu vastu, kui liigutage vastu kõik. Hõlgõla kõrvale ja päike jalg jalad alla peale, käsi vesi silma vastu, kui liigutage vastu kõik. Hõlgõla kõrvale ja päike jalg jalad alla peale, käsi vesi silma vastu, kui liigutage vastu kõik. Sussussadi ära maaga, igaüks oma kallimaaga ja kes on veel ilma, aipuru talle silma. Sussussadi ära maaga, igaüks oma kallimaaga ja kes on veel ilma, aipuru talle silma.
Thank you, Puulup.
I don't know about you, but the theme here was singing and dancing along. I hope you enjoyed it. If you're seeing and hearing us, this means that you've successfully found and logged into WorksUp. Please don't forget to create a profile to have all access to all features. You can use this platform for not just following the presentations and discussions, but also to ask questions from speakers and actively engage with other participants. For example, ask for a one-on-one virtual meeting with them.
Yes, and there are a few other things that you can do on WorksUp, and we've set up a few so-called tasks for you. First one concerns the international nature of this conference. We would actually like to see how international our conference is. And in order for you to show us how that is, please go to the schedule part in your WorksUp app and try to find the first keynote speech. And next to the item in the schedule, you should have a button called Tasks. If you click that, a text box should open up where you'll be first asked about your name. And secondly, we would like you to insert which country are you from. And please do that in English. And what we are trying to do is to create a nice little word cloud out of that. And I think we can, if some of you have already done so, some of the quicker ones of you, I guess we can already try to see if we can, I think it's coming up there right now. So at the moment, only Estonia and Sweden represented, now also Denmark. So let's see how it goes. Let's give it a few seconds.
Mainly Estonia, I guess it shows the word bigger, the one.
Yeah, it should.
Where we have.
Or maybe the first one. Wow, Sudan. Or is it South Sudan? I think it's South Sudan.
United Kingdom, Denmark.
Getting more and more international, this picture. A few people from Finland, it seems. So, Slovakia, very nice. So it's it's a bit tricky with those countries that have more than one word in their name.
Yeah.
So we have both United and Kingdom. It's separate at the moment, but I guess we all get what this is about. So let's give it another 10 seconds. Also give our musicians time.
Yeah, and it looks like more and more people are finding their way to the word cloud, which is nice. We'll be using that more today. So
exactly. So
a little practice round for you.
Yeah. And it seems that we do have a really nice geographic coverage there. And I'm especially glad that we are not only a European conference. Of course, the time zones are having their effect on who can easily take part in the conference and to whom this is a bit of a hassle, understandably. I guess you can continue filling in the countries you are from. While you're doing that, I will move on with a bit of an introduction. The person I would like to introduce you is our keynote speaker. It's Kadri Aavik, who is a PhD and an associate professor of gender studies at Tallinn University, and whose keynote speech will be about how men are expanding the circle of compassion, about vegan men, and what they can show us about care. So, Kadri, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for this kind introduction. And good morning or afternoon or evening, depending on where you are joining us from. And I would like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting to give me this keynote speech. It's really an honor to be able to open this conference on men, masculinities and care. And delivering this keynote certainly is a unique experience, especially today, as we are located outside academic settings. We're actually doing this from a recording studio under blazing lights today. But it does look that these virtual conferences are becoming our new normal for many of us. And I do want to thank the organizers for taking seriously our safety and at the same time making it possible for us to hold this conference. So within the next hour, I'll be sharing some insights on men and masculinities and care based on my ongoing research focusing on vegan men. So they are men who have given up animal products from their diets as well as beyond. And I propose that veganism can constitute one tangible way for men to cultivate and practice greater care towards non-human and human others, as well as the environment and the self. And I'm aiming to speak no more than 50 minutes or so to leave some space for questions and discussion. And I also will try to speak a little bit slower than normal because we have a translation from English into Estonian. And I hope that my slides are visible to you. So this talk that I'm going to give you today is based on an upcoming book chapter in this great book anthology, which is titled Men, Masculinities and Earth. And this is edited by Martin Haltman and Paul Poulet. And I know that Martin, I think, is also participating in this conference, and there are other contributors who may be listening. So hi there, if you are listening now. But now, shortly before going into the main topic, I'd like to mention briefly the background of this research that I'll be telling you about today. Currently, I'm involved in a research project at the University of Helsinki, and this is titled Climate Sustainability in the Kitchen, Everyday Food Cultures in Transition. This project examines cultural change towards more sustainable ways of living and eating. And specifically, we focus on plant-based food and veganism. And gender and intersectionality are key perspectives through which we look at these issues. And there's also an activist orientation to the project, so we do have a practical outcome as well. We have developed climate-friendly vegan recipes, which are mainly targeted at large kitchens and canteens. But now, to move on to the topic of my talk, I'll start by shortly stating some maybe more obvious, but also some maybe a little bit less known information about where we are as humanity in terms of the condition of our natural environment, but especially focusing on how we treat other species and how this links to our own well-being as individuals, as societies, and what are the implications for social equality. And you may already imagine that this may not be a very pleasant or hopeful information, but as I will be pointing out, there are ways in which we can reshape our relationship to other life around us. So I'll start by a few comments on human-animal relations and social and environmental justice in the Anthropocene. So as we all know, we live in this era termed the Anthropocene, where humans are really profoundly changing the Earth's biosphere in ways that are detrimental to our ecosystems and all life on Earth. And at the same time, on the social front, we are facing a number of social challenges, amongst them rising inequalities. Now, it has been established by now that this current global crisis, ecological crisis, is largely driven by humanity's consumption of other animals on an industrial scale. And this has reached really extraordinary dimensions globally. So farmed animals are actually making up 60% of all mammals on Earth. And also, more than 70 billion land animals are killed for food annually. So these are quite staggering numbers. And they point to a profound ethical crisis in human-animal relations. This crisis has very institutional dimensions. So we've got this, what we can call animal-industrial complex, so these industries altogether. And this is a speciesist social institution, and it is upheld by governments and supported by private businesses as well as individual consumers. And often when we hear those very staggering numbers that I just quoted, they really don't help us very well to connect with the fates and lives of individual animals in that system, who are routinely harmed and exploited to satisfy human taste buds mostly. So the harmful consequences of consuming other animals on our ecosystems have been increasingly recognized, and this is quite well known by now. Also by some quite mainstream organizations. And it's been estimated that animal agriculture is responsible for between 18 to 51% of all greenhouse gases that humans produce. And it also uses a lot of land, so 70% of all agricultural land and 30% of all land on the planet. But what I want to kind of look closer at, so beyond these quite devastating impacts on that animal farming has on other animals and the environment, there's quite a typically overlooked but a very crucial aspect to the consumption of other animals. This has damaging consequences on human beings as well, and particularly, I mean, more vulnerable groups and communities. So I just have a few examples here. So when we think of jobs in slaughterhouses, this is some of the most dangerous kinds of work, and with high risk of injury, stress, trauma, as well as poor pay. And in many countries, this is performed mostly by racialized and ethnicized people, so quite vulnerable groups. And also, when we think of climate change more broadly, it overwhelmingly impacts more vulnerable countries and communities, and we can be looking at climate refugees already now or very soon. So there are many more examples like this, and if we are to strive towards a truly equitable and sustainable world, so we have to take seriously and challenge our treatment of non-human animals. And this should involve moving beyond our anthropocentric thinking and also include species in our thinking, including in feminist research. So what are some ways out? So I'm going to talk a little bit about moving towards more ethical and sustainable food practices. So it's quite clear that we need to do something in this situation. And also in academic discussions, actually, we have been talking about this for already decades. So we have in feminist research, we have adopted this post-humanist paradigm where we value other life beyond human life, and we see it as entangled with humanity and its well-being. This is a really welcome turn, but so far, I think it ultimately falls somewhat short, because this consideration of non-human animals or other life beyond our own has mostly remained on the symbolic level, and it really hasn't translated into improving the actual condition of non-human animals. So in terms of my own personal values and academic research, I want to be concerned about also the material well-being of other animals, and not just care about them symbolically. And that's also where this research and my talk today is situated. So given this unethical and unsustainable nature of animal-based food production, there is a really pressing need to rethink our food consumption and our food systems. So, and now this has been recognized also very widely by scholars, by quite mainstream international organizations. And I should highlight quite recently the Eat Lancet Commission on Food, Planet and Health published a report where they envision what they call a great food transformation, where they say that the food eaten by humans should be both healthy and sustainable, and such food is really mostly plant-based. And also plant-based foods, as we know by now, these diets are suitable and they are nutritionally adequate for human beings. So in practical terms, we could think then that perhaps veganism could be one of the potential solutions to the crisis we are facing. So this could be a way of practicing care towards non-human others, ecosystems, as well as humans. And today I'll be focusing on kind of individual practices of the vegan men I'll be speaking about. But I want to note that this transformation cannot only be achieved through individual, particularly consumption practices, but we also need quite large-scale institutional initiatives and change. And I'll come back to this point at the end if I have time. Now, I'm going to move on really to this issue of men, masculinities and care and ecology. And I will link environmental and animal justice with gender here. So we have this kind of two interlinked issues. On the one hand, we are dealing with this important question in gender and feminist research and activism about the potential for more just gender relations. So in critical studies of men and masculinities, we have for a long time paid attention to men's identities and practices in fostering more egalitarian gender relations. We are theorizing alternative forms of masculinity. So this is on the one hand. And at the same time, we have this ecological crisis, and increasingly more attention has been paid to gender in this context. And also this has included kind of concern with the role of men and masculinities. So there's now some work done on that as well. And there's this concept of ecological masculinities that was introduced by Martin Haltman and Paul Poulet. So this has been used to describe men's kind of doing of gender in ways that, on the one hand, aspire towards greater gender equality, but also then develop more ecologically sustainable ways of living. And these two aspects are seen as intertwined and cannot really be separated easily. So actually, food and eating practices are gendered in important ways and linked to men and masculinities. So there have been certain kind of practices, such as meat eating, unhealthy eating, as well as distancing from household cooking, that have been identified as among some key kind of food practices or cultural patterns that are associated with men and masculinities. And of particular groups of men whose everyday food practices contribute to less violent and more sustainable ways of living, I think vegan men stand out as an interesting case, and they may challenge these patterns that I just highlighted, and this may have positive implications for gender equality. And interestingly, there is some previous research on gender in the context of veganism, and this has kind of explored vegan and as well as vegetarian men, their identities and practices. And primarily this has been studied in Western contexts. And so what this research has found is that from the point of view of gender and gendered power relations, veganism actually offers some ways of doing masculinity differently. So there are particularly ecofeminist scholars. They have argued that by refraining from consuming animals and going vegan, men are disrupting the link between hegemonic masculinity and meat eating. And this is a very powerful element in dominant constructions of masculinity. So by becoming vegan, men open up avenues for negotiating new, non-normative masculinities, and they may challenge our traditional understandings of what it means to be manly. But this is kind of the more optimistic picture, but we have to be a little bit critical and cautious also about this. Some research has pointed out that while men's veganism may challenge some gendered and other power relations, it leaves others in place, or it's sort of ambiguous. It kind of does both. But still, we know relatively little about this, and that's something I'm exploring in my research. So this relationship between men's veganism and their gender and gender equality practices. Now, next, and this really relates to the topic of our conference, I want to specifically speak about care in the context of men and masculinities and men's veganism. So how is this linked to care? And here I'm inspired by ecofeminist work. These scholars have talked a lot about care, about the ethics of care. And there's this idea that we should expand our idea of care beyond anthropocentrism. So when we think of veganism, why people become vegan? So typically, there are three reasons. There are ethical reasons that concern the well-being of animals. Then there are environmental as well as health. And what I think quite well links all these aspects is the idea of care and sustaining relationships of care. So towards non-human animals, local and global ecosystems, as well as practices of self-care. So I think care is a sort of an idea that links all these aspects. So when framed through this notion of care, we could say that veganism can be thought of as a responsive or effective ethics of non-violence. And it's also, I should note, a very embodied, like everyday practice of care for non-human animals, earth, other animals, other humans, and the self. It could be at least that way. And then for men in particular, veganism offers potential to kind of engage in or strengthen their sense of care and their relationships of care. And veganism really means kind of grounding care in everyday practice. It involves demonstrating our concern for others in our material practices beyond just discursive declarations. And as we also know, care has traditionally been associated with women's lives and practices. And for men, it has been argued that sort of orientation towards care and caring is rather exceptional. Although this is changing, of course, and I think also vegan men are quite an interesting group to study in this context. And now I come really to this part of the talk where I will share some empirical insights from my own research. I'll introduce some findings to you on the potential of men's veganism to foster alternative, more egalitarian and ecological masculinities in ways that support commitments to more just gender and other power relations and to non-human life. And there are two main questions that I'll be kind of asking and trying to explore here. So how do vegan men practice care? And very crucially, whether and how is their veganism linked to social justice and gender equality? Just to give you a little bit of context, I cannot go in detail with this today, but I focus on the Nordic context where vegan men and their practices haven't been really studied so much. And I have done qualitative interviews, over 60 interviews in total, with men based in Finland and in Estonia. And I explored their stories, their narratives of going vegan and living as vegan. And I do have here on the slides a bit of information, background information about these men. They were 18 to 56 years of age, and on average, they were 34 years old. And maybe I should also note, and this is quite significant, that they were definitely a privileged group of men. They were white, they were predominantly ethnic, Estonian or Finnish, typically middle class, living in urban areas, and educated. So this is quite a unique profile, and that should be taken into account when exploring their veganism and seeing what its implications are. So in my findings, and what I'm going to kind of share now, it's divided into three intertwined aspects, and actually there are four, but I combined the two first. So I will be looking at, when I look at vegan men's practices of care, I'll explore how they practice care towards non-human life, the other animals, as well as the environment. They can be viewed separately, but here I put them together because also it is so entangled for these men, as I will be showing. Then also care for the self, so how they practice that, how they, through veganism, kind of practice care for their own selves. And then finally, for human others. So I'll be looking at their politics and practices of gender and intersectionality. But before I go into these three aspects, I want to just talk a little bit about the transition to veganism, because how did they actually get there? What were their motivations? And that also tells us something about care, I think. So these narratives of transition were quite diverse. For most, this was quite a long process and perhaps gradual. So some went vegetarian first, and for some it was also quite abrupt. So there were both kinds of ways represented. And also the context in which their veganism emerged was quite different. Some of the men were located in social settings that were more conducive to a vegan transition. For instance, they had vegan friends, family members, they had more information about veganism, but other participants in the research didn't have such favorable conditions. But despite actually those diverse experiences, there was a common theme throughout these transition narratives. And this was a gradual realization that the change is needed in one's behavior towards what was thought as a more appropriate or harmonious way of living in terms of relating to other species, ecosystems, and their own body, as well as health. So for most, this involved a recognition that the way that we treat other animals is unethical. And then they developed this desire to stop participating in this harmful practice. And for others, actually, this motivation, at least initially, had to do with their concern about their own health, in fact, what the animal products do to the body. And they had the desire to improve their health. And for a few, actually, knowledge about environmental consequences of animal farming on an industrial scale prompted them to go vegan. And what was interesting that it was typically one of these considerations, or sometimes two, that was the initial driver. But after a while, more than one, or perhaps even all of those reasons became important for them to live as a vegan. And I do have here a few quotes. I always like to illustrate my findings with quotes from the interview material. I've used the pseudonyms to refer to the research participants. And here we have the first one, Panu from Finland, who said that the ethical aspect turned me gradually to veganism. I just couldn't consume animal products anymore because I became aware of the horrors and suffering. So first it was all about ethics, and then I became more aware of the ecological consequences of animal consumption. So you here can see how the reasons also change. So it started with one, and then it moved to another, and it was a broader awareness of what's going on in this industry. And I have another quote here to illustrate this initial focus only on self-care, actually, and how this transformed into broader care for other life. So Timo here says, first, it was only for my own health, but it really changed, I think, already after being a vegetarian for half a year. It had drastically changed to rather moral or ethical reasons, really feeling with the animals. So he describes his first concern with his own health, and then actually concern for other animals. And this feeling with the animals also kind of draws attention to the emotions that he was experiencing, and that figured quite prominently in the narratives. I'll be kind of returning to that point. But now, after this, I'll really get into these three aspects I wanted to introduce here. So how did these men express or practice care for other animals and for the environment, as well as beyond? Because you'll see how for them this kind of care is broader. It can never be, or very rarely can be, just for the animals. And they made a lot of links between these different aspects. So when we kind of we can look at how these men understood veganism, what it meant for them to really understand this aspect here. So broadly, for them, living as a vegan was considered the best, or even the only acceptable way for many to live once they had become vegan. It was seen as the best way to practice non-violence and care, as well as to minimize harm as a result of one's life and choices. So to minimize harm mainly or initially towards non-human animals, but also typically towards other beings, as expressed in this quote here by Tapani, who says, "The leading idea for me is how you can minimize the harm with the resources you have." So this minimizing harm is quite a key word, or this figured really prominently. The idea of we want to minimize harm really more broadly. And even for those whose main aim was to avoid causing harm to other animals, veganism was seen as a way of contributing to a better world more broadly, a more caring and sustainable way of relating to the environment, to others, and to oneself. And here we have Eetu from Finland, who says, "I knew I was doing something right and correct by not contributing to animal suffering, and also not causing as much environmental impact. And then also because the way I eat, or because of the vegan diet, I also knew that the Western diet can cause you a heart attack. And so by diet and lifestyle, you can really make a difference in your life and well-being." So here he comes to his own life and well-being and kind of relates this animal suffering and what happens to animals in these industries to his own life and well-being. To kind of end this section of care for other animals and the environment, I do want to share quite a long quote here because I think it's quite powerful. This is a quote by a man called Tom, who's I think it's a really powerful story that he shares. It's a powerful and emotional story of a life-changing encounter with a non-human animal. It was a really profound moment of connection that he experienced that started his path towards veganism. And here I'll share it with you. So he speaks of an experience where he was a young man, he was really a teenager, and he was traveling with his father in Southeast Asia. And he says, I was in this resort, this kind of hotel at the base, at the foot of some beautiful mountains covered in rainforest. I just went exploring and I found this concrete pool, swimming pool with the mountains behind it. And at the edge of the pool, there was a concrete cell. So it was like concrete on 3 sides. And on one side, there were thick metal bars. And inside, there was an orangutan. She was quite lifeless. I mean, she was obviously alive. Her hand kind of wrapped around the steel bar. She did not look at me so much as look through me. Her eyes glazed over. For all intents and purposes, she was gone. I think she was not at all engaged in the world. I would imagine even if I was able to open the bars, I doubt she would have been bothered to climb out. And that really struck me. It just hit me with an immense sadness that I felt, looking into her eyes, that felt much like my own. I identified with her as a being, not just another, in inverted commas, animal, but a being that I identified with, I related to, that I felt like. And I couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if I was in that cage. What kind of life that would be, how I would cope, how I could survive in such a situation. But looking at her, I could imagine, could be not so dissimilar to what it might be like if a human being was in such a state. So that kind of hit home in a new way, perhaps for me at the time, that, these boundaries I was drawing between myself, others, and then non-human animals was such a farcical distinction that it was really hard for me to cling on to that. I couldn't do that with all human decency. So I felt that it was not right for me to be treating animals the way I had been. So this is quite an emotional and powerful story that you could say a lot about this, but I'll leave it with you to kind of experience it and develop your own feelings and thoughts about it. But to kind of summarize this part, so veganism then was regarded as a conscious way of life and intervention to the world, rather than a lifestyle or a trend which could be adopted or rejected on a whim. So typically, these aspects, concern for other animals, environment, and the self, were entangled. And now I move on to the second point, which is about personal transformation and care for the self. So even if that wasn't the main aim, it sort of followed, or for many, this was what they practiced or cultivated through veganism. So typically for these men, going vegan was quite an important change in their lives. And for many, it was part of like a broader personal transformation. And this sometimes included things like giving up alcohol, taking better care of one's health, in some cases, some kind of even spiritual awakening, although this was quite rare. And we can't really say, or I cannot claim that veganism really triggered those things, or but it's quite significant that these processes were taking place in parallel with the shift to veganism. And in some instances, going vegan was regarded as a catalyst for some of these changes. So these men recognized veganism as a kind of new normal for them in their lives. And it really became an important part of their sense of self. And they didn't see a possibility of going back. They typically noted an increased sense of awareness of what's going on in the world and openness to new knowledge, and even an emergence of a more critical mind, which was quite intertwined with an increased sense of empathy that they told me about. Here I have a quote by Timo, who says, "Veganism has made me a more empathetic person, less arrogant, less ignorant, and also this drastic change. I think that's also freeing a lot." Like liberating, he means. When you grow up in a cultural environment where it's normal that you eat meat, and then you find out it's actually wrong. I've been doing that all my life. I never questioned it. And now that I start thinking about it, I find out it's more wrong than anything else that I ever did. It's like I've been doing this completely wrong thing, like just completely bad. And I've just been doing that for years. And I had no idea because everyone is doing it. And that kind of frees yourself from your culture in a way, because you start doubting also other things around you. I became a more critical thinker towards my culture environment. And also the government, or like towards the country I live with. So he challenged quite a lot of institutions. Nobody told me that they, he means farmed animals, have been caged and that they have never seen the sunlight. Nobody told me that. Where is the consumer protection there? The slaughterhouses should have glass walls, and then this information should be available and be provided. So I'm certainly much more critical due to the fact that I found out I have been betrayed all my life. And it kind of continues with this thread. Right, and so some of the men thought of themselves as always having been compassionate people, even prior to their vegan transition. But then by going vegan, they kind of saw this as putting their empathy and care in practice. And so veganism kind of made them more compassionate and caring. As we have a quote here from Tanel from Estonia, who says, well, I talk about some kind of emotions and feelings then after I decided to go vegan. I don't remember how long it took, but like this empathy or love or understanding towards animals, that increased a lot. I became much kinder. The tree that grows here is as important to the world as I am. So yes, I became more caring and loving, especially towards animals, he says. On the whole, so men overwhelmingly highlighted the emergence of a more positive sense of self, stemming from living their everyday lives in accordance with the values, contributing to a better world and systemic change. And here we have a quote from Ilmari from Finland, who says, it was like very, very empowering. It was like you were in control of that, because it is, because I was like, oh, I'm responsible for what happens in the farms. And also, in a way, you're also not, because you are indirectly responsible. So it was empowering to be like, well, at least I'm cutting myself out of that. So this sense of responsibility was highlighted a lot, that now we can actually, we can have a say, or we can do something so that these animals wouldn't be harmed as a result of our actions. So this positive sense of self emerged as a result of caring about the lives of non-human others. So it was a form of other-directed care. And I also here, as a kind of, I think it's the last thing in this topic, I want to share how also, this is a really interesting example of how this personal transformation of going vegan was seen in gender terms. So like a development towards a more caring and emotional masculine self. Lukas from Finland says, I feel like maybe being male and vegan, it has kind of like opened me up to these softer emotions and these kinds of things that would not be considered like necessarily as masculine features. Because I have been vegan, that is already something that sets me somewhat apart from these things. It has kind of open space. And I've kind of seen the same thing in a lot of these vegan male friends of mine. So he kind of identifies a pattern and also sets himself apart from many other men. And he kind of says, yes, that veganism has transformed me into this more caring man who has more empathy and kind of experiencing and expressing softer emotions. I think that's quite significant. And so, in fact, just to say shortly about emotions, that they figured quite prominently in men's narratives of transitioning to veganism and their experience of living as vegan. Often it was in parallel with kind of claims that veganism, going vegan is a very rational and logical thing to do, which was also present in many narratives. But then emotions were very prominent there, as maybe you remember from Tom's story a few slides ago. So men spoke of strong emotional and visceral reactions they experienced when witnessing cruelty towards non-human animals. The emotions cited also included anger and frustration as well, particularly initially when they learned about this industry and its consequences. So the expression of empathy has traditionally, of course, been associated with women. And I think vegan men's accounts of relating to non-human animals are a compelling illustration of how empathy is cultivated and practiced by men. Okay, so now I come to the kind of last aspect here that I want to open up before I wrap this up. And this concerns care for human others more particularly. And in my research, and this is something I'm still studying and kind of working through, I want to learn something about vegan men's gender and intersectional politics and practices. So this actually is quite an important aspect, whether and how vegan men link veganism to gender and other social justice causes. And it's part of definitely this term of ecological masculinities. And I identified in my study 2 main ways in which these connections were made. And I'll first start with the first one. So where veganism was explicitly regarded as part of a broader agenda of social justice, part of one's egalitarian values and progressive politics. And here I also share some quotes with you. And first is by Veli-Matti from Finland, who says, basically it's the same thing. Racism, violence, speciesism, veganism, like they all go together. I don't see different being violent to humans or animals. So he sees violence as interconnected, and he takes this very intersectional kind of perspective and seeing these forms of oppression as all really linked and connected, and like that we have to deal with them kind of together, so we can't really separate them. Also, transitioning to veganism was seen as expanding one's understanding of interlinked forms of oppression. Here we have Markus from Estonia, who says, veganism makes you very sensitive to injustice towards animals. It's a thing of privilege. We're in such a privileged position in relation to animals that we have taken the right to call them things. This idea of superiority has been unpleasant to me since I was a child. Someone taking a position of authority, not because of their worth, but for some other reason. For example, in relations between men and women, I have already observed this before my veganism. Often men want to show women their place. So here he challenges kind of hierarchies, and he challenges our privilege as human beings, but also perhaps his own privilege as a man. And he links those issues of kind of this idea of superiority that we have towards animals, but then also he brings in gender inequality specifically. So so this kind of, I have a few more quotes I want to share, which I think are quite telling. So the emergence of a more critical perspective on society upon going vegan was really seen as helping to develop an awareness of different forms of injustice among human beings. So quite interesting that you kind of first directed your attention towards the concerns of animals, other animals, and then you became more sensitive to questions about inequalities in human societies. So here is Nico from Finland, that first quote on the slide, who says, maybe it's kind of that's one thing that's kind of made me question more, also about other things, kind of examine my values and not just doing things that other people are doing, and that's okay. Look more critically at things, like for example, the gender issue. I used to be more ambivalent about it, or at least that doesn't concern me, so I don't have to think about it. So I would say that it has also had an influence on that. So he kind of specifically recognizes that he's become more aware about those gender issues. And here I want to kind of make a little bit the distinction that it was typical for some Finnish research participants in particular to really explicitly see veganism as part of their kind of a broader set of values and politics, such as pacifism, non-violence, anti-racism, pro-feminism, and they, many of them had these values even before going vegan. And these men challenged hierarchies and unjust power relations, and they sought to better understand and examine their own male privilege. And typically they were had a quite distinct profile. They had social science, including gender studies degrees. They lived in biggest Finnish cities, and their social circles were kind of composed of people with very similar leftist political leanings. And also this illustrates to me how some social and cultural contexts are more conducive to the emergence of veganism and linking it to the wider social justice agenda. Because in Finland, compared to Estonia, there are kind of different gender norms and I could say more equal gender relations, and that definitely enables also men to practice masculinity in ways that is maybe more egalitarian and alternative. And also an interesting thing was that these vegan men most of them the Finnish men had opted out from the compulsory military service in Finland and chosen the civilian service, which was a decision that preceded their veganism and aligned with their pacifist ideas. We have Lucas here who says, ever since I kind of started having some kind of political consciousness, the main idea for pretty much all my beliefs is that I don't want to cause any unnecessary harm to anyone. So veganism goes in line with that, as well as doing this civilian service and all my other political beliefs as well. So we see kind of this package of like his views, and this included pacifism, not harming animals or other beings. Okay, and then this civilian service that they opted for typically actually involved some form of care work. This was seen quite an important kind of turning point in their lives. And then I want to present the last quote on this slide by Gordon from Finland. And so this kind of illustrates this idea that men who explicitly identified as pro-feminist and embraced an intersectional agenda, they also tended to express critical views on masculinity or some forms of masculinity. So here Gordon kind of talks about this toxic masculinity. He says, I think toxic masculinity is damaging, not just for animals, but also for women, for, people of different sexual preference. I see these all connected, and it's a big problem for a lot of different beings on this planet when men think that they have to be this way and are raised to be this way. I think it's harmful to a lot of different creatures because all creatures on this planet deserve respect, freedom, and equality. So I think this nicely summarizes the kind of ideas of kind of linking all these different kinds of oppressions. And now there was also a second way of kind of relating to gender and intersectionality, which kind of outwardly seems a bit more pessimistic. So these men didn't make connections between veganism and other social justice causes, or maybe they saw these connections as unimportant. And for a few, veganism and animal justice were deliberately kind of seen as separate issues. They were not to be linked. And we have here Peter from Estonia who says, I would totally keep them separate. I somehow understand this connection, but I think it's a thing that would alienate men from veganism, he means. I mean, if you put them all together, then if you are vegan, you always have to be a feminist and to support gay rights, etc. It would be great if people were like this. But even if someone wants to be all that and agrees to all this, but if you ask them to commit to all this, they would say, hey, that's too much for me. I see this connection and why there's a synergy there, but I think they should be thought of as a separate issue. So he kind of like, his own position in this is kind of ambiguous. He kind of says like, well, I understand this and I would want it to be this way, that these issues would be interlinked, but then maybe society is not ready for that, he kind of implies here. But I want to say that, however, even those who did not explicitly identify as pro-feminist or didn't practice intersectional politics recognized in some form or another the links between masculinity and meat eating and gender stereotypes that prevent a lot of men from going vegan. And also, many men, including those who didn't explicitly associate those issues, they shared some kind of mostly negative experiences of standing out as vegan in kind of masculine work environments and among non-vegan male friends. And in these narratives, they typically presented themselves as different from other men, more aware, more caring, and distancing themselves from this kind of what they saw as toxic forms of masculinity. So even those men who positioned themselves, who didn't want to kind of link themselves with pro-feminism, admitted to having developing kind of more empathetic and caring selves through relating to non-human animals and their suffering. Okay, I do have quite a little time left, and I do want to now attempt to wrap this up. So I have, in today's talk, engaged with some quite important issues and linked them. So issues of gender, social change, sustainable food practices, and human-animal relations in this age of the Anthropocene. And I have explored how, to use Martin Haltman and Paul Poulet's term, how ecological masculinities might look like in more concrete terms through the framework of veganism. I was drawing on the narratives of vegan men in Finland and Estonia. And I I examined men's veganism through the notion of care. So care towards non-human animals, environment, other human beings and the self. And some or all these forms of care were either consciously pursued by the men in this study, or they also sometimes emerged kind of more inadvertently through their vegan praxis. And as you saw here and what I presented, men considered going vegan as a significant and positive change in their lives. And often this process of transformation started with some kind of recognition that a change is needed in how one relates to others, to animals, the environment, or their own health. And as I pointed out, it was typical for one of these aspects to be the main driver for going vegan, but then later other aspects became important. And also I kind of highlighted some of the kind of consequences for these men for going vegan. So a kind of greater awareness, a sense of openness and a more critical mind. And as well as then kind of becoming more caring and empathetic. And I also did highlight then a kind of a little bit difference between Estonia and Finland in this one aspect of like, do you connect those oppressions, the inequalities and oppressions in human societies with the oppression of animals? And in Finland, that was done more than in Estonia. But then, as I also kind of tried to point out, you can't very well neatly separate these men because inadvertently even they contribute to kind of more caring relations towards other beings. And then overall, I suggest that for men, veganism could serve as one concrete way to perform care and ultimately contribute to the emergence of more ecological masculinities. But just kind of finally, the seemingly kind of transformative potential of men's veganism, I think it also needs some critical engagement alongside with this more optimistic picture that I've painted here. And a crucial question to ask is whether and to what extent men's veganism as an individual practice, which first and foremost is enacted through consumerism, translates into broader social and institutional change in terms of both altering human-animal relations and gender power relations. I'll kind of a little bit talk about the second more, but definitely there are these issues that through this kind of capitalist consumerism, we should be critical about the possibilities to challenge, for instance, the capitalist system that produces a lot of inequalities, including gender equality. But then regarding the potential for changing gender relations, despite this evidence of kind of alternative ways of doing masculinity by these vegan men in kind of micro settings, it is unclear whether and how these alternative gender practices ultimately actually challenge these men's privileged position in the gender system and in the social hierarchy more broadly. So it could be that by doing masculinity in different ways, vegan men may change the content of hegemonic masculinity, but they are less likely to shake men's hegemony itself. So as I've pointed out, the men in my study were privileged in terms of gender, race and class, and then these privileges enabled them to transition to veganism more easily compared to less privileged men, I would suggest. In some cases, maybe this kind of privilege, even as going vegan as a privileged man, it may even bolster their kind of masculinity. It could be, but this is an issue that I'm going to explore further in my research. But despite these limitations, I suggest that veganism is a tangible way in which men can begin to practice care for human and non-human others, the earth and themselves, and thereby move towards more ecological masculinities. There is a need for particularly privileged Western men to cultivate more empathetic, kinder and caring ways of being and relating to all life. This is because they are a powerful social group who are most responsible for climate change. And this is a necessity in this urgent times of escalating crisis. And given that oppressions are interlinked, social and environmental justice cannot be achieved without animal justice. This means we must extend our care to other species beyond our own. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this food for thought. So some of you listeners have already used this option of asking questions online. You can do so by clicking on the Q&A button next to Kadri's name on the agenda on Worksup. You have the same option of asking questions after each panel. If you don't feel like asking questions yourself, you can upvote others' questions, and me or Siim will be asking the questions that have the most likes and that the most people are interested in hearing answers to. We also have some people behind the scenes helping us filter the questions, and they might remove questions that have already been answered by the speaker, so just so you know. So we have one question for Kadri. We actually have more questions, but just time to ask one out loud. But please have a look at all the other questions there as well and discuss them among yourselves on Worksup. But the question I would like to ask out loud here is, and it's the most popular question, how to effectively tackle speciesism, and how is speciesism similar to other isms, such as sexism and racism?
Okay, thank you for this question. This is a really huge question. We could spend a lot of time talking about this. So one side of it is like how we can tackle this, and the other is how it is connected to other forms of oppression. And definitely, yeah, in my research, I talk about this a bit more, but maybe shortly I could say that speciesism is a kind of form of domination that, you know, privileged groups, privileged humans are able to treat other beings who are not seen as valuable as their own species, or who are seen as lesser beings. They're able to treat them in quite unethical ways, and this is speciesism is very much in our institutions. So we have got the animal industrial complex, and we kind of use other animals on a daily basis to satisfy our own needs. And so it has been highlighted that in a way, and these are kind of, you can't really always compare them directly, but these kind of oppressions, like kind of gender inequality and kind of racial oppression and so speciesism, they kind of have some similar principles. So that's exactly this idea of like that there are dominant groups of people who then use their kind of power over others. And so we could say that the kind of core mechanism is similar here, but there are very specific differences of you know, kind of how we then assign lesser value to certain beings, and then how we accordingly we treat them in unethical ways. And there are many parallels here, but also we have to be sensitive to the kind of very unique ways in which each of these oppressions happen, like not to kind of directly compare the suffering of one group to another, but to recognize these power relations that are always present in this system. And how to effectively tackle speciesism, this is also huge, and there has to be efforts on really many fronts. So definitely these individual efforts that I've been talking about today, like these men, and maybe showing example to other men, they're going vegan, and they kind of these men see their veganism as entirely compatible with their masculinity. So maybe that's like showing a good example and doing it through individual practices. And at the same time, I think there really has to be institutional change as well, because the ability of someone to go vegan, to try to tackle speciesism, it really depends on like how institutions enable that in a way. Like if, for instance, if you are unable to have plant-based meals in a school, in the education system, then your ability to kind of fight speciesism on this individual level, it's diminished. So we really need both at the same time, and they reinforce in each other. So kind of individual change, using individual agency to challenge speciesism, as well as this institutional change, and they should go in parallel. And there are many actors in kind of both spheres that who have an important role. Very shortly, something like that, but there's a lot to talk about.
Thank you. Definitely a lot of thoughts here.
Mm-hmm. Now if we are looking at the clock, the time is actually ripe for a short networking break. And what you can do is what you usually do during the networking break: have a stretch, grab a cup of coffee. But as we don't have a physical room to meet in, then please do make use of the workshop possibilities. There's a special button there called Meetings, and you can basically look at other participants here and ask for a meeting with someone and maybe have a cozy little chat on the sidelines of the conference as you would normally. We'll be back here at exactly 11:30, so see you then.
project coming?
I had written a few words down.
That all? You usually do better.
I really don't know how to write a song. I can compose music, but I just don't know how to write a song.
Look, what is a song, anyway? Have you ever heard Birdsong? Are you going to tell Walt Whitman his Song of Myself isn't a song? Don't let someone else's form define you. You sing your own song. Take your own form.
Yeah.
You do you, Manajoki. I'll see you next week.
Oh, okay.
Trance music is basically a form of music which, when someone listens, he goes into a state of trance and he dances. Trance music is basically a form of music which, when someone listens, he goes into a state of trance and he dances. Basically moves his body to a rhythmic pattern for a very long time, for almost 8 minutes, maybe even 10, and a state of trance happens. That's why it's called trance, which means in Persian, halse.
Welcome back from the short break. And moving forward, our first panel is dedicated to state policies supporting active fatherhood. To tune you into this topic, we'd like you to find your way to Worksup again, and this time using the tasks button next to panel 1 in the schedule view, please enter one word that for you describes what an active fatherhood is like.
So basically, it can be a verb, a noun, or adjective, any word that comes to your mind when you think about active fatherhood. And the idea here is pretty similar to what we had in the morning, to see and chart your opinions. And I guess hopefully some of you have already put some thoughts in, and we can share that with you any second now.
Zero words so far.
Yeah, so I think it's a bit more tricky one than just asking your country, right?
See, what would be your one word for active fatherhood?
Good one.
I think I would like to say compassionate, but maybe that's because of Kadri's presentation. That's like the first word that comes to my mind.
I would have said caring, but I think it's also because that's the heading.
We are primed a bit, but
yeah, I think we're already a bit ruined in our thoughts. So, but I see that there are words coming up, such as presence, love, responsibility.
Time.
Yeah, I think love is kind of getting ahead of the others, right? Right.
Love. Looks kind of nice. Love in the middle and all the other things
Absolutely.
around it.
Absolutely.
Presence.
Yeah, I think it's kind of hard to be active without being present, right? And I guess it also, I think presence in itself is also, twofold. That a father is not just present as in the same room, but also being present mentally. I think that's also pretty important. And I'm pretty sure that's what is also covered here.
Yeah, equality, catching up with love and presence.
Yeah. Yeah, I think equality, love, caring, and presence are having a bit of a lead down there. Let's just look at this horse race for a couple of more moments. And actually, we had a bit of a thought with it as well. It's not just looking at what words you come up with, but actually, as you can all see, the words that are appearing on the board behind us, there's a lot of words there. So if you look at it's only, there's already 16 words there. And I guess that's for a reason. It is, active fatherhood is something that is multifaceted. And it means taking on quite a lot of roles and tasks. So I think it's quite logical that we have, of course, some of them do lead, such as love and caring, but you do have different aspects to it. But I'm very happy that we can now go deeply and substantively into these aspects of active fatherhood. We have a panel, an online panel ready for you, which will be moderated by Christian Weske. Christian is standing here with us, and he's the Stakeholder Relations Officer at the European Institute for Gender Equality. So Christian, the floor is yours.
Depending on your time zone, good morning, afternoon, or evening, everyone, and welcome to this first of today's panel discussions. I know that in addition to viewers here in Estonia, in Europe, we also have people that have joined us from other continents. And I would like to especially welcome the people, my colleagues who are in Lithuania, in Vilnius, in the offices and following this conference. Greetings to you from Tallinn, Estonia. My name is Christian Veske, as said, and I will be moderating the next hour or so the session on state policies supporting active fatherhood. I said I worked at the European Institute for Gender Equality, and I've done that already 8 years since August. Appropriate policies supporting the active fatherhood are really a cornerstone in achieving higher engagement of men in caretaking. But these are not enough. Still, men in Europe and worldwide are not equally engaged in care. The social norms and attitudes that surround fatherhood play an incredibly important role in shaping the outcomes of these policies. On the other hand, from EIGE's research, we also see that not everyone in the European Union can equally benefit from some of the parental leave policies that are available in the European Union. Our research showed that in the European Union, a sizable portion of the population is indeed ineligible for parental leave. Despite this, and despite the also achievements in the positive engagement of men in parental responsibilities, there is still a long way to go in socially normalizing men in the role of caretaker on all levels, from within the family unit to social perceptions and governmental policies. Today, I'm really excited here to have with me a group of knowledgeable panelists representing diverse professional backgrounds to discuss some of these issues. Our panel will start with a presentation by Nikki van der Haag. Nikki?
Hi.
Do we have you there? Good morning, Nikki.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Tere hommikust. I'm delighted to be here. I wish I was with you in person, but as you see, I'm sitting in my office. I've been asked to talk about the challenges involved in shaping policies that help us to reach a world where men and women share unpaid care and domestic work equally, where boys and men are as able as women and girls to show that they care, and where care is valued as productive work. So how can we bring about policy change? In which areas is a policy change needed? And how does policy link to other key changes, such as social norm change? I'm going to try and, sorry. I'm going to start by showing you a short film from the last year's State of the World's Fathers, produced by the Men Care Campaign and Promundo. But I also want to say that it's impossible to talk about policy or gender without bringing in the huge changes that have happened to all of us this year because of the COVID pandemic. So I'm going to try and, at the end, to talk a little bit about that and whether it's possible for COVID to bring about positive changes in active fatherhood. I will share the Men Care film with you first of all, if I can make it work. Okay, thank you. So our research for State of the World's Fathers showed that the majority of men in 7 countries want to care for their children. On average, across the 7 countries in our survey, 85% of men agreed that I will do whatever it takes in the early weeks and months of caring for my newly born or adopted child. Men want to do this, and the word I would have come up with in the Q&A at the beginning, I think, would have been joy. Joy in being a father, joy in having an active father, joy in having a partner who's active and active in fatherhood as well. So what our research for State of the World's Fathers showed as well, and it was a combination of new research and data from various countries, is that, as we all know, there's no country in the world where men and women share care equally. Adding up the time that men and women spend in paid work and unpaid care work, women on average still work more every day compared to men. And the International Labour Organization recognised that over a 15-year time span, across 23 middle and upper income countries with comparable data, the unpaid care gap between men and women has decreased in 15 years by 7 minutes a day. 7 minutes a day, that's all. And Sean Olney from the ILO, the International Labour Organization, said the glacial rate of these changes calls into question the effectiveness of past and current policies in addressing the extent and division of unpaid care work over the past 2 decades, which is why I feel it's so important to use this moment, this year, to make some real changes. And I think one of the interesting things is that unpaid care and domestic work are so undervalued, and they're partly undervalued because they're mainly done by women. And if more men became involved in caring for their children and doing the work in the home, that would change. And yet, an Oxfam report earlier this year estimated that unpaid care and domestic work contributed 10.8 trillion a year, and that was a conservative estimate to the global economy, which is 3 times the size of the world's tech industry. So care is valuable, and care is valuable also in monetary terms. So if we just look at paternity leave, in terms of laws and policies, because equal, non-transferable paid parental and paternity leave seems to be one of the keys to change. Our chart in our report marked the countries in deep green if they had such leave, in deep blue if they did not, and with a range of countries in between. Things are changing slowly in the right direction, but it takes time and effort and government willingness. And for example, after a long campaign, on July the 1st this year, parental leave for partners was extended in the Netherlands by 5 weeks, up until 2019. But partners and fathers only had 2 days of paid leave. That sometimes surprises people who think that the Netherlands is a very progressive country, but not in those terms. Sometimes these policies are enacted at national level. So obviously something like parental and paternity and maternity leave are national, but they can be supplemented by employers, so the picture is complex. But what is clear is that because of the gender pay gap and many other things, if leave is not fully paid and non-transferable, fathers simply do not take this up. And Christine's going to talk about this a bit later on, but in Europe, I think an average of only 30% of men took the parental or paternity leave they were entitled to. And men were more likely in a Eurobarometer survey to say that they would take family leave only if paid at least 75% of their salaries. But we also acknowledged in the report that it takes more than legislation to change things. So we came up with what we called 5 keys to unlock the power of care: laws and policies, social and gender norms, physical and economic security, couples and relationships, and individual men. So the change is not just at this level of laws and policies and individual men, but many different things in between. And as we can see across 18 countries where the International Men and Gender Equality Survey had been done, large majorities of men in all but a few locations agreed that changing diapers, giving birth to children, and feeding children are the mother's responsibility. This kind of attitude translates into a norm that continues to be passed from generation to generation. UNICEF data show that girls still spend 40% more time on unpaid work than boys of the same age. Which is why we came up with what we called the Men Care Commitment, to To reach 50% of unpaid care work equally shared between men and women, time use data analysis finds that men would need to increase their time spent by at least 50 minutes a day. Now, in some countries, that might be 5 hours, but at least 50 minutes a day by taking on specific work that would mean women could do less than 50 minutes a day. And to reach full equality in care, we must also set national goals of achieving equality in care work, measure who does the care, time use is really important, and track progress towards equality. So what kinds of policies do need to change? And we can talk about this a lot more, I think, when it comes to our discussion later on. I've already mentioned parental and paternity leave, high-level commitments by international organisations and governments, investment in care services, that means improved, affordable, quality childcare and elder care as well, and infrastructure. Flexible working from parents and caregiving, I'm going to come back to that in a little while. Policies and practices to prevent violence and to support survivors. Social protection for families vulnerable to poverty and expanding family and child benefits. Addressing the gender pay gap, making sure women do not disproportionately lose their jobs, particularly women of colour. And collecting data that's disaggregated by gender as well as race, sexuality, disability, etc. I'm just going to turn briefly to COVID and the negative effects on gender equality. I'm sure many of you have done research in this area and know a lot about it, but I'm just going to give a few pointers around, for example, decision making. In many countries, men have dominated decision making around the pandemic, and there's been little analysis of gender or women and men's differentiated needs. In the economy, women care workers make up 70% of frontline care workers, but they're more likely to be furloughed or to lose their jobs. And I think we're going to see more of that as time goes on. Violence, has been an increase of gender-based violence and interpersonal violence in many, many countries. Women and girls in many contexts already eat last, and as evidence, this has been exacerbated. More men than women have died, and I think we're going to be talking about that later too, and more people of colour. And in terms of unpaid care, women have been taking on even more than before. There's been homeschooling and many other tasks that they've had to do along with paid work. A survey by Oxfam and Promundo in 5 countries found that 43% of women said they were feeling more anxious, depressed, overworked, isolated or physically ill because of their increased unpaid care and domestic workload. And in Nairobi, 42% of women surveyed in their informal settlements said they were unable to do their usual paid work because of increased care commitments. So there are some worrying trends there, I think. But I also wanted to look at opportunities and the positive side. Since the pandemic began, care has been front and centre as never before. Lots of discussions, certainly in the UK and in other European countries and elsewhere, about how important care is, and this could lead to a revaluing of and a reinvestment in care. Governments have had to support care, childcare, family leave, flexible working. Employers and businesses have also had to adapt to more flexible ways of working and allow staff to work from home. And many men have been spending more time with their children and families, and they don't want to go back to the way that it was before. And just a few examples of that. In the US, for example, the share of families with equal sharing of unpaid care work increased. In Spain, too, men increased their participation in household tasks. In the UK, the gender childcare gap narrowed from 30.5% to 27.2%. And in Germany, interestingly, fathers with higher earnings working from home provided more care support. This comes from a really interesting report that UNDP produced. I just wanted to point out as well, though, that women and men don't necessarily agree about how much work men and women are doing and how they're sharing it. This is a US survey, again, as part of an Oxfam Promundo survey called How I Care. And it found that men were much more likely to say women to say that this work was equally shared. The differences are substantial. 47% of men, for example, perceived that cooking and cleaning were equally shared during the pandemic, while only 32% of women did. And even more starkly, 50% of men felt that helping with children's schoolwork is equally shared, while only 30% of women say the same. I'd be really interested to hear of your own experiences of that in the last few months. So just to conclude, because we want to have time for the panel and for discussion, I wanted just to many people will know this already, but Professor Diana Elson, who's a feminist economist, came up with what she called the 3 R's framework, which I always find incredibly useful when thinking about men and care, and particularly around policies. So recognizing unpaid and poorly paid care work, which is done primarily by women and girls, and that it's got real value, as I was saying earlier on. Reducing the number of hours spent on unpaid care tasks, and this can be done by affordable time-saving devices and care-supporting infrastructure. Redistributing unpaid care work, not just from women to men, but also to the state and the private sector. And then finally, another one was added to this, was about representation, which feels really important. So representing caregivers and ensuring they have a voice in the design of policies and services and the systems that affect their lives. Finally, I think the pandemic has thrown up many challenges, but it's also presented us with an opportunity for change. An investment in care could be an excellent way to stimulate employment, build equality between women and men, reduce the gender employment gap, and counter economic recession. And an Oxfam report noted that the global community now has a fundamental choice. We can either recycle failed austerity measures, which are likely to further deepen inequalities, or set things right by enabling a recovery that revalues care, encourages men to play full and equitable roles in unpaid care, and builds an inclusive feminist future. And I'm sure everybody listening and everybody at this conference would want to build that future and to encourage men to play a full and equal part as well. So I'm hoping that we'll have a good discussion about what we can do in order to make that happen. Thank you very much. Over to you, Christian.
Nikki, thank you very much for this very clear picture, and of course we see that care is one of the core issues that we need to talk about in today's context in Europe. So I'm very, very happy that we will have very interesting panelists coming from different countries, and I will introduce them one by one. First, we have Jens, who is joining us from Stockholm. Hello, Jens. How is Stockholm? Jens? Please unmute yourself. We cannot hear you. We will come back to Jens in a second, and we will take the next person in our panel, Christine. Christine will be joining us, I think, from Dublin, but I'm not entirely sure. Hello, Christine. How are you this morning?
Hi, Christian. Yes, I'm very well. How are you? Thank you very much for inviting me to this very special first virtual conference that I'm attending. And yes, I'm here based in Dublin and looking forward to these discussions today.
Thank you. And now, as a third person, we have Veronique, who will be joining us from Belgium, Brussels, I expect. Hello, Veronique. How is Brussels?
Not so sunny today, but I'm fine. Thank you for inviting me in this very interesting panel. So I'm very happy to be with you today.
Thank you. Looking really forward to hear your experiences. And fourth, we have Carla, who will be joining us from Lisbon in Portugal. Hello, Carla. Do we have connection to Lisbon?
Hello, Christian.
Hello,
good morning,
how are
everyone.
you? Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Very nice to have you here in the panel.
Thank you. I would like to thank the invitation to participate in this conference and to share with all of the participants the good results of the Portuguese laws.
Thank you so much. And do we have Jens back online in Stockholm? Jens?
Yes. I don't know if you can hear me now.
We can. At least I can.
Oh, that's great. Okay. What
So
I was
welcome,
saying
Jens.
is that it's very grayish weather here in Stockholm. I'm happy to be with you.
Thank you. And going now back to Nikki's presentation, where she gave us really a sobering picture of how things are globally in relation to care, and especially in the situation of COVID. And she also proposed these keys to unlock the power of care. How do we get there? So this is a question to all of you panelists. How do we get there? Jens.
No, I agree with so much what Nikki is saying. I mean, if we look from a Swedish context or another context, we can see that policy has been vital in transferring from a very unequal society and childcare to a more equal. It's been taken a very long time in Sweden. It took over. We had the parental leave system in 1974, and it wasn't until we got a policy where you couldn't share as much as you could in the beginning. So non-transfer days has been very, very important, and we can see that also if we compare to other countries in the Nordic countries. For example, Iceland, which went from 0 share of fathers to 30% in just a few years' time, because the system was divided in itself. So policies are central, and that said, we also need, as Nikki was also pointing out, work on different levels in the society. We need to work with the more of the structures where we have child cares and maternity health care centers, but also, of course, working with individuals. So I agree with what Nick is saying.
Thank you so much. Christine, how would you reflect what you were hearing from Nikki's presentation?
Yeah, so thank you. First of all, it is really always good for me to get a view across Europe, because I tend to be very focused on the European countries. And so it was very refreshing to see how Europe is doing as compared to other countries in the world. I have two comments and one question to Nikki for later on. So my first two comments is the importance of that she highlighted on taking a very integrated approach with tackling the men participation and addressing the gender pay gap. On the one hand, for me, these two policies need to be looked at together, because this is really a hen and an egg problem. We tend to see, when we look at the uptake of family leave entitlements, that it's a household decision, and it's very strongly influenced by household income, and then it boils down to the question who earns more / who has the more secure job. And if you don't address gender pay gaps at the same time, women's occupational choices, then we will always tend to stay in a locked-in situation, and we won't advance much. And the second point that I always keep on stumbling over is this flexibility that is required to be built into the leave systems, so that men are actually wanting to take their share of leaves up. And many of these systems are rather rigid, so they don't allow you to just take a couple of days or some weeks on block, which might trigger men to be more likely to take to avail of their leaves. But they're usually very bulky and have to be taken in big chunks of time. And another dimension of flexibility is this employer-driven flexibility, to give people a little bit of flexibility during the working day. And I think if that's available, then also more fathers would be inclined to take their share of the care. Yeah. And to my question, very briefly, I was very surprised about this policy scores. When looking at Europe, I wouldn't have expected that the Eastern European member states would have come out so green. And I was wondering what's actually really behind these figures. If you could explain that a little bit more, because we tend to see a slightly different picture than when we look at how these leave entitlements are then actually taken up by fathers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. And Nikki, before you get the chance to answer this question, we will still turn to Veronique and also Carla in Lisbon. Veronique.
Yes, thank you, Nikki, for your presentation. I have two comments. I was especially interested to learn about the evolution towards a more equal sharing of unpaid work between men and women in some countries during the COVID period. And I'm sure that many men became involved in care work during this period. But however, COVID had an impact on women's career for the most part, because while men became more involved in care, most of them continued to work when possible. On the other hand, women were often forced to reduce their working time to care for their children. So that's why the measures put in place to help parents, and it was the case in Belgium, were mostly used by women. In Belgium, we have created a special COVID parental leave to enable parents to balance teleworking and private life. And according to the initial figures that I have seen, this leave was mostly taken up by women. It's therefore a measure whose intention is to help parents, and this intention is laudable, but this measure, in fact, reinforces gender inequalities. So that's why I think that we need to adopt a gender mainstreaming approach, so that the measures taken now are geared towards greater involvement of fathers in the private life, and therefore more equal in the professional sphere. And I have another quick suggestion. Just before the COVID period, we had a discussion in Belgium about on extending paternity leave and making it compulsory. And my institution is in favor of a fully or partly compulsory paternity leave, as is the case for maternity leave. We believe that this is the minimum in order to change mindsets and improve equality in the private sphere. Well, I would be happy to hear your views on those issues.
Thank you very much, and indeed, I hope at the end of our panel we have time to come back to the issues around COVID-19 and how this has had strong effects on the way we live and the ways also families function and the role that possibly has changed also for the fathers during this period of time. But now, Carla, in Lisbon, what reflections, what were your main takeaways from what you heard from Nikki?
Well, good morning. Indeed, the COVID take lots of difficulty to parenthood in Portugal. I can talk about because in the context of the social consultation in Portugal was working a task force for work-life balance, and new measures were being worked to reinforce the sharing of parental leave. However, the meetings of this task force were interrupted because of the pandemic. We hope that soon they will resume, but now COVID is not a good thing to the work that we are here. So we hope soon the government will resume this work task force, because we have a lot of work to do yet.
Thank you very much. And now, before we get to the actual first question rounds and looking things more in depth, Nikki, there was a very direct question to you from Christine regarding the parental leave uptake and the policies that on the scale that you had, parental leave policies on the scale that you had identified. Maybe you could address that.
Sure. I mean, they were based. I didn't actually do the number crunching, so Christine, I may need to get back to you on the detail. They're based on the ILO studies, as far as I'm aware, and obviously this was produced last year, so a number of things have changed since then, like the Netherlands, as I gave an example. So yeah, I can get back to you specifically on certain countries, but probably not the time to do it right now.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And I would now go more in depth and see what is happening at the member states level in Europe. And Sweden, of course, has always been shown as a good example how parental leave policies should evolve and how things should be. Jens, you have been working with the issues around equal parenthood in Sweden for quite some time. EIGE's research shows, as I mentioned also earlier on, that in Europe there are still high number of parents, both men and women, who are not eligible for parental leave. Sweden, on the other hand, has one of the most inclusive parental leave schemes in Europe. I would like to know, how do you reach out to these groups that at times are forgotten as parents, such as refugees or same-sex couples? How do you reach out to these groups?
I would say that to start with, that the system itself is quite good in a way. For example, for same-sex, the system allows people that are living together to share parental leave. So it means that, for example, it doesn't have to be the biological parent to share the parental system. And it also means that up to 4 people could share parental leave if they are living as couples. So for same-sex, I would say that the system itself is quite okay, and I think they are facing other problems that are maybe harder to face. For refugees, the system also allow people that are legal refugees, having residence permit, that could also use the system in the same way as citizens. So it means that if you coming to Sweden have a child that is younger than 1 year, you have the same amount of days to actually stay at home. And if the child is older, the days are reduced. So even there, the system is quite good, but we can see there a lot of different issues that are more problematic. For example, we can see that many refugees, of course, don't have a salary, so the amount that you receive in the parental leave is much lower than if you would have a work. And we can also see in research that it has some negative impact on issues like establishing women in Sweden, because if you have a child and you are allowed to stay at home and have payment, you don't receive the same language skills, you're not able to work, and your social networks are much more limited in that sense. So we can see that it's, once again, even if you have a system that is quite good, you also need to work much more on structure level and individual level to actually reach out and to make it a gender equal system as well.
Thank you. Christine, you were one of the authors of Eurofound report on parental and paternity leave uptake by fathers. Now, having heard and knowing the situation in Sweden and where the conversations are, what other trends do you see when it comes to parental leave in Europe? How is the uptake and where are we heading to?
Yeah, so just to start by saying that we did this report back in 2018. It was then published in 2019, and things have changed quite a bit over time as well, because many European member states were very busy revising their family leave entitlement schemes, also in the context of the directive of work-life balance for working parents and carers. But just to say, if we look at the trends in the EU, as usual, we have a very, very mixed picture. We have some countries that are progressing, that are making up grounds, and we still have many others that are lagging behind it, that continue to lag behind. In our report, we also tried to disentangle a little bit, as far as possible, into what we would call paternity leave, which we would have defined as the days that fathers can take around childbirth, and distinguish that from parental leave periods, which are accessible and available for both parents, sometimes transferable, sometimes non-transferable. And it's always a bit tricky to compare this across countries, because not all use the same terms. But when we look at paternity leave first, so the common trend is that now most countries have at least something. The latest ones to join were Cyprus, Ireland, and Czech Republic, who all of them introduced some kind of paternity leave entitlements between 2016 and 2018. And then usually these paternity leave periods, they are rather well compensated. So most of the time, even up to 100% of what fathers would have earned during that period of time. However, we are talking about very, very short durations of these paternity leave periods. In most countries at the time when we did the report, they were around the 2 weeks, which the directive would prescribe and later on, but many also still had entitlements below those 10 days. So a working week approximately or less, and mentioning, for example, Greece, Luxembourg, Malta, and the Netherlands with these very short paternity leave days. The good news that we've seen in our report is that where countries had such paternity leaves, where they had figures available, the trend was either one of stability or an increasing one. In particular, we saw that the uptake has gone up in the Baltic member states, but also in Portugal, which we've learned earlier, who've made parts compulsory to take up for men, but also Poland. But then, as I said, paternity leave is really rather short, and it's much more interesting for us to look at what happens then to the parental leave, and do men take their parental leave entitlements up, or is it fully consumed or mainly consumed by the mothers? Well, first of all, what struck me when I started doing this work and when I was trying to look at how countries define their entitlements, in many countries, those type of parental leaves, which are in principle accessible for the fathers, are even still called a maternity leave. So this is already something that might deter women from taking advantage of it. By the time of when we were drafting the report, 6 member states did not have any compensations foreseen for fathers when they went on parental leave, and those were Cyprus, Greece, Ireland, Malta, the Netherlands, and Spain. And parental leave, if you look at it, is typically much less well compensated than the earlier paternity leave periods. And I think Jens has mentioned it, it often drops over time. So the financial loss, if you compare it to a full working salary, gets larger over time. And so this is another hindrance factor that for men to take up their entitlement, especially when there's a gender pay gap, as I mentioned earlier. So when the women earns much less than the men. Good news also here is that we saw some upward progress in several countries over time, but more so among the EU 15 or the Central and East, Central European member states, less so in the newer member states located more in Eastern Europe. For instance, Croatia, Poland, Czechia, Bulgaria, Hungary, they all have very, very low shares of fathers who take up their family leave entitlements still. And then, of course, my final point is that it's also a question of what are we actually trying to measure here, and are we looking at the right figures? Because on the one hand, when we only look at the share of fathers who avail of their entitlements, then in some countries the statistics already say yes, the father has participated in taking the care leave if they just went on the leave for a day or a couple of days. If we were also trying to find some figures on how long were a man actually being taking up their leave entitlements. And then for most of the countries, we didn't get any figures on the duration. But where we got them, we saw the bad picture that men tend to take much shorter periods of leave entitlements. And good practice example comes again from Sweden, who have figures available on the share of couples that try to share equally of their entitlements. So on a 50-50 or at least on a 60-40 basis. And also in Sweden, by the time that the figures that I had for this report suggested that only 14% of couples shared their entitlements equally. But what I find good about this example is that it's a very policy relevant indicator that is being used there. And I think you can only start to improve your policies if you look at these measures rather than counting if men had taken a few days of leave or not. And yeah, I think I'm ending this intervention here to leave more room for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine, and really for this detailed picture what is happening across the European Union. And thank you also for raising this topic of the need for better data. This is something that always comes across when we talk about gender equality and gender equality related data. Now, Veronique, as I understand, Belgium has recently made its parental leave scheme very flexible, so it has changed a lot. What do you see? Has that improved men's take-up of parental leave? How has Belgium changed after that?
Yes, as you say, what is unique about parental leave in Belgium is its flexibility. So in Belgium, every parent is entitled to 4 months of parental leave per child up to 12. And of course, the leave is not transferable, and it can be taken in one of the following ways. You can take 4 months full times per month or per week. You can take 8 months half time, 20 months at 20%, so 1 day a week, or 40 months at 10%, so 1 half day a week or 1 day every 2 weeks. So it's possible also to combine leave options, full-time, half-time, 20%, 10%, and to switch between options. For instance, you can take the 4 months full-time leave can be split into periods of 1 week or one month. So as I said, it's a very flexible system. And statistics show that the 1 day a week formula is the most successful among both fathers and mothers. But it's also the most egalitarian formula from a gender perspective. The split is 40% of men and 60% of women, compared with the part-time leave with 17% of men and 83% of women. And the 10% is very recent, and we don't have a lot of statistics about the take-up. But the figures show that it's very encouraging. The split is for the month of June, 43% of men and 57% of women. So yes, it's fairly encouraging. So in conclusion, I would say that the flexibility of the leave is clearly an incentive, especially for men. But also it's not enough because no, I don't know for the 10% formula, but for the others formula, I think that we arrived to a kind of sailing. And so I think that in addition, we would like to see also large-scale awareness raising campaigns rolled out in companies and also in maternity wards. We would also like to see a bonus system. There is that exists in some countries, put in place to encourage fathers to take up their leave. And also this could be, yes, an additional bonus or overtime for couples in which the father has used up his parental leave. Yes, voilà. It's my speech is over. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, And you mentioned the how important it is to raise the awareness in different situations, in the companies, in the hospitals, and so on. So I know that in Portugal, Carla, you have put a special attention on the awareness-raising activities. There have been several large-scale campaigns and events. How do you see how this has changed the mindset of people, especially maybe fathers taking up the parental leave in Portugal? Can you see a significant change over the past years?
Yes, well, in Portugal, the current system of parenthood benefits implemented in 2009 was in fact a symbolic turning point in leave policy, in that is ensuring the fundamental right to work family reconciliation in the context of a gender equality policy. As you can see in the, and I hope you can see this graphic. Can you see?
Yeah.
This is the evolution since 2009, when we have the new parental license, parental leave law, and now, can you see?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So as you can see on this graphic, in 2009, the year in which this legislative change was published, only 10.1% of parents shared parental with their mother. In the following year, in 2010, and with the new law in force, this number doubled to 22.9%. So since 2010, we have seen a steady growth rate that varies between 1.5% and 3% each year. And 10 years since the publication of this law, it should be noted that the number of fathers who share parental leave with their mothers has quadrupled. We have 4 times more parents who share the parental leaves with the mother, and we think this is a great result for our law. Here in CET, and CET is the Commission for Equality and Employment at Work, we also developed awareness and training activities and campaigns on the topic as parenthood aimed at different targets to promote the eliminating gender stereotypes in companies and in the society in general. The CET and the Institute of Social Science of the University of Lisbon promoted a co-financed by the e-grants program entitled The Role of Men in Gender Equality. And this program in the Portuguese edition included an ad hoc module which investigated attitudes of the resident adult population, the role of men in family life, to fathers taking parent leave, and to the effects of this on fathers, mothers, and children. The impact for people is always very positive because companies and people are more informed about parental leaves and have the possibility to contact CET through the green line to answer any question with the juridic commissions team.
Thank you for this overview, Carla. Now I would go back to Nikki. Now, having heard some of these examples that come from the European Union member states and these changes that have taken place over the years, you represent an organization that works globally. And I think in Europe, we tend to think that we have the best parental leave schemes in the world. And generally being a parent is well supported. But I would like to ask you, where should Europe look for inspiration to move forward? What are some of the interesting policy practices or policies or even sort of individual level actions or organizational level actions globally that could take the discussions also in Europe forward? Where should we learn from?
Thank you, Christian. I just want to say it's really so interesting to hear from my fellow panelists. I remember when I had my two children, my partner and I were lucky enough to each work 4 days a week. But it was so unusual that he got interviewed on the radio because he was the man taking 1 day a week to work to look. So things have changed in 25 years, and that's really positive. In terms of kind of looking more globally, I mean, I don't know if people know the Men Care campaign, but it works in 40 different countries around the world, promoting men and caring, and that's including programs, advocacy campaigns on policy, research, many other things. And it's really important to bear in mind when we talk about paternity leave, parental leave, maternity leave, that it only applies to those informal paid work. And many millions of parents in the global south in particular work in the informal economy. So that's something we still haven't cracked. We need to think about that. But to talk about inspiration, I think there are a number of different countries that and policies that are kind of worth looking at. But they're broader than specific policies around parental leave. So, for example, in South Africa, last couple of years, there have been huge media campaigns led by Sonke Gender Justice and others, which have meant that an employee who's a parent of a child is entitled to 10 consecutive days of parental leave. And this now includes adoptive parents as well. And that was a big campaign by civil society. In Rwanda, Promundo works with a program called Bandabero, where we get men and women talking together about the health of their families, the benefits of more gender equal norms. And we've done a number of evaluations which shows us great results in terms of men taking up domestic work and childcare, as well as reductions in violence. And currently MPs have been proposing a law to give men at least 4 to 8 weeks of paternity leave. So it just shows how clearly they're all linked. And then in Brazil, policies need to be not just at national level, but thinking of policies in other kinds of ways. So, for example, Brazil encourages hospitals to put into place policies that make men feel more welcome when their partners come for maternity checkups, because that's been seen as a real barrier, and giving men a checkup at the same time. So there are kind of policies that hospitals or health systems can put in place, as well as parental policies. We're also working in Europe now, and particularly in Portugal, actually, to adapt a program called Program M, which is about manhood, and it comes from Brazil, it comes from Latin America. So bringing a gender transformative model using a Paulo Freirean approach into Europe from Latin America, so it's moving it the other way. And then finally, just to mention, we're part of a corporate task force on paternity leave, which has started up in the last year, which is run by Unilever, Dove Men Care at Unilever, but involves a number of large influential corporations who are looking at their own paternity leave. So it's really important to think about employers as well, and that's kind of on a global level. I can answer any more. I can give you lots more examples, but that's probably enough for now.
Thank you so much. And indeed, I think one of the really important things is how men are made feel welcome from the very early on by the different institutions, be it in the hospitals when the children are born. I remember it from my own experience, indeed, when my daughter was born 4 years ago. And at times I really felt invisible in the hospital where she was at the beginning. But I would like to come back now to the discussions around COVID-19, and I hope after that we can take some questions because I know there are some urgent, pressing questions from the audiences as well. But before we get to those questions, coming back to COVID-19 and the lockdowns that we saw across Europe and elsewhere, how these changed the way we live. I think these fundamental changes really brought out some of the positive aspects and also negative. We saw in many countries that men were spending more time with their families, as you also mentioned as well, and were invested in caring. But also at the same time, we saw that during the crisis in several countries, there were spikes in domestic violence reports in Europe caused by extended also time spent together, and where women were forced to stay at home with their abusers. Now, this is a question to all of you. How, in your opinion, have the past 7 months changed the social fabric in families and social norms? And do you think that these changes have a lasting impact for the years to come? Or was that a temporary change and we go back to normal? Jens?
I think that the impact might have consequences on how we will work in the future, and both for good and for bad, I would say, because what we can see, how working at home has so different consequences for different families, and from the pandemic view, it also depended very much on how the country was handling it. For example, I think one of the best way of handling the situation for the children was to have the schools open. We see that who are able to go to school are much more able to handle the situation very much better. And also the situation for the parents, I would say, was better, easier to handle. But also what we saw that families that had a harder time from the beginning also was maybe the people that were most punished by it. For example, unemployment, poverty, housing, drug and alcoholic abuse, and other abuse have been families with having these issues have been harder, and also the pandemic itself made more people being unemployed, employed, and so on. So we can see that consequences has been so different for different families and in different societies. And I think we need to also in the future look further to see what happens when we work more at home, both in good and bad.
Yeah, indeed. I think this the way that we have started to work more from home. What does that mean? That's a whole another issue that should be looked into. But very quickly, also because we want to take the questions from the audience as well. So very quickly, Christine, Veronique, and Carla. Christine.
So we have some fresh figures from a recent Eurofound survey, which we carried out just in April, I think was the first wave, and we got over 60,000 replies from European citizens. And one of the main findings is, of course, that telework took off. About 40% of those that we've surveyed started to telework. And within those group, over a quarter of all those who were teleworking had children under the age of 12. And this is the group which already in normal times has the worst work-life balance. But the survey findings showed that their work-life balance had suffered the most during the pandemic. And if you look at countries, then I can just stress what Jens just said. Sweden is was least affected among all countries in this regard, presumably because the schools remained open. But all the other countries with school closures, with extended school closures, in France, Portugal, particularly the Benelux countries, those were amongst those where people were most often saying, I couldn't concentrate on my work because of family responsibilities, or that on the other hand the family's responsibilities prevented them from giving time to the job as was needed. Now, my personal experience after having been teleworking over since March, basically with 2 school-age children, is that I can see myself really in those data. and it's both ways. This on the one hand, the work-family conflict increases each and every time that a child knocks on your door, interrupts you, and then also the other way around. So, and what happens then very naturally is that you start to extend your working days beyond normal working hours. And then we're right in the middle of the discussion on the right to disconnect. But right doesn't mean a lot if you cannot practice it. And so I think overall teleworking and having the schools closed is nothing that goes together very well. Yeah. But at least we were in a very good position to be able to take advantage of that and with rather secure jobs. The positive sides that I could see in this is you have less rush in the morning, you spend less time on commuting, you see your family more overall, you get much more insight into the schoolwork as long as you could keep that going next to teleworking.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you for this really much. As the time is really pressing, and we have only several minutes left, and we really want to take the questions from the audience. So Veronique and Carla, really briefly, how would you address this question?
Can I?
Yeah, of course.
Carla?
Yes, can I?
Yes, please.
Okay, in fact, we don't know if we will be back to normal any day, and we don't know when we will back to normal. In Portugal, the school at home and the teleworking was very well accepted by the beginning, but now all the parents are very tired, and they are also very concerned by the beginning of school. During the pandemic, the parents with the children under 12 years could stay at home with them, and the government paid them a social benefit. But now all of them can return. They want to return to school, and we in Portugal we are also very expected with this return that will begin now in September.
Thank you, and Veronique, really briefly, what are your thoughts on this?
Very briefly, I'm not very optimistic for the after COVID period in terms of gender equality. I told you about the parental leave, special corona, which was not equally split between men and women, but also before the COVID, we had several legislatives very progressive, legislative proposal, very progressive in the which were in discussion in the parliament. For instance, to extend paternity leave and make it compulsory, but unfortunately, everything has been put on hold by the COVID crisis.
Yeah.
And so I think that we must continue to pay attention to this question, and
thank you so much. And now we really have a lot of questions coming from our viewers, so back to you for the daily moderators.
The first question, which is by far the most popular one, actually concerns the confidence of men, and basically how to help men feel more confident in their capacity as caregivers to children, and tackle the stereotypes that women are somehow naturally more capable of care. So, such a question.
So, is there anyone from the panelists that feel that they are they have the right answer to this question?
I'm happy to say something, but I don't know it's the right answer.
Yes, Nikki, go ahead.
So, I think there are a number of organizations, including Promundo, that run programs that work with men and women. I think it's really important because it's not just about men's confidence, it's about women trusting men to do the things as well as they want to, and letting go a little bit. But certainly the program I mentioned earlier in Rwanda, Bandabero, worked with women and men, and really had some very good results in terms of men feeling more confident and more capable and know what they were doing, and women feeling happier that men were doing it, and reducing violence. So more sharing of tasks. I'm remembering a program from the Men Care campaign, I think in Zambia, where they actually had little dolls that were very realistic, like babies, and they got fathers to change the nappies and to actually completely kind of take care of the child and to learn how to do it from the beginning. So I think there are a number of different ways in building men's confidence, but they all involve men as well as women, and support from their peers and support from men, from women and men, because often I'm thinking about a case in Sri Lanka where a man was looking after his children because his wife had gone abroad, and the other men were laughing at him. And it took quite a long time for them to see the joy that came from looking after those children. So other men as well, who are not parents, also need to be included.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Nikki, for this. And we can take, I think, another question.
Yes.
Or is there anyone who would like to answer?
I could just say a few things, because what I think is the most important part to feel confidence is to be present. So that was one of the words also mentioned in the beginning, what people should think fathers should do. And I think to emphasize on that, to be present, to take time with your child, preferable also on your own, that is what could make the confidence go much higher, and to do that as early as possible. So I think we have a very big responsibility ourselves to do that.
Christine, I saw that you wanted also to say something. Yeah.
Just reiterating the importance of the peers and the importance of the peers at the workplace. If colleagues start to take parental leave, if managers start to take parental leave, male colleagues, then this may have another boost in confidence of other fathers to take up their entitlements. That's one thing. And the second thing is there is still a limited offer available for fathers who are on leave, because they are still a minority. So when my husband was doing his parental leave, his experience was that it was all about mothers group. So I think there's certainly a market and room there to also involve fathers and to create peer groups among fathers taking parental leave. So I think that would help as well to build men's confidence.
Okay, really quickly, because we really are running out of time. Veronique, Carla, if we could afford only one policy measure to bring more men to care, what should it be? Just name this policy measure. What do you think it should be? It's a difficult one. Well, it's indeed a challenging question. So I think
I could give very. I think it's quite clear that a parental system with non-transferable days are the only way of starting to share. Obvious when you, for example, look in the Nordic countries. So if the politicians are looking for one way of doing it, look at the parental leave in non-transferable days.
Okay. Thank you all very much from my side. We have run out of time. I will give now back to the day moderators.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Actually, we can still have one more question, because there's a bit of time till the lunch. And I think the question of which would be the one measure if we could afford it is a really good one. But I guess we've been talking about many countries that have been successful in implementing new policies, and many countries that are outside of Europe and are still providing good examples also to Europeans. But there's also a question that involves if we could provide good examples of organizations, companies or state institutions that could be seen as examples by other companies, state institutions, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Não percebi.
Eles querem saber exemplos de boas práticas, quer de institutos ou de.
Yes. So, is there anyone who would like to take up this question? Yeah,
Yes,
Carla?
I can. Yes, I can talk about the Portugal example and the role of CIT, the Commission, as I told, Commission for Equality at Work. We have a forum, the hygiene forum, with organizations, with companies, lots the important and international companies, and in this forum we share the good experience, the good practices, and some of their good practice are a good example for other companies. And now we have lots of companies, lots of people that are very interested and the new ways, the new forms of balance the family life and work balance life, and to increase share the presence of parents in the childcare.
Thank you very much, Carla, for this example. And I saw earlier, Veronique, you also raised your hand, and I'm sorry for mixing up the time. So indeed, we have a few extra minutes. Veronique.
Okay. If there is one measure that I think is really necessary, it's make the paternity leave compulsory. Because we have conducted a survey in Belgium a few years ago among young fathers, which showed that 10% of men have encountered issues or discrimination when taking up the paternity leave. So the first thing to protect men and encourage men to take the paternity leave is make it compulsory, I think. And in concerning the role of companies in Belgium, we have created a gender equality network. And in this network, companies meet and share their good practices. And it's true that we have a big success with parental leave, paternity leave, and those questions are really companies are really interested in.
There's one more question I think we have time for, and this is an intriguing one, so I guess we could have at least a few reactions to it. And that is, we have talked quite a bit about unpaid care and the fact that this care oftentimes goes unnoticed because it doesn't have a monetary value. And the question reads as, would marketization of care, and I think unpaid care is meant here, be a good way forward to increase the value of care in society?
Maybe Nikki, you would like to, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and it's a really difficult one. And feminist economists have been struggling with this for a long time. I think it was back in the 1970s in the UK, there was a Wages for Housework campaign. But nobody's quite worked out how to do it. I think one of the interesting things is that when they first set up the idea of GDP, gross domestic product, as a measure of the economy, there was a discussion about whether it should include unpaid care. And mainly the commission was made up of men, and they decided not to include it. But so there has been some work on thinking that through, but obviously it has pros and cons. I think there are other ways of valuing care that don't necessarily mean you put a number or money on it. And I think the fact that care should be valued is the most important thing, and we need to measure that value not just in monetary terms but in other terms as well.
Jens, you raised earlier your hand as well. Did you want to comment on this?
No, I don't think I raised it, but but no, I don't have any more comments to it.
Okay then. I think we're a bit ahead of schedule, but because it's a long and hard day, I don't think it's a big thing if at this point we say thank you to all of the panelists at home. Thank you to Christian for moderating this session for us.
Yes, and now let's head out for lunch and be back at 2 p.m. when the schedule continues with high-level addresses from representatives of previous organizing countries of this series of conferences. Bon appétit.
Bon appétit.
How's that project coming?
I had written a few words down.
That all? You usually do better.
I really don't know how to write a song. I can compose music, but I just don't know how to write a song.
Look, what is a song anyway? Have you ever heard birdsong? Are you going to tell Walt Whitman his Song of Myself isn't a song? Don't let someone else's form define you. You sing your own song. Take your own form.
Yeah.
You do you, Manajoki. I'll see you next week.
Oh, okay.
Trance music is basically a form of music which, when someone listens, goes into a state of trance and dances. Trance music is basically a form of music which, when someone listens, goes into a state of trance and dances. basically moves his body to a rhythmic pattern for a very long time, for almost 8 minutes, maybe even 10, and a state of trance happens. That's why it's called trance, which means in Persian, halsed.
Hi, yes. That's cool. I'll leave it running and I'll come back at because I think the
How's that project coming?
I had written a few words down.
That all? You usually do better.
I really don't know how to write a song. I can compose music better. I just don't know how to write a song.
Look, what is a song anyway? Have you ever heard birdsong? Are you going to tell Walt Whitman his Song of Myself isn't a song? Don't let someone else's form define you. You sing your own song. Take your own form.
Yeah.
Trance music is basically a form of music which, when someone listens, goes into a state of trance and dances. Trance music is basically a form of music which, when someone listens, goes into a state of trance and dances. Basically moves his body into a rhythmic pattern for a very long time, for almost 8 minutes, maybe even 10, and a state of trance happens. That's why it's called trance, which means in Persian, halse.
welcome back. We hope you had a good lunch. As a dessert for you, the conference continues with a number of high-level addresses by representatives of previous organizing countries. First, we have Xavier Bettel, the Prime Minister of Luxembourg, who has served in his office already from December 2013.
Dear friends, welcome to Tallinn. I'm sorry not being live present in Estonia today, and hello to all my Estonian friends. Yes, we speak about men's and equalities, and I have to admit one thing, I'm a feminist. Yes. This sounds strange. Why? For me it's normal. It's normal to be in favor of equal rights for everyone. It is terrible that in some of our countries, if you do efforts for women, you get a bonus for that. We had a discussion in my country. When we did for the elections, we wanted to have quotes or non-quotes. And some party said, we will give more money to the one who will have quotes between men and women. I refuse that. I think you should be punished if you don't do it. You shouldn't get a benefit of doing it. Yes, it is terrible to make it understandable for some hardliners. But sometimes with money, they understand it easier. I would love that we shouldn't need to speak about that. But we all learned that with the COVID crisis, the women are even more hurt than men. And that more women will lose their job than men. And is it normal that if we look at salaries, it's 86% for women, if you see €1 for a man? Yes, and it is the reality. Even if we see that more women are able to get higher education than men. So yes, I'm a feminist. I'm in favor of being judged with what I do, with what I know, with what I'm able to, and not because I'm a man or a woman, because I'm Catholic, Muslim or Jewish, because I'm straight or gay, or because I'm left-wing or right-wing. I would love to be in a society where we wouldn't be able to have these differences in our society. And when we realize that even some political parties tries to divide us by gaining support by dividing us. So yes, I'm feminist and I'm proud to be feminist. But to be honest, my wish that we wouldn't be needed anymore to speak about feminism, activism, of everything. But it starts in people's mind. And that's through education. Not only in school, but also behavior and exchange at home. So sometimes we will be able to educate our children in school, but sometimes we will be able to educate our families through the children. That's my wish. So I wish to all of you a good conference, to exchange. You don't need to be feminist or not a feminist, but at least to see and to realize that we are all equal. All the best.
That was very nice. The second address comes to us from Dr. Franziska Giffey. She's the Federal Minister for Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth, and has served in her office since March 2018, having previously worked as the District Mayor of Berlin's district of Neukölln.
Dear colleagues, dear participants, I'm sending my best regards from the Ministry of Gender Equality in Berlin in Germany to Tallinn and to everybody who is following on the internet. I'm very happy to be able to contribute to your conference this way. Men today face manifold and complex expectations. They are to be emotionally open and sympathetic and at the same time strong and manly. They are to be successful at work and at the same time caring fathers, contributing their fair share to managing the household and the upbringing of the children. All these expectations may lead men to feeling overcharged. Many find it difficult to speak about this, as this does not fit their self-concept or traditional gender stereotypes. We believe that gender equality policy has to take into account both the perspective of girls, women and mothers, and that of boys, men and fathers. There should be no competition between the two. Instead, they belong together. Only when both sides are respected and addressed, cooperative gender equality can be achieved and be sustainable. Actively including boys and men into gender equality policies, for us that means equal opportunities for everyone. On this behalf, we have set off the series of these international conferences 8 years ago. Gender equality concerns men and women. Therefore, we need policies that enable both to find the best balanced reconciliation between family, care duties and work. In Germany, we have just recently passed a comprehensive national gender equality strategy. We have also compiled the first dossier that addresses men in particular. Because we want to open up new perspectives. For self-confident men living lives determined by themselves and not by gender stereotypes. For a modern society where women and men cooperate on a level playing field. And last but not least, we have made gender equality one of our priorities during the EU presidency. I would like to thank the Estonian government for holding this conference, and I would like to wish all of you, whether you are attending in person or via internet, a lively event full of new insights. Thank you very much and greetings from Berlin.
And the third address comes to us from Austria and is presented by Susanne Raab, Federal Minister for Women and Integration since January this year.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. It's my pleasure to address you today at the 5th International Conference on Men and Equal Opportunities. First of all, I would like to thank the Estonian Ministry of Social Affairs for organizing this event, particularly during the current challenges because of the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2014, Austria had the pleasure to host this conference in Vienna. Focusing on more equality through active involvement of fathers, the conference aimed to bring about a change in awareness and motivate men to make use of their existing rights. Men who care is the focus of this year's conference, and I think it is more topical than ever. The current pandemic showed us once again how much our societies depend on care work, regardless whether it is institutional care work or care work happening in families. At present, women carry out the bulk of care work within the family, thus often shouldering even more work in the current situation. This has become particularly evident during the COVID-19 pandemic, but also drawn the public eye on this issue. Despite these challenges, studies also showed that more men are primarily involved in childcare at home than before the pandemic. Now we have to build on these positive developments and further encourage and empower men to continue equally sharing the care responsibilities with women. This is a very important step towards strengthening gender equality. At the same time, the framework and conditions have to enable both women and men to reconcile their work and private life. As Minister for Women and Integration, this is one of my main concerns. An important measure to strengthen the participation of fathers in childcare was the introduction of the so-called Papa Month in Austria. Since September 2019, all employed fathers are now entitled to take time off work when their child is born. Realizing gender equality depends on the cooperation and support of all actors in society. I would like to emphasize once more that men are essential allies in this regard. Creating equal opportunities for all is not a zero-sum situation. To achieve it, we need both women and men. And when it is achieved, it benefits both women and men equally. With this in mind, I wish you all an inspiring and successful conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
The fourth address also comes to us from Austria and will be presented by Rudolf Anschober, the Federal Minister of Social Affairs, Healthcare and Consumer Protection of the Republic of Austria, also in office since January.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, ich freue mich, als österreichischer Sozial- und Gesundheitsminister einige Worte in Bezug auf die bedeutenden Themen dieser Konferenz an Sie richten zu dürfen. Die Gestaltung gerechter Geschlechterverhältnisse erfordert ausgesprochen vielfältige Anstrengungen, denn es gibt noch sehr, sehr viele Baustellen. Die Verteilung familiärer Pflege- und Betreuungsarbeit zum Beispiel, bestehende geschlechtsspezifische Einkommensunterschiede und damit auch gravierende Unterschiede bei den Pensionen als Folge. Im Fokus stehen hier unter anderem die Vereinbarkeit von Beruf und Familie, aber nicht zuletzt auch die Bereiche Gewaltprävention und Gesundheitspolitik. Überall hier ist es wesentlich, die genderspezifischen Perspektiven in den Mittelpunkt der politischen Lösungsansätze zu stellen. Die Berücksichtigung der jeweiligen unterschiedlichen Lebenswelten und Lebenserfahrungen von Frauen und Männern in unserer Gesellschaft ist der Schlüssel für eine erfolgreiche Gleichstellungspolitik. Die heutige Konferenz widmet sich dem Themenbereich Männer- und Gleichstellungspolitik und in diesem Zusammenhang möchte ich heute gerne insbesondere auf das Konzept Caring Masculinities hinweisen. Wie können Männer motiviert werden, vermehrt pflegerische Tätigkeiten zu übernehmen, um damit ein gerechtes Geschlechterverhältnis aktiv mitzugestalten? In diesem Zusammenhang möchte ich Ihnen ein Projekt aus Österreich vorstellen, das es bereits seit dem Jahr 2008 gibt, den Boys Day. Ziel dieser Initiative ist es, den Anteil von Männern im sogenannten männeruntypischen erzieherischen und pflegerischen Berufen zu erhöhen und den Abbau von Geschlechterstereotypen voranzutreiben. Handlungsbedarf gibt es nach wie vor. Noch immer handelt es sich bei der Pflege um einen sogenannten weiblichen Berufssektor. Zu 73% wird Pflege von Frauen erbracht, sei es im privaten Umfeld, durch pflegende Angehörige, aber auch im professionellen beruflichen Setting. Viele Jugendliche wissen nicht, dass sie ein Talent für soziale Berufe haben oder lassen sich etwa durch Gruppendruck oder von der Familie von ihrer bevorzugten Berufswahl abschrecken. Im Rahmen des Boys Day, Aktionstages, wird den Burschen die Möglichkeit gegeben, von männlichen Vorbildern, sogenannten Role Models, in Berufe wie Kranken- und Altenpfleger, Kindergärtner oder Volksschullehrer, so wie ich einer gewesen bin, eingeführt zu werden. Das Kennenlernen der Berufe fördert Akzeptanz gegenüber jenen Männern, die sich für diese Berufe entscheiden und weckt auch bei manchen Burschen die Erkenntnis, womöglich selbst dafür wirklich geeignet zu sein. Mittlerweile nehmen im gesamten Bundesgebiet jährlich über 5000 Burschen und rund 400 Einrichtungen teil. Kindergärten zum Beispiel, Volksschulen, Senioren- und Pflegeheime, Krankenhäuser und Pflegeschulen. Etwa 80% der teilnehmenden Burschen finden es völlig normal, wenn Männer in den Berufen arbeiten, die sie durch den Boys Day nun kennengelernt haben. Selbst den kennengelernten Beruf zu ergreifen, ist immerhin noch für 30% der männlichen Jugendlichen eine Option. Auch medial findet der Boys Day großen Anklang. Wir haben die Erfahrung gemacht, dass der Boys Day in der gesamten österreichischen Bevölkerung große Akzeptanz und Befürwortung findet. Der Boys Day ist aber keine reine Berufsorientierungsveranstaltung, denn in den Boys Day Workshops, dem zweiten Standbein neben dem Aktionstag, haben die Schüler die Möglichkeit, sich mit Fragen rund um eine zeitgemäße männliche Identität und eigener Lebensplanung zu beschäftigen. Durch Diskussionen in der Gruppe sollen veraltete Verhaltensmuster und Rollenbilder hinterfragt und Alternativen aufgezeigt werden. Geleitet werden die Workshops von zumeist männlichen Sozialarbeitern mit Erfahrung in der geschlechtersensiblen Jugendarbeit. Es gilt Burschen auch dabei zu unterstützen, ihre eigene Identität auszubilden und dadurch problematischen Stereotypen, Handlungsweisen vorzubeugen. Hier geht es etwa darum aufzuzeigen, dass Gewalt nicht als Konfliktlösung im sozialen Nahbereich zu sehen oder die Unterdrückung von Frauen eben nicht zu befürworten ist. Zudem soll den Burschen soziale und emotionale Kompetenz im Hinblick auf die Herausforderungen einer sich rasant verändernden Arbeitswelt mitgegeben werden. Mit den Maßnahmen des Boys Day wollen wir auch erreichen, dass Männer im privaten Bereich mehr Pflegearbeit übernehmen, von der Kindererziehung bis zur Pflege der älteren Verwandtschaft. Ich würde mich sehr freuen, wenn ich mit diesem Impuls die eine oder andere Anregung für weiterführende Diskussionen geben konnte und wünsche allen Teilnehmenden eine spannende Konferenz und Ihnen vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
And last but not least, we have the address from Åsa Lindhagen, Minister for Gender Equality in Sweden. Among other things, she has been in charge of children's rights and gender equality since 2019.
Thank you for the kind invitation to speak on this very important occasion, the 5th ICMEO conference. My name is Åsa Lindhagen and I am the Swedish Minister for Gender Equality with responsibility for anti-discrimination and anti-segregation. The last edition of this conference was hosted by the Swedish government in Stockholm with co-funding from the Nordic Council of Ministers. Now I am honored and very happy to attend the conference when being hosted by our Estonian colleagues. As you might know, Sweden has a feminist government. In practice, this means a commitment to building a society in which women and men, girls and boys can live their lives equal and to their full potential. We are not there yet, not in Sweden or in Europe. Women and men, girls and boys still do not have access to resources and power on equal terms. This is extra important in the current pandemic. It is evident that the effects of COVID-19 is widening gender inequalities. As we all know, the burden of the crisis is likely to hit women and men differently. We are moving forward, but too slow. As ministers for gender equality in Europe, we play a central role in leading the change for gender equality and to involve men in the process. We have a joint responsibility to push for better opportunities and a gender equal society. Men and gender equality is a field prioritized by the Swedish government. Men needs to be engaged, take responsibility, show solidarity and participate in the struggle and process of change. Men need to become more involved in sharing unpaid domestic work, in breaking the gender segregation of the labor market, and in preventing violence against women. I am convinced that gender equality contributes to a better life for both men and women. Therefore, it is essential to raise matters that concern men and boys when we make our policies on gender equality. Let me share some concrete challenges. When we look at education, we know that boys are underachieving in school. Many boys think that being a real guy means being tough and that you should not seem to be interested in school. This needs to change. We also know that we will need more men in female-dominated professions such as childcare and healthcare. For this, we need to challenge traditional norms that hinder boys and men from that path. We also need to reach more boys and men when it comes to sexual and reproductive rights and education in that field. Preventing violence is also very important. Men need to speak out against gender-based violence, and it's crucial to involve men and boys in violence prevention measures. Combating honor-related violence and oppression, as well as trafficking in human beings for sexual purposes, are other parts of this work. Sweden is and will continue to be a committed partner in the struggle to achieve gender equality. Let us continue this game-changing work together. Thank you.
A lot of important issues outlined. We are ready to move on to the next panel, which is dedicated to behavior online and how to prevent and counter gender-based cyber violence, online hate speech, and anti-gender misogynistic online movements.
But before we give the floor over to the next presenters and panelists, we want to involve you in your homes into this conference again. So we have set up a little task in Works up again. If you go to the schedule of the day and next to this panel, you'll also find a task button. And this time we are actually trying to conduct a little poll that you see live behind us. And the poll basically asks you, who in your opinion should take the most responsibility for ensuring cyber safety as regards gender-based violence, hate speech, and anti-gender misogynistic movements. And here are the options. We'll give you a bit of time to see if there is a clear favorite of who should take the leading role. But before we see all the answers, Marlene, what do you think? Who should take the charge?
That's a good question. Well, I believe everyone is responsible for their own actions, but I also believe that social media platforms should be responsible for what's going on these platforms, maybe more than they are today. I think it's difficult, but I see a lot of responsibility there.
Exactly. I think it's kind of unfair for social media platforms to basically ignore what's going on in their environments, right? So, but wow, that was a quick one from 10 to 21. And if we look at the results here, it seems that it is a bit split. It's not a clear. Well, I mean, social media platforms, I think we might have primed people into thinking that they're the most important.
Or maybe they just agree with what I said.
Yeah, maybe you just hit the nail, right?
Yeah, I've been practicing yesterday.
Yeah.
I knew the question.
Exactly. So it seems that social media platforms are an important actor according to our viewers, so are governments. And it seems that actually, for example, internet service providers seem to be one of the smaller groups or like one of the smaller players in this area because, yeah, I guess their options are somewhat limited as well, but they do provide a link via which hate speech can be shared. So, wow, already 56 answers. I think it's very good. These active participation in these polls is really nice, and I guess this is something that we can later on also share as a sort of an output in addition to all the presentations and videos we have today. But I think, yeah, you can still provide a few answers, but I wouldn't want to keep you away from presentations for longer, so...
Yeah, so it is my pleasure to give the floor over to Marina Kaljurand, former Minister for Foreign Affairs and current member of the European Parliament for Estonia, to lead the next panel reflecting on the topic of preventing and countering online gender-based hate speech.
Everybody, it's a pleasure to welcome you to the next panel. And after these enlightening addresses and this poll, which was on the screen, I have to admit that the question of cyber violence has changed a lot since 2016, when I first got involved with the topic, when I was asked by the World Bank to write a report on the situation with cyber violence against women. I have to say that it's much more higher today on political agenda. I have to admit that the role of social media platforms has changed, and what is more important, governments have understood their responsibility and in awareness raising among citizens, among people, but also among professionals. So I'm really thrilled and honored to moderate today's panel. I don't see the panelists yet. I haven't met them before, but I Googled them. And all of them are really extraordinary experts in their field. They will be introduced in due course. But how we will structure today's discussion? We will have 75 minutes. We will start with a presentation by Christian Mogesen, who will also be introduced. Christian will have 15 minutes. He's with us here in Tallinn, which is great. After that, we go to the panelists. We have 6 of them. And as a housekeeping order, I'd like to ask everybody to be sharp, short, and go to the point. Then we will have time also to engage with the audience. So, having said that, happy to give floor to Christian, whom I had the privilege and honor of listening to in Brussels. I loved, I enjoyed, I learned a lot. So please, Christian, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you so much for having me here in Tallinn. So what I'll be talking about today is taking a turn from some of the prior talks that talked a lot about how we help men. I am going to be talking about the men who haven't been helped. So I'm going to be talking about what we usually denote the angry men online. My background for doing so is working with young people, working with online communities, and working with aggressive and destructive groups online. I am today representing the Center for Digital Youth Care out of Denmark. And what me and my colleagues have been doing for the past couple of years have been making and analyzing, building magazines such as last year's Angry Young Men, where we talked about digital radicalization. And we were talking about explaining the manosphere and the angry internet. And we were building a pedagogical and psychological profile of the young men at risk to engage in such online environments. What we're doing this year is building the follow-up, the Even Angrier Young Men, where we will take on a Nordic scope, build an analysis, data-driven, about just how many men are angry on the internet in the Nordics. And we'll be offering some solutions or semblance of solutions to the problem that they may or may not be posing. Our hypothesis for this work is that we see young men gathering in online communities to discuss sadness, ostracization, and feelings of loneliness, all the very vulnerable feelings that men also have. We know that some of these men analyze their plights as sadness or lives not being as good as they're supposed to be. So naturally, some of these men will fragment into smaller groups depending on which parts of the happy life they feel they don't live up to. Maybe it's sexual awareness, maybe it's sexual attention or reputation, maybe it's respect in an academic situation, maybe it's just society's attention that they lack. Whatever it is they're lacking, they'll find other people who will echo that notion. And we know that some of these men will in turn promote violent, manipulative, revolutionary, or in other ways anti-democratic solutions to their problems. What we've found out over the past handful of years when researching this topic is that there is indeed a disproportionately large amount of young men gathering online to discuss feelings of vulnerability. Disproportionate in the fact that they say that they can't do so in any offline space. They can't do it in school, they can't do it in the soccer club, but they can do it in the anonymity of the internet. They always say, I am missing this from being happy. If only I had more sex, if only I had more friends, if only I had more soccer trophies on my mantle back home, then I'd be happy. If I just had this thing, then I'd be happy. We also know that a lot of these young men will dislike being happy because they're told that that is not a manly way to feel. So instead of being unhappy, they turn to anger. So this anger needs a direction, and often we see that this direction is pointed at other minorities. Usually it's women, it's immigrants, it's people of different belief systems, or it's black and indigenous people of color. It's always somebody else. To make a strong others creates a strong us, and these men often need that. What we see is that these young men are broadly, and I mean very broadly, divided into 2 big groups. One of them is political in nature. That's called the alt-right. The alt-right is made up typically of men that have very strong opinions about anybody but themselves. It's immigrants, it's different belief systems, it's women, it's progressive family structures. It's usually based in American politics of the past 10, 15 years, but it's also a counterculture. It's a political ideology that offers not solutions, but just problems with what exists. We should not progress. We should not do this. We don't like this idea. So in this oppositional value, we see not one spokesperson. There's not a head of the alt-right angry internet party, but there's influencers, there's spokespeople, there's role models. And more than that, we see more and more people starting to talk about racial realism. The people who will say, I'm not racist, But we see more and more people starting to talk about the great replacement, the idea that we, the chosen white people, will apparently be overrun in just an hour or a week by others, the others. The others will come and inherit our countries, our nationalities. And we see the alt-right as a very strong, extremely conservative when it comes to family and identity policies movement. But most importantly, it's digital. So even though there might be real-world politicians mimicked or idolized in this community, it's always the digital community standing behind them that's of interest. And this might just be a political ideology. This might just be people voting more right than you and me at the next election. But it's also opinions mimicked by mass murderers, terrorists from all around the world. It's a set of inherited values that are shared on the internet. That's not shared on Facebook or Instagram or Snapchat. It's shared further out in more obtuse places on the internet. The other side is not a political ideology. That's a sexual and identity policy-based ideology. It's called the incel ideology, the involuntary celibate. It's a group of men that gather online to discuss why they are involuntary celibate, why they are not given or why they cannot get sex. They don't have a spokesperson, but they do have role models, just like the alt-right. They have a very fixed idea that the more involuntary celibate, the further removed from the potential of having sex you are, the more true to this ideology you must be. They believe that sexual prowess or sexual potential is built into people. It's in your cranial structure, it's in your skin color, it's in how you were born, not who you are. And they believe that there is a very typical us and them. Them being the sexually greedy men, us being the everlasting virgins. And women are also built into two groups. One has acknowledged, the Stacys, that sex is what women can offer. Therefore, they offer it, they put it on sale, and they definitely put it on display. The other is the Beckys. They're all right, but they're still evil because they're women, but they haven't found out that sex is a commodity they can use to gain traction or power in society and in policy today. One necessity here is that this group of men feel that sex is a right. Therefore, when they're denied sex, they feel oppressed by women and by the greedy men who take all of the available sex. Both of these movements talk about pills. Once you take the red pill from the movie Matrix, you have seen the light, and then you're obligated to fight against the oppression that tries to hold you down, tries to keep you away from political prowess or sexual potential. And this might just be people who do not have sex, but it's also an ideology mimicked by mass murderers and terrorists, and people uploading manifests and videos to even further out places on the internet than the alt-right manifestos. So this is not a set of inherited values, but rather a set of inherited ideas about how the world and how people are built. And they connect. Because we have creeds such as this one. Feminist culture will eventually end up being squashed because the men have either become too demoralized or too weakened to protect their women, or because they have become so fed up with the incessant ridicule that they just don't care anymore. So feminism, progression, inclusiveness, is what's eroding societies. This was written by Anders Behring Breivik shortly before he killed 77 people in Norway almost a decade ago. It's shared every day on the internet. The way we work is by engaging with these young men, and what we can see them say is that they all share the sense of being uncertain. They are not from small communities where it's easy to have an identity. They all say that they got lost in society, and the more you get lost in society, the more important it becomes to have someone who is just like you. And if you don't find that in that society, well, there's always the internet. And the more that there's a narrative of someone else after you, the more that there's a narrative of society as unfair and trying to trot you down, the more that there's a narrative of a fictional, probably, elite trying to stunt your growth, or the fact you're being told that you cannot do this alone, you're not good enough, you're not resilient enough, you're not enough alone, well, that's really hard to cope with. And we men could just talk about it, but like I said, this is a man's problem, and we don't talk about problems. Instead, we go over to the group. We go over to the other guys in blue shirts because, well, they might protect us. They might be willing to fight for us against this elite or the guys in red shirts or society as a whole. So what could possibly pose a danger to the average white male in the year 2020? Well, we did spend the past 10, 15, 20 years fighting for Me Too rights, Black Lives Matter, feminism. We've been, over the past 20 years, fighting white supremacy and the patriarchy. We usually say that's good. But if you are a vulnerable white man, you feel like it's you personally who's being fought. Therefore, you seek countercultures, groups of other men fighting this. And this might be the MRA or the incels or the men going their own way or the alt-right. But the manosphere is not the only thing we're talking about. Last year, we had a survey in Denmark where we asked thousands of people, has the fight for equality gone too far? And 43% of them said, yes, the fight for equality has gone too far. And that's in Denmark. We usually pride ourselves on being at the forefront of any egalitarian or liberal policy. So this movement, these ideologies, also appropriated from Hollywood films with faceless protagonists who fight the oppressor, who will do everything in their power to halt the fight from above. And instead of an evil society here, well, it's feminists, it's women, and it's the academics, it's the elite, it's the left-leaning journalists that need to be fought. And of course that's mimicked depending on where you go online. It's so easy, once you start down this rabbit hole, to find influencers, to find popular, to find digital rock stars saying that women want to be raped. The only goal for any women online is to fight any man. No matter how much of an alpha male you are, there will be a bitch that will at some point take away anything you built in life. You need to fight the feminists. You need to crush feminism. This is a call to arms that's mimicked everywhere online today. And we built online these pseudo rock stars as the people, the Superman, the Batman, the Rorschach, the V that will fight for us because no one else is doing so. And in building these things up, we also see that young men will, to an increasing level, seek the anonymity of digitality because they're vulnerable and they do not feel the possibility of being vulnerable in any offline space because vulnerability is not a masculine feeling yet. So why don't they just go to Facebook or Instagram or Snapchat like the rest of us and receive a bunch of likes for happy pictures of food or vacations or pictures with our girlfriends and so on? Because they don't. We see them congregating at different image boards or secluded media or on the dark web. And we need to ask ourselves the question, why do these men, having the ability to go everywhere online, choose the abusive digital relationship instead of the happy Instagram world? Because happiness is really hard to live up to. If you're on Instagram, there's an expectation that you're happy, you're good looking, you have friends, you have happy pictures that I can go in and like. If you don't, well, the feeling of not having that, of being a loser, of being vulnerable, is multiplied tenfold. So instead of trying to win at the Instagram life, instead of trying to live up to this bar, we see these men instead trying to tear down the bar. And like one of the young men that we interviewed in this project told us, the child who's not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth, or he'll build his own village. And we see more and more of these movements starting to promote men going back into nature, women going back into the kitchen, and immigrants going back to wherever they came from in order to build a nice new society where they can be happy. They are, in fact, a movement of, they call themselves real men, need for real women with real policies. And this hyper-conservatism or anti-progression is understandable because it was, in fact, way easier being a white average man 150 years ago. It's still a pretty sweet deal, but it was easier. So there's this narrative of the man's man, and there's a very nice, like almost like a 10-step plan to become a real man, to become the good man. You need to be one with nature. You need a job that makes you money. You need to eat meat, not soy products, no vegan diets. You need one woman. You need to be able to protect her. And you need to drink your coffee black. Like there's this set of rules how to be a good man, how to be a happy man that deserves happiness from society. And the attraction of that, if you're vulnerable, if you're lonely, if you don't have the group of blue shirts in your immediate physical vicinity, this is incredibly attractive. So what we do see is that when we talk to these young men, they are in the midst of the inevitable fluctuation between being happy and sad. Most of us are either happy or sad. Most men will say, I'm fine. But when we're not happy, when we're not as happy as can be, we usually go to our support systems, our hobbies, our friends, our colleagues, our loved ones, because there we might get a little bit of happiness. If we don't believe in those systems, or if the systems don't give us that, we become unhappy. And if we at some point give up believing in those systems, we despair. If we don't feel like being despaired, well, we might choose to get angry and just choose some agency in this problematic world. And anger, despair, unhappiness are incredibly hard feelings to stomach because they're focused on me and they're focused on my feeling of not good enough. Instead, we see these men choosing to form countercultures, direct that anger at something else, direct that anger at not what they're missing, but who's keeping it from them. This means that we effectively create a radicalized digital environment where we meet to discuss about the others that are keeping us from the happiness we deserve. And all of these countercultures will have an object, like who and what's keeping us from this happiness. This might be women, and this explains all our past emotions. This explains to me why I've always been unhappy. I've always tried to be liked by humanity. I've always tried to be loved by women. I've always tried to get this. This goodbye letter was sent hours before a suicide. It was also sent hours before a terror attack that killed several people in the US. It's a goodbye letter. It's a suicide letter by someone who said, I just tried to fit in. I just tried to be loved and liked. This is not a murder letter or a suicide letter by someone who's angry. This is a letter by someone who is incredibly sad and incredibly vulnerable. And it's mimicked by other mass murderers and terrorists. And the notion of being here, 26, with no friends, no job, no girlfriend. Is this all a series of isolated incidents? We know where these men congregate online. And it would be easy to just suggest deplatforming them, just removing their access to the internet. But as the proprietor of one of these web pages told us, this community is filled with people at their lowest. They suffer, they're alone, and while they can talk about their plight in other spaces, most people simply don't get their issue. They'll be suggested to keep trying to man up, to be more confident, and many of these are unreasonable and unrealistic and make little of the suffering that person is going through. Thus, many of these people were left homeless when they were last deplatformed. And the forum he runs, the biggest incel forum in the world, attempts to recreate such a home for some of them. Does this sound angry? Does this sound like a clubhouse where we meet to plan the next terrorist attack? So the challenges I pose for the panel and for us all to solve, hopefully as soon as possible, is that many digital enemies of feminism progressiveness believe themselves to be, both on the political and philosophical level, egalitarian. They try to promote equality, and they honestly don't believe that feminism, or what we usually call progressive policies, are egalitarian. We also see them fearing this progression because they feel like it's taking something away from them. And these countercultures are rooted in online environments, and thus they're easy to miss. We don't see them meeting behind the clubhouse every Tuesday afternoon. So we often say, well, they're just meeting online, they're just shitposting it. They're just doing it for giggles. Are we right? Are they right? One problem is that we only acknowledge anger as a truly masculine emotion. We don't know what to do with unhappy or sad or despaired men. Those are usually feminine emotions. We are told to man up. When we only treat anger in men, we risk an emotional snowball effect. We risk them having run through several stages of not feeling good enough, not feeling well, before we reach out to them and tell them, well, you're not supposed to be angry. Just man up, stop being angry. Are we treating sadness problem with anger management? Furthermore, what they do in a lot of these environments is beautiful. They meet, they talk about brotherhood, they talk about congregations, they talk about a sense of worth, they talk about personal goals that can be obtained, they talk about agency for solidarity and so on. This is beautiful. This is exactly what we want young people to do. But when we don't engage with them before they get this far out, all of these very beautiful things will be directed at something very ugly and very dangerous and very violent in nature, namely fighting against perceived oppression. So my closing remarks will be that I see that if we reduce these movements to just being angry or just being violent, we're fixating on a symptom rather than the root cause of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Please, you can join me now in the panel. Thank you for a really excellent and thought-provoking remarks, and also posing the questions. So now we move to our panelists. We have panelists from all over the world, and I think that is one of the privileges of having video conferences. We can connect people from Australia to Albania, from Germany to Ireland, Finland, Estonia, and Denmark. We will have 45 minutes to reflect on what Christian said, on the questions that Christian raised, and keeping in mind the very different backgrounds of the panelists. I'm sure that we will have an interesting conversation, and by the end of the first round, Christian, you're welcome to reflect on what the other panelists said. And I'd also like to ask the audience to be active on the worksup.com. Your questions will be also raised to the panelists, so please participate in our discussion. And having said that, I'd like to introduce our panelists. We have Dr. Michael Flood from Australia, Queensland. We have Christoph May from Germany. We have Iris Luarazi from Albania. We have Tuija Saresmaa from Finland. Sean Cook from Ireland. And last but not least, Sam de Boise from Sweden. And I apologize if I pronounced some of the names in a weird Estonian way. And I also think that we can agree to go by first name during our panel. So let's forget about professors, ambassadors, ministers. Let's go by first names. So Michael, please. And having said that, finally, I see you all on the screen. Thank you for joining the panel. It's a pleasure to see you. As you noticed, I did not go into your CVs because they are available for the participants of the conference. But please, now we can start with our discussion, and let's go in the same order as I presented you. So Michael, please, you have the floor. You have the screen.
Thank you. Look, I was really pleased to hear Christian's account of the research he's doing, because this is so urgent, so necessary to really do research among these men themselves, the young men in these online spaces, and to understand what brings them to these spaces and the kinds of preoccupations they have and so on. So I was really pleased to hear that. And, obviously the practical question is then what do we do? And I've been thinking about, three streams of intervention I think we can, consider at least for what you've called the angry young men or the very angry young men, and I like that description. One is to address the social and economic and emotional conditions that bring those young men to those spaces. So if it's a need for, support or a way to resolve kind of profound unhappiness and so on, one obvious strategy is to change the pathways that bring those men to those spaces, given that I'd argue those spaces are dangerous spaces for them. A second strategy is an empowerment or education strategy, where we work directly with those young men or with other young men at risk of joining those spaces to foster, if you like, healthier and more equitable understandings and possible pathways. And a third strategy is rehabilitation, to work to kind of de-radicalize those men. And I think that there is some insight to be gained from the work on countering violent extremism. And I've been engaged in a major project here here in Australia, trying to draw from the countering violent extremism literature to sort of think about what might that tell us about, you know, how to work in effective ways with angry young men. Just to keep it short, I wanted to make two further comments. One is, and I was pleased to hear this said about Denmark as well, anti-feminist beliefs, the belief that feminism's gone too far, men are now the victims, feminism is taking over. These are common beliefs. They're not confined to the manosphere or confined to small online communities. They're in fact widespread. You said in Denmark, certainly the same is true in Australia. And so to understand what shapes these young men's pathways to these spaces, one thing we have to pay attention to is general discourses of anti-feminism in our culture. The other point I wanted to make is I do think these spaces themselves are unhealthy for those young men. It seems to me that the powerful emotional needs that young men bring to those spaces are not well addressed in those spaces. Instead, I think what's more likely is those men are fixed in anger, fixed in blame, and they end off worse emotionally. So I don't want us to be naive about the forms of brotherhood or solidarity that are available in those spaces, because I think in some ways they can be deeply dangerous or harmful. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And from here, let's go to Christoph. Christoph, I visited yesterday your Detox Masculinity Network, and I was really impressed by the videos and blogs you had there. You should have more in English, because majority was in German. But still, if you could share your views on the topic, please.
Hello from Germany. It's really nice to meet you all. And yeah, I deeply share the experience from Christian, but I am not working with young boys and teenage men. I do a lot of online community building and real life workshops with grown-ups. I run 3 Facebook groups, for example, that I manage together with 9 moderators. One is on critical masculinity. It's about masculinities in our social, daily, real life, our jobs, our families, our friendships, and so on. The second one is on male fantasies. Here we talk about male representations of men and masculinities in TV series and movies. And a third one is on male monocultures. So where we do research on male-dominated groups to discuss their structural power and how to break them up. And we have 4,000 members in total there, and the daily topics and talks and posts are really interesting. So it is a high level of discussion and awareness, but it needed a couple of years and a lot of work until we got to this point. So after 2 years and hundreds of threads, we realized that we need some rules and strategies to avoid trolls and hate speech and anti-feminists. So we have 4 main rules I would like to share with you. The first one is we only talk about men and masculinity. We needed this rule because we noticed that especially men are really good in whataboutism and try to derail any topic really fast into talks about women. So with this rule, we make sure that any thread is self-critical and about masculinity. Our second rule is about the standard of intersectional feminism and pro-feminism. So against all kinds of discriminations, of course. The third rule is against the tone policing. You are not allowed to attack someone's voice, tone, emotions, and so on. And our fourth rule is about victim blaming and not all men argumentation. So these 4 simple rules work really good to avoid hate speech and misogyny and anti-feminists. I highly recommend to find your own rules to build up safe and supportive community. It is absolutely important to create a critical but peaceful environment where everyone feels welcome and safe. And of course, it is really interesting and often a tough journey, and it is so much an intense emotional work you have to put into this, but it's absolutely worth it, and I'm still learning every day.
Thank you, Christoph. And I'd like to move to Iris, and I'm really happy that we have 2 ladies participating in today's discussion, because usually it's women discussing women things and men discussing men things. So I think that we have at least some gender balance on this panel. And Iris, you have a double hat. You're the first vice president of Grevio, group of experts on action against women and domestic violence in the Council of Europe, but you're also actively participating in counseling in Albania for young men and youngsters. And Iris, you sent us PowerPoint presentation, which we will be happy to share on the website after our conference. So Iris, please.
Thank you, Marina. I have also a third head, I think, because I'm also coming from the communication field as a professor in the university for more than 20 years. So that's why, for me, it's very convenient to talk about having the expertise in the gender equality, but also in the communication. And I just wanted to share with you also an example that comes from media, because The Guardian commissioned the research into the 70 million comments that were left in their site from 2006, and discovered that of the 10 most abused writers, 8 were women, and the 2 men, they were black. So due to the time when Istanbul Convention was designed, there was no specific provision on cybercrime. But there are several articles that we use in the convention in relevant provision to monitor this topic. So that's why, very briefly, I will present only some of them, since you are going to share my presentation. In the report on France, for example, based on the Article 4 of the Convention, we underline the fact that adolescent girls aged 12 to 15 are reported to be 1.5 to 2 times more affected by cyber sexism than boys, and that verbal and sexual cyber violence against girls is an area where sustained advocacy efforts remain necessary. On the Article 34 of the Istanbul Convention, that it is talking about stalking, Grevio also noted that the introduction of an offense relating to group cyberbullying under the law. In the report in Sweden, we welcome the amendment of the offense of molestation, and this offense now covers a wider range of behavior which is experienced as threatening to the victim, including silent phone calls, emails, other online and offline contact. While in the report on Turkey, we urged the Turkish authorities to establish stalking as a separate offense and to subject to an effective and dissuasive punishment, having due regard to its possible monitoring in the digital sphere. In our report in Denmark, and that's the last example that I'm bringing, we welcomed the form of an evidence-based policy approach and commended the Danish authorities on their continuous endeavor to evaluate existing measures in order to address any gaps. Last year, in December, the Committee of Ministers, the Council of Europe, held an informal debate on cyber violence, where I presented some of the data that we have monitored as Grevio. And since then, there has been quite some discussion about the synergies between the Istanbul Convention and the Cybercrime Convention on how to sufficiently address the issue. And in the last meeting, Grevio had a thematic discussion internally to get some clarity as the types of violence that this concept covers and scope for action. So we approved the terms of reference of the working group that will work jointly with Cybercrime Convention at Council of Europe on general recommendation on the digital dimension of violence against women. And I am absolutely extremely happy to be part of the working group. So at the end, I just want to emphasize that cybercrime in general are perpetrated by both sexes. Data from several international studies have revealed that girls are more likely than boys to suffer sexual cybercrimes, both in social and intimate relationships, showing that the cultural norms underlying gender violence are also reproduced in the virtual world.
Thank you, Iris, for your remarks. And let's go to Tuija from the University of Jyväskylä. And Tuija, you also have double hats. You are teaching at the university, but you're also the chair of the Finnish Association of Gender Studies, and your specialty is populism, belonging and displacement, hate speech on social media. So it would be great to hear from you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'd love to be in Tallinn, but it's nice this way as well. So I really am a researcher of contemporary cultural studies, and I'm currently studying populism and hate speech on and through social media mainly. But I started as an autobiography researcher, and alongside digitalization, I became interested in the blogosphere quite innocently, actually. But soon enough, I, however, ended up reading blogs by a notorious Finnish anti-feminist who kept ranting about women's sexual power, the so-called women's sexual power, and men's equality, the need for men to have equality, that is. So as a researcher, when I first ran into explicit anti-feminism and misogyny on the internet, I almost could not believe my eyes. Some men were really proud about their misogyny and their self-declared anti-feminism. Soon, of course, I noted that the backlash is real. It's really happening online as well, and that there is a dark side of the internet. And I'm not talking only about the xenophobic, racist, far-right nationalist, anti-immigration minded, even white supremacist online communities, but also these very explicitly anti-feminist affective communities based on hatred and pure misogyny. So I suggest that there are two keys to analyzing this phenomenon of anti-feminism and misogyny and the manosphere. And this is what I, as a researcher, do. I analyze, and maybe I leave the more practical proposals for action to others. So the two keys are, first, the concept of affective community, because it emphasizes the social aspects of emotions or feelings or affects, which, to my understanding, are crucial in these kinds of phenomena. And second, intersectionality as a perspective and even a method for analyzing various technologies of power and subordination, and, for example, emphasizing the privileges of white heterosexual men. But perhaps we can come back to these later. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuija. And from here we'll go to Sean. I'd like to congratulate you for, as much as I understood, now you're open 7 days a week for counseling because of the COVID-19 situation, which is difficult for many groups. And you've been for almost 30 years engaged with the topic of counseling and health programs, CEO of the Men's Development Network. So, Sean, how does it look on the ground?
Okay, well, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here today. It's great to be among such an illustrious group of people and with such expertise. So I suppose the first thing I really would like to say is that having listened to Christian and his presentation, I was usually saddened by listening to what is actually happening for young men in these particular areas. It made me feel there was a sense of loss around it, and certainly my concern would be is losing these young men and these potentially talented young men to a rhetoric and a movement in which undermines their opportunities to be their most authentic selves. I was really kind of caught by that today when I heard Christian's presentation. And the other bit that struck me was that there has always been a perception that boys, young men and men themselves are slow in which to present their emotions. And yet, here we have is very clearly in this kind of online environment, they find an opportunity in which to express these things like sadness and vulnerability, which I found in some ways that's a positive thing that is actually happening. So then the challenge is, of course, is about being able to respond to that vulnerability and sadness in a way that is actually productive, positive response to it, as opposed to somebody coming in and using that vulnerability to direct them in another way. So that was they were my initial feelings at the start of the conversation today. And I just wanted to kind of maybe say them. The other bit, I suppose, is what in terms of strategies, and very much I agree with the kind of the three-strand approach which Michael talked about in terms of, certainly in terms of addressing radicalization and education, and then looking at the whole issue around those social determinants that bring about these particular situations for young men. And our experience, I suppose, we have had, as an organisation, we're a frontline organisation. We're a men's development organisation that's underpinned by a very strong feminist approach and perspective. And And with that, our work is around, it's a developmental approach with men, young men and boys. And so a lot of our work is in a face-to-face experience. And so in some ways our challenge now is actually moving into that virtual world, certainly in terms of COVID-19, moving into that virtual world where we can deliver our work and offer our services to boys and men. And that's a challenge, as we all know, going forward as well. But I suppose the other bit that's really there is about that anti-feminist rhetoric that is out there, and I think that's a serious challenge that we have as a movement to address. And I think, interestingly enough, reasonable people or people working with a strong feminist approach would not get into an adversarial process online with these kind of, like, it's very difficult to argue these kind of questions online. It becomes quite bombastic and difficult to deal with. So people kind of steer away from it, which I think is probably the best thing to do. But I suppose for me, the critical things there's no difference in terms of how we respond to these things, whether it's online or stuff that we see on a day-to-day basis in terms of our lives, in terms of challenging behaviours. There are societal shifts that need to happen around addressing the issue of equality. The feminist approach in relation to it is a critical one that offers that opportunity around love, respect and dignity. And these are things that need to be carried forward. And this is what we try to do on the day-to-day ground. And what we're trying to do now is to kind of bring it into another a digital realm as well, to give ourselves an opportunity to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And finally to Sam, who approaches gender equality through music. Sam is the lecturer in musicology at the School of Music, Theatre and Art of Örebro. So Sam, please, your take.
Hi. So first of all, thank you very much both to Christian and to the fellow panelists. I'm really honoured to actually be participating in this. So as was explained, so my research is focused primarily on music, but my background's in sociology. So I'm interested, like, what do people do with music and what function does it play? And how I got interested in this topic was primarily because a lot of research focuses on what music is misogynistic. So I wanted to turn that question around and say, well, what do people who express explicitly misogynistic views listen to? So I kind of got involved in the manosphere and looking at these forums through that way. And I guess having been working in kind of critical studies on men and masculinities, I think one thing that's important to emphasize here is that this kind of tendency, this anti-feminist tendency and this amalgamation of anti-feminism and white nationalism is not necessarily new. I'm thinking back to, there were men's societies formed at the start of the century when giving women the vote was the issue, for example. So this kind of backlash has always existed. And if you look back to the 1990s, you have the kind of mytho-poetic men's movements that express many of the same discourses, this idea of the kind of ahistorical, eternal masculine as something that exists outside of society. So I think looking at the rise and fall of these movements is also a kind of path to working out how to kind of combat this rhetoric. I think one thing that struck me from Christian's presentation as well is he said, for example, we only recognize anger as a masculine emotion. And I think there is often a tendency to kind of downplay the rational aspects of these forums. And I don't mean rational in the sense that I agree with them. I mean rational in the sense that there is a whole belief system. So we can't just characterize these as kind of irrational. Because one of the things that these sites do, and Christian pointed to this, is they have their own ideologues. They have their own ideology that is supported by kind of key thinkers. So you think of Jordan Peterson, for example. And Jordan Peterson is one of the people that pushes this idea to be masculine is essentially to repress your emotions. So there is a kind of ideology that affirms this very static idea of what masculinity is that's being kind of shared. And the other thing is, I mean, it borrows a lot of terminology from kind of left-wing social movements as well. And Christian talks about this idea of the red pill. So this kind of consciousness raising. And in my own research, when people talk about this kind of moment of engagement, then it has a profound impact on their life. And so these kind of terminologies being borrowed from progressive social movements, from feminist social movements, from Marxist social movements, as a kind of masculinist consciousness raising. So it's kind of not just irrational, I think. And I guess on this point, that there is a kind of deliberate manipulation of these spaces as well. To a certain extent, yes, they are very organic, but one of the things that my research was looking at was actually that traffic to these sites kind of increased in the run-up to the US election. Traffic to these sites increased in the run-up to the Brexit election because these sites were getting more and more coverage from the media. So actually, the kind of media is complicit in driving traffic to these sites by making them so explicit and so kind of illicit. And I think I mean, I'll just say something finally, and I guess it's a question to everyone. On the question of how to tackle this, I think there's a lot of work that's being done actually by YouTube influencers, and I'm thinking of primarily kind of left tube influencers like ContraPoints, for example, H-Bomber Guy, people that were active in kind of 4chan forums, people that were active in gaming forums that are taking a stand against this. And I kind of wonder how much we should use the kind of aesthetics, the kind of arguments that are being promoted in these as a means of kind of lifting those voices of people that have been involved in these communities, but have actually gone more over to kind of feminist and progressive politics. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Sam. Christian, you listened
yes,
to all the panelists. Did you get answers? What's your reflection?
Yeah. There are some amazing insights and some really amazing perspectives from different takes on gender equality and gender studies and sociology in general. I don't think we quite fixed egalitarian policies yet, but to comment on what Sam said, I think there is a low-hanging fruit hidden in pointing to some of the YouTubers or some of the influencers that shifted from the, let's call it the right wing or the dark web into the left-leaning or progressive internet, like ContraPoints. One of the amazing things that you can do from that perspective is to say, well, I've been there. I've seen this. I've engaged in these topics. I lend creed to the arguments and the internal proof that holds up, and then say, I agree with it, and engage with it in an honest and caring way. What I often hear from these young men or adult men who share these beliefs is that, well, it's easy for you to say, and they'll point at me, or they'll point at someone like our panel, where it's a bunch of four of you guys are successful men who look good. And they look at you and they say, well, how would you know how I feel? Because I don't look good, I don't feel good, and I'm not in a good place in my life. Having people coming from internally in those communities and then not taking a stand against them, but trying to explain how they evolved out of them, I think that's immensely powerful. I see some of the most, it's called upvoted, most popular threads on a lot of these forums are people who return to them after a 2-year hiatus saying, guys, I managed, now I'm happy. And everybody wants to hear, how did you get happy? And they'll find some excuse as to why they can't get happy. Oh, you got a girlfriend? Well, I can't get a girlfriend. Oh, you got a job? My country is in recession. Like, I can't get happy. But the story itself, the narrative that you can actually get happy, that's immensely powerful. And I think that's a key into engaging with these young men, doing so honestly.
Thank you, Christian. We had the first round of introductory remarks. And as you can see, we're running out of time. It's not fair. But to try to be more constructive and to try to be structured, maybe the question I'd like to pose to you is, in the present situation, you are talking from the side of academia, international organizations, people who are counseling, people who are looking at the topics from different perspectives. So if you have to name a couple of steps, a couple of things that have to be done in the near future, what are they? Because at the beginning, when I said I compared to 2016, I would argue that a lot has changed. Some things have changed to better, some things have changed to worse. Yes, the topic is more high on political agenda. Yes, international organizations and governments are dealing with cyber violence more than they did 5 years ago. But we have deepfake, we have much more complicated cyber violence forms arriving. So what are the things that have to be done if you have to advise today? So let's start the same way from Michael.
That's a good, tough question. Thank you. Look, I think that we have to address both the affective, the emotional or social dynamics of these spaces and the needs they address, and the ideological, the more explicitly political aspects of these spaces. So I think one stream of activity is to find alternative sources of support, of connection, of community for men, both face-to-face and online. I think a second complementary stream of activity is a more ideological, politicised critique of the norms that bring some men to those spaces, or that inform their participation in the spaces, or indeed their use of violence outside those spaces. So, for example, incels. In addressing incels, we have to address the notions of male sexual entitlement that structure their communities, and these are notions which are in fact widespread in society. So I think we need work on both the social and emotional and the ideological aspects of these spaces.
Thank you, Michael. Christoph, you mentioned already the 4 steps. I listened very carefully to what you said. So maybe let's move more generally. What do you expect the government to do to tackle the topic of cyber violence in a more comprehensive way?
Well, on a government, the government is made out of people, so and they are persons, so it's always personal. Politics are always personal, and on a personal level, I would recommend to what we can do, what every one of us can do right now is break up your male peer group wherever you can, whether it is your soccer team or your group of all male friends. Second, check your streaming behaviors and switch to series and movies of female writers. Listen to music of female singer-songwriters. Only read books of female writers and so on, and your perspective will change radically. And third, be self-critical, be intersectional and act pro-feminist every day and week and month from now on. Support women and women's rights. Detox your own masculinity and break up male monocultures wherever you go. That's what I can recommend. So,
Christoph, thank you for that. It's an excellent recommendation also to Estonian government. I hope that they're listening to our panel today and they take it very seriously. Iris, what's your perspective?
As Grevio, we do a lot of monitoring and a lot of recommendation. But I think that monitoring goes hand by hand also with the possibilities of creating synergies with other monitoring bodies and other conventions if we really want to succeed on that. And cyber violence is a serious challenge for both victims and also for the society. And in order to quantify a crime, I absolutely think that we need to have legislation in place. A lot of online sexual abuse exists on encrypted parts of the internet, and people don't self-report, often because of shame, coercion, or because they don't know that it is wrong. So even from the perspective of media and communication, I would point that the most important tool for eliminating cyber violence is prevention. That goes hand by hand with law enforcement and also with initiatives that are taken by governments, but also from international organizations like Council of Europe, European Commission, communities, and absolutely engaged individuals. So everyone has to make a contribution, and only then it's possible probably to imagine a world which is safer and more secure.
Iris, if I may, you mentioned legislation, you mentioned norms. How do you see it? Should it be states and governments writing these laws, or should it be international conventions and being implemented by states and governments, knowing that write international conventions or write international law is a very complicated task?
Yeah, that's so true, and that's why I told you that as a monitoring body in Grevio, that's why we are working right now very closely with the Cyber Convention at Council of Europe in order to come with a draft on digital dimension on violence against women. But I think that also countries, several ones from the examples that I gave you from the monitoring reports that we have done so far, some countries are putting some law in place, but it should be also, from my perspective, it should be coming also a lot of regulation from international bodies.
Thank you, Iris. And going to Tuija, because you mentioned social platforms and you're following so closely social platforms. We had the poll where the role of social platforms was also mentioned. They should have a bigger role. And I agree. 5 years ago, Facebook was saying that they are just providing space for exchange of information. Today, Facebook has very strong review mechanism and removal mechanism, and they have even boards who control what's being posted. So what's your view on that?
I totally agree that these platforms need to be they have to take their responsibility, and they need the money, so they are willing to do some adjustments there, I'm sure, but we also have other responsibilities, and I think that a great change has happened because, at least in Finland, hate speech has been taken seriously lately, and the government right now is making legislations that are preventing. I don't know what's that in English, but it's called in Finnish maalittaminen, which means that a powerful, influential person suggests in the internet that his followers would go and attack usually a young woman with liberal values, and to attack her in the internet. And this is about to become illegal soon, and that is, I think, a very good thing. But before we can ask the social media enterprises to do something, we have to acknowledge that hate speech is a real problem, and we have to emphasize that online hate is a certain form of violence against women, mostly women and other marginalized groups. So we have to take this phenomenon seriously, and that is what I think is happening in Finland, at least at the moment, and I think that's very essential here.
And if I might add, and also I think Finland is also known for the case of Jessica Aro, when a real punishment of 22 months of imprisonment was introduced to the perpetrator of defamation. So your country is really taking very concrete steps in that field.
Yes,
Sean,
I'm proud of that. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, Sean, what's your take? What should be the next steps?
Well, I think for me, I think the next steps are very much around there are steps that we've been taking before, which is around that education element, going back to basics in terms of working with young men and young women, addressing those issues of gender, social conditioning, inequality. And I think they are the critical things that need to be done. And on an individual basis, I think there has been a lot of youth work that happens, and it has moved into the digital arena now, which is really quite good. I've come across a particular an Erasmus European program, which is about digital youth work, so it was about engaging young people in a digital form around the work. So it would be attracting those type of young people who actually access and socialize online. So I think there's work. That work still needs to continue in terms of, providing support to those individuals around building their resilience on a day-to-day basis, wherever it is. So they don't find themselves succumbing themselves to that isolated environment in terms of where they might be online. I think that's really, really important. And I think as well, the organizational end of it too. So, and of course, I think at a legislative, and I think it needs it's driven by Europe. I think it's the way to go, because I think if you're looking at, I thought it was really interesting when you did the poll at the start of the session, where you looked at who was responsible around cybercrime and stuff like that, and there was very little percentage around the internet providers, and I think that's a real critical area around forcing internet providers to be aware of what they're actually placing upon their particular platform, and making them responsible for that, especially in the area of pornography and all of the other areas in terms of that. So that'll be a big area in terms of the legislation. I think, and individually, we need to continue the day-to-day building of resilience and work with young people. And then organizationally, then I think it has to be around addressing that particular concepts of the rhetoric around anti-feminism.
Thank you, Sean. And Sam, I'm sorry, I'm looking into the wrong camera all the time, yeah? So you've seen a lot of my profile. So it's so difficult to look into the camera and not into our faces, but I'll try. So Sam, besides listening to good music produced by women composers and conducted by women conductors, what are your other advices? How to tackle?
I think obviously the big one is education, and that's kind of educating people about the diversity. This is something Christian pointed to, that there is this very one-sided view of what masculinity is, and that can take like many forms. So I talk about like different expressions of masculinity in music history, for example, but it's about actually broadening people's ideas of what masculinity is and can be in order to get people to actually kind of take opening up about what makes them vulnerable seriously. So I think education is definitely one. But I think absolutely I agree with the other panelists in terms of putting pressure on social media companies to take more responsibility as to what's posted on their platforms. And we're seeing some changes there, but it's still not enough. And the problem is often that if you engage someone in a discussion about music, for example, that quickly turns to anti-feminism, like when do you draw the line? But I think that social media companies are getting better about that. But also, as I said before, I think I hasten to use the term role models, but actually using people, working with people that have been involved in these communities, that have kind of come out the other side and seen some of the errors in what they've previously thought. I think that's really important because it gives a credibility. Because we can talk all we like about how people should respond, but unless we've got some kind of credibility in these communities, these young men are not going to listen to us. So I think actually working with people that have been involved in these communities and that no longer share these politics, I think is important. And I think finally, I mean, as academics, we tend to publish our articles in academic journals and then leave it there. And I think it's also up to us to take on these kind of more public academics who have become the face and the figureheads for the alt-right. And I'm thinking of Jordan Peterson primarily, but also in Sweden, Eva Arpi, for example, and actually engaging with these people in public spaces. But yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And before we open it to the public, to the audience, Christian, you have the final words on this point.
I love all the comments and I love all the advice from the panel. I'll offer 3 things. One of them is to stop treating online violence or digital violence as what should we call it, physical violence. Like no one got hurt, so you can't really report it to the police. It's not necessarily a physical crime. It's an anti-democratic movement and it should be treated as such. Secondly, I would love for the discussion that's going on right now that feminism is the antithesis, the opposition to masculinity. Like this, feminism is the opposite of masculinity. We need someone, academics or practitioners, to have that discussion because right now there's this narrative that if you as a man say, well, I am a feminist, people are going to say, well, you don't look particularly homosexual, but okay, fair enough. Like there's this idea that, well, then you're effeminate and then you're weak and then you're vulnerable and you're less of a man. And it's not dangerous. Like I am a feminist. I still have my beard and all that. Like I'm not less of a man because of that. And we need as men between each other to stop agreeing to the answer to the question, how are you? Like fine is not an answer. We need to take hold of ourselves and our friends and say, no, how are you really? Like there is an emotional empowerment that we need of men, young men, adult men alike.
Thank you, Christian. And now I hope we have some questions from the audience. So please, Marlene and Siim.
We have quite a few questions. Thank you. It's been very interesting. A lot of people thank Christian for a great presentation here. And question number 1. Are angry young men overrepresented in certain socio-economic groups?
So we'll go to Christian, and if anybody wants to interfere, please just raise your hand, and you're most welcome to.
From what we see right now, which is basically a practical research, or qualitative research, is that yes, they are. But not from where we'd expect to find them. Like we have this Hollywood notion of the basement dweller who's really good at World of Warcraft and nothing else, and then he sits in his basement or camper van, hates on women online. What we do see, in fact, is that a lot of these men that are extremely anti-feminist or anti-egalitarian are university or college educated, and they have demographic basis for feeling an entitlement to a good life. Like, I am doing all these things. I'm getting an education. I'm making some sort of money. All of this. Why am I not the recipient of happiness? That being said, we do see quite a few of the most vocal ones having issues with some sort of mental issues, and probably without money or any social network. Like, there's these two groups. One of them is affectionately called NEETs, not an employment, education, or training. So we do see some demographic tendencies, but it's not that we can say everybody is in this one cluster. We see these two big clusters.
Anybody else would like to add something to what Christian said? No, let's go to the next question.
To the next question. The next question is actually a comment and then a question. And it goes like this. Info point, very relevant to this discussion. Today, Laura Bates, the founder of Everyday Sexism, published her new book, Men Who Hate Women. From incels to pickup artists, the truth about extreme misogyny and how it affects us all. Question. Could you say more about how, in your perspective, the alt-right and incel cultures are related to everyday sexism?
Can I...
Yeah, let's start with Christian and then the others.
Like, if we start with this everyday sexism or everyday anti-feminism, we usually operate with this term, the Overton window, that the window in which things are okay to say. And if we, on the street, in parliament, in management, have an idea that it's okay to be, well, just a tiny bit sexist, just like a comment a tiny bit on her dress, just talk a tiny bit about her ass and those shoes, like, then we're moving the Overton window. And then at some point, we moved the median for what's okay to say extremely far to the side. Because, well, no one ever died of a tiny slap on the ass. Well, at some point you're going to say, well, no one never died of a tiny casual date rape. Like, we're moving the Overton window by this everyday sexism. And by allowing everyday sexism, we're effectively enabling violence against women and minorities. So that's the short answer.
Anybody else would like to add something to this? Yeah. Yes. Michael, please.
I think in terms of the shifts in gender attitudes or gender norms that we see among young men and among young people in many Western countries, what we see is a kind of uneven shift, where on the one hand, there's a widespread support for liberal feminist ideas of women's and men's equality in public and economic life. But when it comes to, say, sexuality and relationships, we see, particularly in Australia, in North America, and some European countries too, instead regressive shifts, shifts backwards, where there's a growing willingness to believe that women often make up accusations of sexual assault, a growing willingness to see women and girls as only sexual objects, and so on. In addressing the kinds of problems we've been talking about, we need targeted efforts to address particular forms of sexist belief or sexist ideology that are very much everyday and getting worse.
Thank you, Michael. Back to Marlene.
No.
Oh, sorry, Iris, please. Sorry. So I have to look at you. I can't look at the camera. So I turn my back to them and look at you. Iris, please.
No, I just wanted to mention that in 2014, the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights, they published a result on a survey that is absolutely giving the same data on violence against women and girls suffered in their families, and also on the internet. And according to the survey, women aged 18 to 24 are at a heightened risk of being exposed to every kind of cyber violence. And especially in Europe, 80% of women have experienced a form of cyber violence since the age of 15, which corresponded to about 9 million women.
Yeah, thank you. Marlene, back to you.
And another question and a comment goes like this. I just wondered, what about the angry old men who tend to be most powerful and therefore most dangerous?
Sean, I'm looking at you with your... No. You're not an angry old white man, but because you're not dealing with young men only, you are dealing with men of all ages, different backgrounds. So, what would you say?
Well, I suppose we're in a fortunate situation in our organisation. We work with perpetrators and also with victims of domestic violence, along with doing developmental work with men of all ages. And it's about the key issues has always been around engaging with men around their particular perceptions and their understanding and the various different sexist ideologies that they may have. And there is no doubt that when you are older, you potentially acquire more power. And if you're coming into that age with sexist views and a particular perspective, you're certainly going to take advantage of it, and your sense of privilege is going to remain intact. So a lot of our work is about trying to challenge that, understanding, challenge those behaviors, and push and informing people in a way that most likely it's in a non-blame environment. It's about kind of saying, presenting the situation, getting people to reflect. I thought it was interesting what Christian said earlier there about we need to be having these conversations. And when somebody asks you, how are you, to say just fine is not okay. Well, one of our critical pieces of work that we do with men is our 7 key questions. And the first question is how are you? And then the next question is what's been going well for you? And they're very kind of simple questions really at the end of the day, but they allow a period of reflection. They allow you an identification of issues that may be there, and they allow you then to go take action. And that's how I would see it. Like, a lot of this is an educational, a lot of this is around experiential learning and providing those spaces. If somebody is misogynistic, it's not saying that they can change, but they will continue to do it if they aren't necessarily challenged on their behavior.
Sean, if I might follow up, could it be also that old men, they are not on social platforms, they are not in the internet, because the generation, let's say, 65 plus, 70 plus, they are not maybe eager to learn the new platforms. So they are drinking, they are doing other things, but we just don't see them in social media and we don't see them in cyberspace.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not an expert in the whole idea of usage of social media or social platforms. I'm not we had, interestingly enough, when we started, because of COVID-19, and we had to reconfigure and recalibrate our work with all of our client groups and service users. We thought we would have a difficulty with the older grouping of men in terms of access to internet and the various different tools that are necessary. But I have to say, we haven't found it. What do we mean? Do we mean people in their 70s? But we mean older men. But I'm in my 50s and I'd be fairly reasonably literate in terms of digitally literate. So and people have phones and a smartphone. So I don't think it is. I think maybe there is a generational issue around how people engage with social media. Certainly, I would have a different way of engaging with it than certainly my 2 sons would do, or somebody in their mid-30s, because they've kind of grown with it. So I think there are definitely those trends that are there, but I couldn't really give a definitive answer on it.
Thank you, Christian, and then to Sam.
There's definitely a reasoning behind the angry old men on the internet. Everybody by 2020 is on Facebook, including the old people, meaning that usually the young people will move away from Facebook because it's filled with old people, their parents and grandparents. So actually we see the numbers indicating that the primary violent abusers on Facebook are angry old white men, at least in Denmark, because the young people will be on a different platform. But back to the base question, usually when we talk about gender education or just relevant education, we have this idea that it's about young people. We also need to educate adults. And 2 days ago in Denmark, we had consent-based rape laws. Finally, this would be where the audience would clap usually. But we had one old angry man politician who said, well, now we have a problem because now we're going to have way more rapes in Denmark. Now we're going to have more convictions, not more rapes. And there is this idea that, well, when I was young, this wasn't a problem. Therefore, how can it be a problem now? There's an idea often in this angry old men demographic that if we address a problem, then we create it. And I disagree. Like Noe just pointed out, so we can finally find a solution, not sweep it under the rug. So,
Right. Sam, please.
I mean, it's a great question, because one of the things is it talks about the way in which violence operates on different levels. So when we think about violence, we tend to think about it as something happening between two people. But of course, there's kind of structural violence, which I think the question is alluding to. So who has kind of economic power to do kind of various forms of violence that aren't necessarily like directly between two people? And one of the things here is obviously there's not all older men who have power. So say, for example, when we tend to think of old men who have power, we tend to think of politicians, we tend to think of people that are the heads of like the largest banks in the world or whatever. But that's not the majority of older men. So I think it's important when we talk about older men to recognize kind of class distinctions here as well. But one of the things here that I think is important is who benefits. There's the question, who benefits from perpetuating this kind of these spaces that actually facilitate this kind of conflict? And I do genuinely think that these spaces have been kind of co-opted by people for their own agendas. And I think about kind of Steve Bannon, for example, as an older man who deliberately kind of used these sites, used these people in order to foster conflict, in order to drive essentially a white nationalist agenda. So I think it's an important question is to ask who actually benefits personally from this, and to see violence as both interpersonal and structural as well. So.
Well, I think we have time for the last question.
Do you think these kind of groups of young, angry men have always been part of a society, or is this a recent phenomenon?
Let's start with Christian again, yeah.
Well, now it would be guesswork. Men have always been angry, sad, like on any end of the emotional spectrum. I think by now with the internet and the advent of these image boards and discussion groups, it's easier to find other angry men. Like, I'm a big proponent of technology and the internet in general, because I usually say you're never weird on the internet. No matter who you are, you can always find someone who is just as weird in the same like subculture that you are. That's amazing. That is a literal lifesaver. But it also means that you can find someone who is agreeing with your anger and agreeing like, yes, you should go out and do this or that. So no, I don't think it's a new thing. I think the internet has enabled them to find each other, for good or for worse.
And now, also, for the last time, I'd like to look at our panelists. It's the last time for you to speak up. Yeah, Sam, please. And then, yeah, everybody. Let's start with Sam, please. Yes. We don't hear you. Okay, then let's go to Christoph.
I would take the chance to put the last focus on even if we don't see men everywhere, old men especially, they write our stories. They have a huge impact on our stories that we see in film and TV series. So 90% of writers in Hollywood, Netflix, Amazon and HBO and so on are men, and as long as we don't change the structure they are absolutely overrepresented in our stories, and so they write what we see. They write about lonesome jokers, evil, absent fathers, and we don't need to see that anymore. And Batman is getting 80 years old now. This story, and it's the same over again. So it's a loop we see here, and we need to break that up. So as long as we don't do that, we can do as much emotional work as we can. But if we don't break up the structures, we will fail.
Thank you, Christoph. Iris.
No, just wanted to share you a story that happened recently in Albania. A 15-year-old girl, she was actually sexually assaulted from the person that it was supposed, and it was paid from the Ministry of Education to guard the school. And this rape was happening for 2 years, and then two other guys, after he started to blackmail the girl with a video that he has recorded, abused with the girl as well. So this story brought such a big frustration among in the society. But also, the weird thing that I have seen, it was the vox pops that the media were doing with the people in that particular place when the violence happened. And you could see not only old man that was having the perspective like she deserved it, why she was wearing like a short skirt or something like that, but you could see also young women that have the same attitude, and women that are also involved in that, which makes the thing very unsatisfactory. And we called a protest of the citizen, and we were like helpless actually, and we were like thinking like it will come the same group of the NGOs in the square where we called the protest. 50,000 citizens came into this protest. So I think there is always hope, and it should be done a lot of education and prevention.
Well, thank you, Iris. Yeah, please, Michael. And your 60 seconds.
I was
and
going
then
to say,
Sure. Well, one of the key challenges here is to speak to the sense of pain or disadvantage or suffering that some of these young men have, but to do so in ways that are healthy for them and that do not increase the violence, the risks to others. That is, to do so in ways that are accountable, healthy, and aware of broader gender inequalities.
Thank you, Michael. Tuija, please.
Yes, so I'd like to go back a few steps and get back to Steve Bannon and the other angry old white man who is doing his work in the internet, in Twitter, and really mobilizing also angry white men, young men, to kind of support his politics. And I just want to say that we have to see the kind of connections, that there are these harmful ideologies that are entangled, racism, misogyny, anti-feminism, and whatnot. And we need to see the kind of a mechanic that he's using, that Trump is using, polarizing people and mobilizing these kind of men in weaker positions to get his goal and for his own benefit. And we need to stop that. We need to be aware that these young men are used when things like this happen. So yeah, we need to try to stop this horrible thing going on.
Well, thank you, Tuija. Thank you all. I'm so sorry for interrupting our discussion. Under normal circumstances, we could go and have a glass of wine or beer or something and continue discussion. Under these circumstances, we are much more limited. But I can make one promise. If you happen to come to Brussels, give me a call, and we can have a glass of wine or beer or water or whatever you prefer. But thank you so much, Christian, for your presentation, all panelists for your thoughts. Today in the morning I was on Estonian National Radio, and there was huge interest towards this panel, and the organizers promised that there will be some concluding remarks will be one day on the website of the Ministry of Social Affairs. So stay tuned, and I'm sure we will run into each other in the near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you for a great panel.
Bye.
We have another short networking break scheduled for us, after which we'll be grouping into smaller parallel workshops at 4:15. We'll go over the workshops real quick.
Yes, we have 5 workshops available for you. Workshop number 1 touches upon a topic we discussed briefly in the morning, and that is the burden of professional care and how men could share it better. And this will be moderated by Mari-Liis Sepper, who is an equality policies expert from Praxis Center for Policy Studies.
Workshop number 2 on active fathering and shared parenting, moderated by Ulla Nordfjell, Chief Advisor at Reform Resource Center for Men.
As violence is also an issue, and not only online, but also offline, then we have workshop number 3 addressing this issue, and more particularly the primary and secondary prevention of gender-based violence. And this will be moderated by Roman Krylov, who is an anti-violence hotline coordinator from the Estonian Social Insurance Board.
Workshop number 4, Men, Masculinities and Aging, moderated by Häli Tarum, Head of Social Welfare Department at the Estonian Ministry of Social Affairs.
And the final workshop number 5, which will, as I understand, take place in the same room, is on men promoting gender equality, moderated by Karel Parve, who is an independent expert on gender equality.
Yes, and the same room means Works Up. Others, I believe, will be meeting in Zoom. So please find the right workshop in the schedule on workshop in the schedule on Works Up and click on the link to join the workshop. Yes.
Yes. Have a good discussion, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow.
project coming?
I had written a few words down.
That all? You usually do better.
I really don't know how to write a song. I can compose music, but I just don't know how to write a song.
Look, what is a song anyway? Have you ever heard birdsong? Are you going to tell Walt Whitman his Song of Myself isn't a song? Don't let someone else's form define you. You sing your own song. Take your own form.
Yeah.
Trance music is basically a form of music which, when someone listens, goes into a state of trance and dances. Trance music is basically a form of music which, when someone listens, goes into a state of trance and dances. Basically moves the body to a rhythmic pattern for a very long time, for almost 8 minutes, maybe even 10, and a state of trance happens. That's why it's called trance, which means in Persian, khalse.
I'd written a few words down.
That all? You usually do better.
I really don't know how to write a song. I can compose music, but I just don't know how to write a song.
Look, what is a song, anyway? Have you ever heard birdsong? Are you going to tell Walt Whitman his Song of Myself isn't a song? Don't let someone else's form define you. You sing your own song. Take your own form.
Yeah.
Trance music is basically a form of music which, when someone listens, goes into a state of trance and dances. Trance music is basically a form of music which, when someone listens, goes into a state of trance and dances. Basically moves the body into a rhythmic pattern for a very long time, for almost 8 minutes, maybe even 10, and a state of trance happens. That's why it's called trance, which means in Persian, halsed.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 5th International Conference on Men and Equal Opportunities. I'm very sorry for the short, or more than a little bit short, delay in the conference schedule so far. We've had some technical difficulties that we've been able to overcome and are more than happy to resume with the program as such. My name is Karel Parve, and it is my pleasure to walk you through the last part of the first day of the conference, which is the workshop on men promoting gender equality. Before we start, then a couple of quick words about me. I am currently working in the financial sector, and I am the head of private banking at a local bank here in Estonia. That is not the reason why I'm standing here before you today. Actually, after I received my bachelor's degree in the US and moved back to Estonia, then my first job was with the Ministry of Social Affairs, who is the organizer of this, or one of the organizers of this event as well. And I was working on the Norway Grants program on mainstreaming gender equality and promoting work-life balance. After I left the public sector, I've also been involved in training mid-level managers on matters of diversity and equality, so I've still remained in touch with the topic, and it is still very close and dear to my heart. But enough about me, and let's get to the part that you've all been waiting for the most, which are our fantastic speakers. As we are a little behind on the schedule, then we'll start with going through all of the speakers one by one. We will try and take questions in the end if we have some time, and I hope that's okay with you, and you will understand that as well. So, without further ado, we've also made some changes to the schedule, so we'll be starting with the third speaker on your schedule, which is Ander Bergara. Having been born in the Basque country of Bilbao, and after receiving his degree in law in 1995, and Ander started working at Emakunde, the Basque Institute for Women, which is the Basque government's gender equality agency. Today, Ander will talk to us about Gizondus initiative, a program that aims to boost the awareness, participation and involvement of men in supporting equality between women and men. He's also a trainer and author of some publications on men and gender equality. So without further ado, I yield the stage or screen to Ander.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Karel, for the introduction. And I'm going to try to share my presentation. Okay. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, you're good to go, Ander.
Yes, okay. So I would like to start by giving thanks to the organizers for the invitation to participate in this conference and giving us the possibility to explain the work we are carrying out in the Basque government to involve men in favor of equality. To begin with, I'm going to give some background information about the Basque Country. The Basque Country is a small European region situated in the south of Europe with 2,200,000 inhabitants and a high level of autonomy and development. The Basque Institute for Women, Emakunde, is the gender equality agency of the Basque government, which was created in 1988. And Emakunde, in 2007, launched a specific initiative focused on men, in particular to promote the men involvement in supporting gender equality. Gizonduz, the Basque term gizonduz, is referred to the process of becoming a man and strives to transmit the idea that equality makes men become more manly, in the sense of more human, complete, and better individuals. The objectives of the program are the following: to increase the number of men who are sensitive and committed to equality and against violence against women, to increase the number of men who receive training in the field of equality between women and men, and to increase the level of corresponsibility or responsibility that men have in domestic and care work. According to available data, men do only 33% of the care work in the Basque Country. Precisely, the main purpose of the program is to put care at the center of men's lives, because we know that is the key, it's a key factor to advance women's rights and gender equality. The program is based on a feminist and diversity-sensitive approach, and it's been conceived to complement women's empowerment. The program is focused on questioning masculine power and privileges as a way to promote men's personal growth and a more just, equal, and peaceful society. Now I'm going to tell you about the activities we have been carried out since the program was created in 2007. With regard to campaigns, publicity campaigns, in 2007 we launched the first campaign with the slogan, "Equality makes you more of a man." In 2008 we launched the Charter by the Basque Men for Equality and Against Violence Against Women. This charter was presented by the Basque government president, and it's a document to be signed by men in order to promote their personal and collective commitment to gender equality. In more than a year, more than 10,000 men signed the charter. Between 2008 and 2011, we carried out the campaign, The Backpack for the Fathers. It was aimed at promoting equal parenthood. Those backpacks were distributed fundamentally by the Basque Public Health Service midwives to father-to-be men. And those backpacks included awareness-raising materials such as a guide on masculinities, a guide on equal parenthood, children's story entitled That Secret, a documentary film called Fathers, and again to promote men's corresponsibility in care. In 2015 and 2017, on the occasion of Father's Day, we carried out campaigns to promote equality and corresponsibility in parental care. More recently, in 2018, we launched the campaign called Men and Equality, Moving from Words to Deeds. This campaign consists of an online application where men can self-evaluate their level of sexism and commit themselves to take specific actions in order to foster gender equality in their everyday life. Activities in spheres like corresponsibility, caregiving, the eradication of sexist violence, the dissemination of gender equality ideas, or even reporting of sexist messages and behaviors. The application provides information and resources to help men meet their commitments and monitor them. Over 200 men have registered and committed themselves to specific actions. In 2020, we launched the campaign called "In Coronavirus Time, More Care, Let's Do Our Part." During the lockdown, domestic and care work increased dramatically, and most men were confined to the home. So they have no excuse to do their share of care work. We took advantage of that situation to promote changes in men's behavior to make them more responsible for care. In addition to publicity campaigns, within the program we have organized many conferences. The first one was in 2007. We organized an international conference entitled Masculinity and Daily Life. And since then we have organized a lot of conferences in which well-known experts in masculinity have participated, such as Miguel Lorente, Michael Kaufman, Gary Baker, and others. More remarkably, in 2018, we celebrated Gizondu's 10th anniversary ceremony. In that event, the Basque government president called on the Basque men to take more steps towards gender equality and against gender-based violence. As well as conferences and campaigns, we also have a specialized website and significant presence on social networks. We have published articles and documents which are available on our website. With regard to training, we promote men's participation in gender equality courses organized by other institutional organizations by disseminating the information through our networks. And since 2009, we have developed an annual awareness and training program. This program comprises a wide range of face-to-face and online courses related to men, equality, and masculinities. These courses are for free and aim at individuals, groups, and public and private organizations. So far, more than 8,500 men have participated in the training program. In 2016, we launched Youth and Equality 2.0 project. This project aims to prevent sexism and violence among young people. And it's based on an online video game on some education units. Those materials can be used individually or in group as a pedagogical tool at the schools and in non-formal education contexts. Since 2016, about 1,800 students have participated in the project. In 2017, we initiated a new line of work for equality with male politicians. 2 men politicians groups were created, one of them at the local level in collaboration with EUDEL, which is the Association of Basque Municipalities, and the other at the Basque government level in collaboration with all its ministries. These men groups, these men politician groups, are spaces for training, reflection, and sharing, aimed at encouraging these men to promote equality in their sphere of influence, and in particular, to promote the personal and collective commitment of other men to the cause of gender equality. 22 male politicians have participated and 12 working sessions have been held. Different issues have been dealt with, such as the origin of the gender inequalities, feminism, gender-based violence, gender equality policies, and male power. We have also carried out other activities, like supporting men groups for equality, participating in awareness-raising activities organized by other organizations, and collaborating at international level with international agencies, organizations, and different countries. Now I'm going to tell you something about which I consider achievements. In quantitative terms, in a year, more than 10,300 men signed the Charter for Equality. In 3 years, more than 30,000 backpacks for equality were delivered to father-to-be men. More than 8,500 men have attended our courses on masculinity, with a very high level of satisfaction, 8.3 points out of 10. According to our evaluations, 80% of men who have participated in the courses have applied or will apply what they have learned in those courses. Women's NGOs and equality officers' level of satisfaction regarding the Emakunde's work to promote men's involvement in equality is evaluated with a high level of satisfaction, 7 points out of 10. We have more than 5,000 followers in Facebook, most of them men, 2,000 followers in Twitter. And thanks to the program, new Men's for Equality groups have been created in the Basque Country. In more qualitative terms, we have reached many and diverse organizations and men, like firefighters, policemen, students, teachers, NGO members, trade union members, company owners, workers, politicians, civil servants, users of social services, and so on. Apart from that, good quality materials on men and equality have been made available for the citizen. We have come up with innovative solutions to overcome difficulties. We have complied with the international norms and recommendations related to men and equality. We have consolidated a lane of action with men within the gender equality policies in the Basque Country. We also have achieved recognition. The program has been considered a best practice by different organizations. And most importantly, we have become a reference, a benchmark for many men in the Basque Country who want to support gender equality. Anyway, we have also a lot of challenges. We have to improve the evaluation of the program. We have to reach out to more men in an effective way. Work with the strategic sectors like men leaders. We have to constantly review and turn criticism into opportunities. Find consensus on how to work with men for equality, and increase alliances with different sectors of feminism and other institutions and organizations. I would like to finish by saying that men are a substantial part of gender inequality problem, and therefore a significant part of the solution. That is why the Basque Country government will continue encouraging men to renounce male privileges and get involved hand by hand with women in building a more just, equal and peaceful society. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Andar, for the very informative presentation and information. As I said previously, to those of you who have maybe just joined now, we won't be taking questions at the end of each presentation, as we are running behind of schedule due to some technical difficulties. So we will be moving straight into our next presenters and their stories. So next up, we have actually two people joining us or joining you on screen. It's Gerhard Hafner and Fikri Anil Altintas from Germany, who will be talking about their personal experience and journey in the He for She movement in Germany. But before we start, a couple of words about both of them as well. So Gerhard Hafner is a psychologist working in a project with men who perpetrated violence against their partners or ex-partners. He has done close cooperation with projects and institutions fighting domestic violence in Berlin. And as noted before, he is one of the 6 catalysts behind the He for She Germany movement as well. And Fikri Anil Altintas is a freelance author and project manager from Berlin. He writes on the construction and perception of critical masculinities and Orientalism. He is also one of the 6 catalysts behind the He for She UN Women movement in Germany. So, not to take up any more of your time, there you go, Gerhard and Fikri.
So I hope you can see let me just check with this. All right, I hope you can see our screen. Thank you very much for being here, and thanks for inviting us to this conference. My name is Anna Altintas. As you have introduced us, Gerd Hafner. We're live from Berlin today, and we will talk about the He for She movement, and in particular about the He for She movement from UN Women Germany. So we, as catalysts, speak for UN Women Germany today, not for the He for She in general. We will go as follows. We will give a short introduction on the He for She movement in general, and then elaborate on our UN Women Germany program with the He for She catalysts. And yes, we're happy to be joined by these experts today, and sent you one screen from Berlin. What is He for She? For those who might not know, He for She is a solidarity movement within the feminist movement that fights for gender equality, has been fighting for centuries within the feminist movement, and it was initiated by UN Women in 2014. You might have heard of Emma Watson. She is somewhat behind or the face of this initiative. And ever since its installment, it has garnered more than 2.1 million commitments on a not only digital but also offline commitments. And what we see as He for She is it's an invitation, and this invitation can mean a lot of things for men and people of all genders to stand in solidarity with women, to create a bold, visible, and united force for gender equality. He for She might seem very binary, but we maybe just the tag, but we see our fight for all genders and for gender equality in general. As I have elaborated, He for She is a movement that was kickstarted by the Goodwill Ambassador Emma Watson, and it's the hashtag He for She. I mean, we all also define ourselves as He for She catalysts, has garnered more than 1 million tweets within 2 weeks, and was one of the moments on Twitter in 2014. And what we do is it's just more than a social media movement. Within the different campaigns of He for She, it sparks community events and tries to initiate real-life commitments and change. That this is on a very political level, but also on a voluntary basis, as we as Catalyst, as professionals, also engage within the tag of the he for she movement. That is obviously what he for she is today, and we can see some numbers. I won't dwell on that further. He for she has come up with very creative ideas to do social media campaigns this year, especially in light of the corona pandemic. It launched the he for she campaign called He for She at Home, to encourage men to do the fair share and share on social media what they do. So to show, I mean, mostly also with celebrities, that they share mental work, the mental load, they share the care work at home, and also to place an equal importance on each other partner's careers. So with that very low-level engagement, we tried to build a momentum on raising awareness to this issue. And that was equally the case with the hashtag that was, or the campaign, the Year of Male Allyship on March 1st. On the day of zero discrimination, it launched the Year of Male Allyship. And what it did also, I mean, in similar to what the He for She at Home campaign was, to men to share their stance on gender equality on social media. We have a lot of celebrities participating and raising awareness and shedding light on this important issue, especially when in times of corona pandemic, when the inequalities were heightened. But now my colleague Gerhard will go and talk particularly about our program, the He for She program, Catalyst program in Germany.
The Catalyst program was founded two years ago. We had 4 male advocates here in Germany, and since the March of this year, we had 2 new catalysts who are active in the campaign in Germany. And we have a wide variety of formats. We have a broad activists who make this Catalyst program active. We work in public, and we work professional in special issues like sexism and perpetrator work, and especially critical masculinities. And we are active to be allies to the women and to the feminists here in Germany. We make we participate in panels and give speeches. We make workshops. We have made a big symposium here in Berlin. So, so it's in this 2 years we had made a lot of activities. So there, besides Anil and me, we have 4 other activists. That's Vincent Emmanuel Herm, Dr. Joy Esongazo Alemazon, Robert Franken, and Martin Speer. They are in different areas and with different topics active. So, and I make a little spotlight on my work. I'm a psychologist, and I'm working in a project since 20 years with men who perpetrated violence against their partner, ex-partner. And important is that we are in this project very integrated with the support of the woman and with the support of the children. This works in the day-to-day practice. And this close cooperation with the projects and institutions here fighting against domestic violence here in Berlin, but also in Germany, that's very important to see what we are doing. What are the results of and the impacts of the work we are doing, perhaps the other workshop in workshop number 3, there's the spotlight on this work against domestic violence, against male violence against women. Our group had made some conferences, a symposium, made some meetings, and are very active in press. We on with different perspectives. My focus is the psychological and social work against violence, but the main issue is to have this cooperation on different levels. We are also in the politics to change the society, the institutions, the associations in my area, to make another program to make the men responsible for their deeds.
Yeah, and a short spotlight on me. I mean, this being one aspect of the engagement of all 6 catalysts. So what we do as a group is to maybe collect all of our expertise, and then as this team of he for she catalysts, we try to give important and necessary impulse to the public debate, whether we do it professionally in a private context or as myself. I write articles on masculinities from a personal migrant background in Germany, since in Germany, and we try to adapt the local necessities into our work. And what I have maybe experienced and have witnessed is that there's a lot of negative narrative around Muslim and, in my case, Turkish masculinities, and I felt the need to write on that. And it given from my experience, given a lot of people important impulses to reflect on care work, to reflect on expectations on masculinity. And what I maybe focus on is the intersection of masculinities and Orientalism and racism in migration societies, as Germany is one, and what kind of societal developments benefit or the construction and the perception of marginalized masculinities. And as my colleague Gerd has said already, we all engage in workshops. I do social media work and do offline and online workshops on the matter. So we as he for she catalysts, we always try to act as a team. We are mostly approached also by press when it comes to gender equality issues in Germany. So we want to be a very public team to speak on these matters. We're not afraid to do that. In Germany, there is to some extent not very open environment to do that, and we would like to change that with our personal backgrounds, but our expertises to shift the societal paradigm on the matter. So yes, and that's me. And if you like to approach us, please make sure to visit UN Women Germany. They coordinate our work, but we have to say we do it all on a voluntary basis, so we're not getting paid for this. This is all voluntary, and and that's why it's such a nice idea to connect on an international level today. I mean, Gerd has been already part of these conferences, so yes, thank you very much, and please make sure to check out the work of he for she. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gerhard and Fikri. Next up, we will be moving on with a presentation by Troy Roderick. Troy has specialized in diversity and inclusion for around 25 years now. In his current ongoing engagements across business leaders on key insights and trends in gender equality, intercultural diversity, inclusive leadership, flexible work, LGBT plus inclusion, and all-scale system-wide change to create more inclusive organizations and customer and employee experiences. Until 2017, Troy worked as the leader of Telstra's global diversity and inclusion function, with reach into customer, community, and HR practices, which included his groundbreaking creation of All Roles Flex, and initiatives around inclusive leadership, gender equality, in Indigenous employment, and workplace responses to domestic and family violence. Troy's work has achieved record levels of women's representation in executive management, CEO leadership, team, and graduate cohorts. Consistent increases in women's recruitment, retention, and representation. His talk today is entitled Listening, Learning, Leading with Action. So without further ado, the screen is yours, Troy. Go ahead.
Thanks so much, Karel. And I think I'll say good afternoon, everyone. I think it's afternoon for most of you. Evening here in Australia, late evening. I'm joining you from Canberra, which is just coming out of winter in Australia. And it's the land of the Ngunnawal people. So I want to pay my respects to the Ngunnawal elders, past, present, and emerging. I'm delighted to have been invited to join you all to share the story of the Male Champions of Change movement, for which I'm now working or involved as the Director of Strategic Initiatives and Insights. I'm going to share a little slide pack so that you can see what I'm doing. Make that big, everyone can see it, I hope. Is that looking good? Yeah, okay. And before I begin, I should say that because we're not doing questions owing to the time, please feel free to reach out directly either to the organisers or myself. My name is on this slide. You can get me on LinkedIn or via email at troy@malechampionsofchange.com, which is, all the words of the title joined together with .com at the end. So this presentation is really about a growing coalition of CEO leaders here in Australia who are applying their energy and accountability to changing norms around gender equality, both in their organisations and in broader society. The Male Champions of Change movement has been in place for around 10 years and started with a simple idea that men were really, the people who invented and largely run the system that is in organisations, in corporates and in government organisations. But when you looked around to see their presence in the work on gender equality, which by definition, of course, is part of running good businesses or running healthy organisations, they were largely missing from the conversation. So we have a statutory office here in Australia called the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, and the person who was occupying that role at the time, 2010, Elizabeth Broderick, who's now Special Rapporteur for the United Nations, decided that she would literally pick up the phone and call a whole bunch of senior men in business and start to engage them in the work of becoming more accountable for gender equality and change in their organisations. Now that, when you think about, the biggest phone company, the biggest bank, the army, the largest public sector organisations, the big airline, in a country like Australia, these are the organisations that are big brands, they're nation-building companies, they have huge customer bases and large employee bases. So the capacity to influence change was at the forefront of Liz's mind in bringing this group of people together. And the idea was essentially not that these men would, come in on their white horse and suddenly fix everything and make the world better and speak for women and take over, but that they would step up beside the work that women had been doing for decades to change the system on gender equality. And the first group, the founding group of MCC, began with literally maybe 8 or 10 members with this objective in mind. So that they were to step up beside women to make change, to really commit to understanding more about what's going on inside their own organisations and applying their heads and hearts to deeply getting close to the issue of gender equality. Now, although many leaders will say, this is part of their work and part of their commitment, very infrequently do they stop and spend the time to deeply understand what's going on inside their organisations and for their people. So the listening and learning piece was critical to the beginning of this and has remained critical to the ongoing success of the work. We talk about disruptive actions, and Karel mentioned All Roles Flex, which I was fortunate enough to lead inside one of the original MCC organisations when I was at Telstra. And this is the kind of work that for us turned the idea of flexible work sort of on its head and actually used flexibility as a starting point for work. And many of you will know, of course, that that almost any conversation that you're having about gender equality or diversity and inclusion will often lead back to ways of working or to the balance of paid and unpaid work in households or between members of couples. And in opposite sex couples, that becomes a gendered thing, which impacts people's ability to succeed in paid work or paid employment. So, to the extent that this actually changed ways of working around flexibility, it actually was quite a disruptive thing that happened. I'll share some more examples later. But now we have around 10 years of progress at MCC, and in many ways, the work that the champions have been able to do inside their organisations and the collective work they've been able to do together has established new norms for leading practice. I'll refer everyone watching to the great collection of resources and information that is open sourced and available on the malechampionsofchange.com website. When you look at reports and resources, everything is there over the past 10 years. And because we're all paying such a lot of attention, of course, to COVID right now, there are some new things that I should tell you about at this point that relate specifically to addressing gender equality opportunities and challenges in the COVID context, all based on the listening and learning that MCC leaders have done in their organisations and the practical actions that they've taken and the things they're kind of finding out as they go. Because obviously for all of us, this COVID thing is new and we're all kind of working it out and learning as we go along. So the resources relate to actions that leaders have taken, specifically leading on gender equality in their organisations around COVID, and care. Work and care is a big part of that. Another resource on accelerating flexible ways of working. So it's really an evolution of what we should be doing around All Roles Flex into during COVID and into recovery and rebuild. Supporting employees who are experiencing domestic and family violence during this time. And of course, I can't think of any part of the world where we haven't seen increases in this, particularly during times of isolation or lockdown or where people need to be at home. Interestingly, another resource on addressing employees who use domestic violence, so perpetrators of DV, that is a new piece that came out just about a month ago. And next week, it will interest you to know, a new piece of work which I'm sort of talking about in preview, which is about disruptive approaches to addressing and ending sexual harassment at work. A topic which many of us are familiar with, of course, over many years, but there are some new suggestions and disruptive approaches in this document that I think everyone will be interested in. So that's now. I'll just take a little step back into where we've been and where we're, the size of what I'm talking about. So from that 10-year ago beginning, MCC has now grown to a coalition of around 230 leaders. The name is, suggests they're all men, but that's not actually the case. There are women involved in the coalition as well. 42 of them, in fact, as conveners or special advisors to the champions. And this is for a number of reasons. It's because sometimes MCCs are succeeded by women in their CEO role, so they have to be CEOs or board level executives. And sometimes when CEOs move on, they're succeeded by women, which is a wonderful, fantastic thing. Or sometimes when we go into a sector like the fire and emergency sector, for example, some of the people leading those organisations are women anyway. So when you want to have a sector-based group, you are absorbing all of the leaders from that group. So it's still a mainly male population in MCC, but becoming more gender balanced in time. You can see on the slide that I'm sharing the employee base of those organisations, where they exist in the world, and the support that the champions get from implementation leaders. On the right-hand side of this slide, you can also see the groups that we now have. So, of course, the founding group is the first one I mentioned before. There are a number of other national groups, and by national I mean just based in Australia or in other countries. So Pakistan and Philippines also have MCC groups under our banner. And then there's a whole bunch of sector-specific groups, which each have, as you can imagine, their own sector-specific challenges and opportunities. So everything from sport to science and technology to the health sector. Our newest group is Australia-based. It is with Microsoft partners. So it is Microsoft Australia and all of the little companies inside their ecosystem, all with similar tech challenges, but actually focused on what they can do as a business together. In terms of what we do and how we do it, a quick little run through here of the guiding principles. So as I said before, stepping up beside women, actually achieving progress on women's representation, standing behind our numbers. All of the champions report publicly every year in what we believe is the largest or one of the largest voluntary disclosures on gender equality performance in the world. Go to the website, look for the impact report, and you can see all of the detail there. The latest report was released in December last year, which means our next one is soon. And importantly, another thing I should point out is that we're about moving the system. So sometimes work in this space is about fixing women, or it's about, requiring women to adapt or change. Women aren't really the problem here. It's the system that's not working. So male champions are about disrupting that piece so that we can create, if I may use the words that Catalyst uses to describe its work, workplaces that work for women, really, or systems that work better for women. On the basis of those guiding principles, this is where the listening and learning comes in. So really understanding what's going on inside organisations, tracking the impact of those actions and working collectively to advocate for change. One thing the champions have really noticed is that as they've become more fluent, more confident with the work, they can move beyond focusing inside their organisations to take collective action outside. And some of the domestic violence work in particular is one of those initiatives. The action pillars at the bottom of this section of the slide are how we situate our work. And they just give us a framework for packaging initiatives under each of those pillars. And importantly, as is necessary for all of work in this area, a focus on what outcomes you're looking for and how you're going to measure your impact. So I'm not going to read through these because everyone can see what's there, but it's the stuff that reflects the whole pipeline of employment. One of the biggest outcome measures, of course, which is pay equity, whether or not people are having flexible and inclusive experiences of work, and what kind of impact we can have on social issues, for example, domestic violence or women's economic empowerment. The measurable impact section of this slide, these are the things, if you go to the impact report and you look at what organisations are sharing, you'll see the disclosures around these various measures. And, they're not always all great stories. That sometimes, progress doesn't happen as quickly as you'd expect or in the right direction. But the champions are transparent about that. they're willing to learn from what they've been doing, and I think that transparency creates a real appetite to improve next time and to remain accountable for what they're focusing on. This next piece, which I'll share, is just some of the things that we've seen over the past 10 years. So I'll draw your attention mostly to the numbers on the right-hand side, which give you some degree of insight into the kind of performance that has been achieved across the group and what you can do when you get leaders focused on change and working together. So the outperformance of peers in terms of practical action. So in Australia, you might know that we also have a government-mandated reporting scheme where all employers with more than 100 people have to report to the government about their actions and impact on gender equality. And when I say employers, I mean private sector employers. So we have this huge database, or data set, I should say, that's now 6 years old, that gives us insight, it's all public, gives us insight to practical actions that organisations generally are taking. So when you compare MCC organisations with that other group, on most of the key measures, the MCC people are, or more of them are taking more action, which we see as something we're very proud of in terms of mobilising this group of men. You can all see the numbers where I've just noticed they're not in ascending order, which I would prefer they were, but jump around a number of stats there. We're talking about gender balance in recruitment, improving gender balance in key management personnel, which is that level just below CEO, mainstreaming flexible work, and the rate of women's promotions being greater than or equal to women's representation, which of course tells you that you're actually having some impact on moving, establishing a strong pipeline of leaders. We are looking forward to seeing what this year's data will tell us, notwithstanding, of course, that it's been a tough year for everyone, and we don't want to be too demanding and say you have to give us all your numbers because even though your business, you might be an airline and you haven't been doing much flying lately, and you've just laid off 20,000 people. We're trying to get as much. We're relying on the goodwill of our members to provide whatever data they can to continue that accountability story. Finally, and I won't take up any more time, I'd like to just remind you that the MCC's work is particularly outcomes focused. So just draw your attention to to all of the publications and all of the transparency that's provided around that. All of the material is open source. And here's a picture of Alan Joyce at the United Nations when we used to be able to go to things and talk. So Alan is the CEO of Qantas. He's one of the founding members. He was at the CSW, it was last year. And whenever we can, even though it's happening more online these days than it used to, the champions are out there sharing their vision, their enthusiasm for the work, and their impact, and inspiring other men and other leaders to do the same. At this point, I would normally say any questions, but I don't think we're doing that today. So I might just hand back to Karel and thank everyone for their time and attention.
Thank you very much, Troy. Unfortunately, yes, we are currently in the position where we will not be taking any questions at the moment, but it looks like we might have some time to take some at the end at about 6 p.m. local time here in Estonia. But in order to be able to do that, let's continue with the program that we have. Unfortunately, Sandy Roxton will not be joining us today, so the next presenters will be the last but not least of our workshop. So please help me in welcoming Jake Sticka and Lana Wells. And a couple words about both of them before they go on as well. As next Gen Men's Executive Director, Jake is a passionate speaker and facilitator focused on gender-based issues related to the social and emotional development of young men, the health and well-being of men in communities, and gender equity in workplaces. Jake was named one of Avenue magazine's top 40 under 40, as well as having earned recognition from the British Council and the Canadian Centre for Diversity and Inclusion. He has spoken at the United Nations as part of the Canadian delegation and participated in the UN Women Safe Cities Initiative Global Forum. He is also a proud advisor to the Calgary Immigrant Women's Association, Canadian Women Sport, as well as the Calgary Women's Emergency Shelter. And Lana. Lana is the Brenda Stafford Chair in the Prevention of Domestic Violence and Associate Professor at the Faculty of Social Work, Fellow of the School of Public Policy at the University of Calgary in Canada. Her areas of expertise include domestic, family and sexual violence, women's issues, social policy, social justice, and social change. She's currently leading SHIFT, the project to end domestic violence. SHIFT's purpose is to develop, implement, and scale up best and promising primary prevention practices, strategies, and actions in partnership with governments, systems, community leaders, and NGOs with the goal of preventing violence and advancing equality. So, the screen is all yours. Lana and
Thank
Jake.
you. Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. We're so pleased to be here today and excited to talk about some of the work happening in Canada, thanks to the conference organizers and our panel. I'm situated in Canmore, Alberta, which is about an hour from Calgary. I live in the Rockies, and Jake is situated in beautiful Vancouver, British Columbia. But as mentioned, we both work provincially and then across Canada, and we're excited to talk about our initiative today. But I'll give you a little bit of background about myself. As mentioned, I'm an associate professor in the Brenda Stafford Chair, and I'm in a unique position at the University of Calgary. And I created an initiative called SHIFT, the Project to End Domestic Violence, 10 years ago, which the purpose is to really advance primary prevention efforts. So that's really going upstream to prevent domestic and sexual violence, as well as advance gender equality. And specifically, we've been researching, designing, and testing, engaging and mobilizing men and boys over the last 10 years. And we're excited to talk about this particular project. But I wanted to give you some context of some of the work that I've done at the university. We've been engaged working with governments in terms of designing violence prevention strategies and policy frameworks, where we've been really focused on thinking about how to engage and mobilize men and boys and support priority funding, program evaluation, policy change as well. Today, we're going to specifically talk a little bit about a project. In 2018, the government of Canada put out their first gender equitable budget. And as a result, they committed $1.8 million at the time to partner and engage men to advance gender equality. And so before they're committed to building a national strategy as part of the gender-based violence prevention strategy. But they wanted to collect more information from men across Canada, specifically pro-feminist men who are currently engaged in gender equality work in Canada, and to learn from them on how we can attract and invite and encourage and support other men and boys to get involved and mobilize. So we're going to talk a little bit about a research project I conducted with my colleague, Dr. Sarah Fotheringham, called Tomorrow's Men Today, and it's the one circled in 2019. It's called Tomorrow's Men Today, Canadian Men's Insight on Engaging Men and Boys in Creating a More Gender Equal Future. As it was this research with pro-feminist male-identified allies that allowed us to then move into a second phase, which is building and developing a national network. And I'm going to quickly turn it over to Jake, who's going to introduce himself and his role in this project.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is just before 8 in the morning where I am, and I've had my second cup of coffee, so hopefully that makes sense by now. I am proud to represent our organization as executive director and one of the co-founders with my colleagues, Jason and Jamal in the photo there. We came together in 2014 to really work towards redefining and undefining what it means to be a man in those settings of youth, community, and workplaces, really working towards a future where boys and men feel less pain and therefore cause less harm. We have a hybrid kind of nonprofit social enterprise approach where we do receive some funding for some of our programs, but a majority of our kind of corporate workplace setting work is fee-for-service, helping us cover some of those costs. And we're really excited to be in this project with Lana and benefiting from all the great research work in the foundation that she's laid out, always learning from her, but really taking on a bit of a leadership role in Canada because we work across 3 provinces to help support and align some of our peers doing this work as well too. So that's enough about me, I think, for the context.
Great. So as I mentioned, in 2018, Canada committed $1.8 million to partner with Men and Boys to advance gender equality. And then they put out a process to apply for research to help inform that work. And so they wanted to hear from men who are resisting and challenging harmful gender norms and who are promoting and advocating for gender equality and gender justice. So in response, we designed a qualitative study that would, 1, reveal the motivations and experiences of pro-feminist men currently engaged in gender equality work in Canada. And then 2, to learn how we can attract, invite, encourage, and support more Canadian men and boys to engage and mobilize in this area. And so we ended up interviewing 33 diverse men from coast to coast to coast who shared their experiences and expertise with us. But we wanted to point out a few things. First, we were looking specifically for pro-feminist men, and that is men who are actively supporting feminism and its efforts to bring about the political, economic, cultural, personal, and social equality of women in all genders. But we also had to create a gender equality index, and this might be of interest to some of the people who are at this conference today. We created a gender equality index that had 8 indicators and 42 practices that were really a way to describe the conduct and actions and commitments of pro-feminist men who are doing gender equality work. And this helped us in the recruitment because we moved and asked feminists and feminist networks across Canada to nominate male-identified allies. And through that process, we needed to see that they were actually doing work in very public and observable ways. So if you're interested in the details of the research report, I encourage you to go to our website. It's both, we have an English version and French, but I can't go, because of time and we can't go into all the details, but we took the information and based on what was happening in Canada and some of the commitments, we pulled together a series of recommendations which helped inform the partnership between Jake and I and Next Gen Men in the university. And so some of the recommendations that came out of the study, plus the work that's happening in Canada, the men said that we needed more funding and it should go directly to pro-feminist men and pro-feminist organizations that are already leading this work in Canada. And there are some exceptional leaders and organizations already engaging in this work, but there hasn't been tons of funding, as we know, for a variety of reasons. So there was a recommendation to actually put money where there's already the leadership and support. Second, we needed to bring pro-feminist men together with feminist leaders to foster and build this field together as opposed to in isolation and siloed. So this would involve working through issues of accountability, healing, and reparation. And obviously this will take time, investment, and patience, but we've already started to begin that process. We also learned that we needed to get more men and boys through the door, learning and transforming. And obviously this can be done through supporting positions and programs in feminist and pro-feminist organizations that actually build opportunities to engage men. We also recommended the need to actually fund more grassroots organization. There are a lot of ethnocultural and Indigenous communities and have leaders engage in this work, but often there's quite a few barriers for them to access funding or support. The fourth recommendation was to often the men in the research talked about key thinkers, teachings, and practices that has actually influenced them to get involved in gender equality work. And we know, and I think you had Dr. Michael Flood here with you today, but creating virtual interventions and supports online was a key recommendation as well. And then, of course, leveraging settings and developmental transitions that can be targeted for mobilization, fatherhood, motherhood, adolescence, and so forth. And also engaging people where they work, live, learn, and play is obviously critical to transforming the environments that influence and shape us. And so after we submitted the report, the federal government came to myself and Jake and asked if we'd come together to actually action out the first two recommendations. And so we put a proposal together to the government of Canada to support, connect, and build the capacities of pro-feminist men to end gender-based violence and advance gender equality. And the how was we would start to build a network and create more spaces and opportunities for pro-feminist male leaders to engage in this work. And then our plan is to submit a blueprint to the Women in Gender Equality, which is a ministry in Canada, on a way forward. And so I'm going to turn it over to Jake to dig into the consultations and work that happened to advance this recommendation.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Lana. I think Troy said it well in his presentation. Back when we used to be able to go to places, early this year, I traveled across Canada. Obviously, we know it's not a small country, so I was collecting lots of air miles, so it's very foreign to me to be sitting in this corner of my living room. But I was really privileged to take the research outcomes as well as kind of the foundation and groundwork for this work into community and to meet with people doing this work rather than kind of, just talking heads around panels and those kinds of things and really hearing from them about some of these outcomes in the direction that we were going towards. So I'll be sharing some of the themes and threads that came out of those consultations. So some of the major themes that really resonated across Canada, first of all, was that this work and the people leading and funded to do this work are not representative of the mosaic of diversity that we have here in Canada. As Lana said, there are individuals leading this work in Indigenous communities and ethnocultural communities, but the majority of funding and accolades do fall to predominantly white and cisgendered men. Another really, I think, interesting and crucial piece as we look towards engaging and mobilizing more men and boys was a constant tension about the language of using feminist or pro-feminist to describe men who are doing anti-patriarchal work. There are potentially men who are doing this work who do not see themselves in that language, and maybe it's a disincentive for participation. So that was a constant tension across the country. And then as well, the fact that this initiative to engage men and boys cannot sit apart from the greater context of the gender equity movement. The complex question of accountability and what it looks like should be at the forefront, and obviously building on the great work that women in the LGBTQ community have been doing around gender-focused work. Next slide, Lana, please. Thank you. And then a couple important themes that came up that weren't necessarily coast to coast, but important nonetheless. There are national strategies being developed on gender equity and gender-based violence in Canada from a federal government level, but unfortunately they appear to be developed in distinct and siloed fashion rather than overlapping. And we know that gender equity work is heavy on primary prevention, so we would like to see more of that being done together. Additionally, we have to contend with the impacts of colonialism and understand that Canada's First Nations do not hold the same ideas of gender as Western settlers do, and that the impact of patriarchy being foisted upon those communities have resulted in deep wounds, and that many are returning to their traditional practices as part of their healing. And as well, anything that kind of comes from a federal government level, there's a level of distrust across that as well. So a barrier for further engagement. And then finally, obviously, Canada is a bilingual country. Quebec is a predominantly Francophone province. And having these resources and networks and opportunities to connect and grow and having to be culturally relevant and accessible across Canada is very important. Oftentimes, Francophone speakers feel left out of Anglophone spaces. And there's a lot of really interesting work happening there where they already have kind of a provincial network. So lots of learnings to be had from predominantly Anglophone provinces as well, too. So those were some of the major themes. And then I just wanted to share with you some of the feedback that we heard directly from the participants as we were going across Canada, and starting off with some of the positives, some of the hopes. There was a desire for increased collaboration and learning in and around engaging men and boys, not feeling alone or isolated in this work. A feeling of legitimacy. Oftentimes, these individuals are kind of solo practitioners, and belonging to a national network offers them that legitimacy. Again, the national movement and learning from people doing this work and feeling a part of a bigger conversation is important. And then finally, getting more men involved. Lana sent out kind of the feelers to feminists and feminist organizations across Canada. And in a country of about 38 million, we ended up with 150 some names or something like that put forward. So the reality is that there's maybe not as many men who are doing this type of work in public and observable ways. So we really want to show that this is a space for men to be doing this work. And then finally, as well, presented with this idea of a national network, there's a lot of positive and things to look forward to, but there's fears and apprehensions as well, such as territorial behavior in and around kind of expertise, geography, resources, those kinds of things. And who's not at the table? We talked about how this work as it stands is not necessarily reflective of the mosaic of diversity in Canada. So who's missing, whose voices isn't there? And then inevitably that also recreates potentially some old power structures. Concentrating resources within kind of a network and not within individual practitioners and community, or taking resources away from women's empowerment work. The continuity of funding support. We know that as governments change, sometimes these supports and resources can be precarious. And then as well, a duplication of efforts of things that are already happening, potentially on a provincial scale or a regional scale. So some real concerns there as well that needed to be held in mind as we moved forward with this. And then finally, as many of you are contending with as well, COVID has really hampered some of the momentum that we had through this project. So we're really considering how whatever we put forward adapts to the realities that we're facing today. From the research and then taking it into community, we know that this work shouldn't be done from a top-down approach, and that we really need a representative founding group of stakeholders across geography, intersectionality, and different diverse identities to undertake the development of the network's initial mandate. And we would love to kind of support that, but really kind of a bottom-up grassroots approach. And then why, academics and folks in Lana's position are such key strategic partners is the dissemination and support of research, as well as sharing of wise practices among early participants to really kind of tick that box of building their capacity and knowing that they can go forward and do this work and enlist others to do so as well. And yeah, I know normally we would ask for questions, but Lana and I, if any of this work interests you, would love to hear from you. So as you see here on the screen, you can reach Lana at lmwells@ucalgary.ca. I really do encourage you to check out her website, preventdomesticviolence.ca. That's 10 years body of work, great research papers that I've learned a lot from up there. And then you can reach myself at jake@nextgenmen.ca and check us out at nextgenmen.ca as well. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jake and Lana, and thank you to all of the wonderful speakers who have shared their expertise, knowledge, and experience in the field and the work that they do all across the globe, we can really say. I understand that we are out of time for today. It is 2 minutes past 6 p.m. here in Estonia, but I just cannot finish this workshop or session up without coming back to a question that we have received from the audience. So if it is okay with all of you, I would still like to get that across. It is a question that is addressed to all of the participants in the workshop. So if you feel like you have an answer ready and you'd like to shoot, then please do raise your hand and we'll unmute you one by one so that we just don't get a mixed match of answers and conversations. But to the question itself now. What is at least one policy measure that a government could undertake and put in their gender equality strategy to include men in promoting gender equality? It's a quite long one, so I'll repeat it just in case. What is at least one policy measure that a government could undertake and put in their gender equality strategy to include men in promoting gender equality? So whoever feels like they have an answer ready and would like to share it with all of us, then please do raise your hand. Yes, go ahead, Gerhard and Fikri.
Yeah, I would like to raise one question. Maybe your experts can elaborate on that. But what I find intriguing and based also on research is it could be somewhat binding for men to not only be in parental leave for in 2 months. That's at least the case in Germany, and it's been obvious that the longer men are engaged with children and in the household, it can lead to more important and binding impulses for engaging in gender equality. So I would just give this impulse to my expert colleagues to elaborate on that. But I think that could be somewhat binding to make them take parental leave at least 6 months or even longer in my view.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to weigh in? I think yes. Go ahead, Troy, and Lana. You had your hand up earlier as well, but go ahead, Troy.
Oh, I'll unmute myself. So, yeah, I mean, this is a follow-on, really, around parental leave. What I'm seeing here at home is progressive employers doing two things. One is removing the ridiculous distinction between primary and secondary carer leave, because what is a secondary carer anyway? And really making parental leave policies designing them such that when a child arrives in a situation, when a child arrives, that parents, whoever they might be, whatever gender they might identify with, have the ability to spend time caring for that child when it's there. And if you remove all of those distinctions and all the gender labels and all of that, we tend to find that in opposite sex households, more men are stepping forward to take more time, to spend time raising their children. That hasn't necessarily found its way into government schemes. So you still have, paid parental leave schemes, and then you have this weird thing called dad and partner pay, which is sort of a smaller amount of time and less money, which doesn't help anybody. So to follow on from what Gerhard and Anna was saying, to equalise all of these things and really take the distinctions out of the story, because you're just reinforcing gender norms if you leave them the way they are.
Thank you, Troy and Lana.
I was going to say mandatory parent leave policies, and we see in places like in Canada, Quebec, when it went mandatory, immediately a high percentage of parents, fathers took it. And so I think it has to be mandatory, as was mentioned, and the flexibility in the workplace as well in terms of labor codes. And I think that's a place. So if I think about a gender equality plan, I think about different ministries that have different responsibilities. So I also think about the Ministry of Education, and we know a great place, prevention site is schools, and how curriculum is delivered and what's in that curriculum, and ensuring that gender equality and equity and power and privilege and norms, gender norms and stereotypes are actually covered and within those curriculum, and then that leads to professional training in faculty of educations. I think that's critical that is another piece. And then I think about public health, and specifically now, I think another place is thinking about virtual interventions and supports. Often when you think about men reaching out, there isn't a huge investment or supports online. It's mostly around men's rights. So when people click in or men go for help or support, they're often led down a path. And so really starting to build that cyber and technology and supports for men that promote healthy relationships and so forth, I think would be a critical area to invest in as well.
Thank you very much, Lana. Would anyone else like to add something? Doesn't seem like it. Well, I think the vote is out then, and I think the general conclusion and answer is that if there's one place to start, then it should be mandatory parental leave, and I believe it was Fikri who mentioned 6 months, so there is at least one point, and I hope that that satisfied the audience member who asked that question. As I said previously, unfortunately, our time is up for today. Fortunately for all of you listening, the conference itself is not over. It will continue tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. local time. You all should have received the link and just continue on logging on to that. I would like to thank you all for your time, the speakers, the participants. It has been a very fruitful and thought-provoking last almost 2 hours or so. My apologies again for some of the small technical glitches that we had in the beginning, but I hope that you were still able to take the most out for yourself from the workshop as such. So hopefully see you all again tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Don't forget to log on. And thank you again from my part to all of you. Have a good day, evening, morning, whatever the time is. Thank you.